Chapter 51 Soap Bar. The workshop area officially started construction in the cold winter. Xiaoming also succeeded in gaining more than 900 mouths to eat. In addition, the recruits were about to enter the camp. This was 3,000 mouths to eat. Such continuous consumption of silver has made Xiaoming suddenly feel the pressure, and besides business, he does not have any way to get rich quickly. So whether you are preparing your own business or using the Wang family and Qin family to make money, you can't wait for this money. After arranging the slaves, Xiaoming went to the Wang's house and talked about the trade with the barbarians. Your Majesty, our Wang family dare not bear such a serious crime. Before Xiaoming finished speaking, Wang Chengqi knelt down with a gudong. Wang Shiji also sweated on his forehead, and his whole body was like swinging. They got news that both the emperor and the queen had given money to the king of Qi, and the news from Cheng'an also proved from the side that the emperor and the prince line seemed to rely on the king of Qi. This prince who was no one asked had a different meaning from a prince who was supervised. They used to dare to bully Xiaoming's ignorance, but now the forces behind Xiaoming made them have to carefully weigh the pros and cons. If Xiaoming accused the Wang family of fornicating with foreign enemies because of this, the Wang family would probably be hacked. Even if the Wang family is powerful, they are not afraid of King Qi, and the king's army is not afraid. Then there are the emperor and the prince. When the army moves, the Wang family will be annihilated. It is only a matter of time. Xiaoming was a little helpless. It was the first time he saw fear in Wang Chengqi's eyes. It seemed that Xiao Wenxian and the queen gave him the money in time, so that he was enough to fake it. He said, outside the king, Brother Wang, get up, get up. This king is not here to punish the crime. Presumably the two are also aware that a lot of cattle and sheep on the grassland in Huaianchuo have been frozen to death this year, and now barbarian scouts are frequently outside the city of Kangzhou investigating the situation of the defenders. I guess both of you understand this. Wang Chengqiu wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said with a smile, His Royal Highness, I have heard about this. The cattle and sheep have indeed frozen to death a lot. The barbarians on the grasslands usually eat goat milk, beef and mutton. The cattle and sheep are frozen to death, and there are no cubs. After the beginning of spring, no cattle and sheep can be released, and the barbarians will be hungry. Lieutenant Liu said the same thing, so there is only one easiest way to solve this problem and avoid the barbarian siege of Kangzhou. Xiaoming said, His Royal Highness, please speak. Wang Chengqiu said. Xiaoming didn't say it directly, because he didn't want to bear such a crime. He knocked on the side and prepared to give Wang Chengqiu a pit jump. He said, This cattle and sheep are dead, and the merchants naturally don't want them, but the meat oil of the cattle and sheep can be used. Those who come to refining soap, what would happen to the barbarians if the kings used food to exchange meat oil at this time? What the barbarians wanted was beef and mutton, and meat oil was not valuable to them. If these cheap meat oils were shipped back, they could be refined. What will happen outside the king when making large quantities of soap? Wang Shiji and Wang Chengqiu looked at each other with weird expressions. Well, this is what the king said, and this king still hopes that Kangzhou will be safe. After saying this, Xiaoming left the Wang family compound. Wang Shiji immediately got up and sent Xiaoming out, and after a while, he turned back and said to Wang Chengqiu, Father, Your Highness is right. If you exchange food for meat and oil at this time, it will definitely be very profitable, and Your Highness seems to encourage us to do it. Wang Chengqiu was still kneeling on the ground at this time. He slowly got up and sat down in a chair. This King Qi is really unpredictable. He doesn't want to bear the charge of fornicating with foreign enemies and wants to resolve the danger in Kangzhou. Our Wang family cannot take this risk either. Then what should I do? Wang Shiji asked. Hey, it's not impossible. Why is it necessary for the Wang family to take action in this matter? You only need to let the matter go to the merchants in Kangzhou, saying that our Wang family buys meat oil, and then spread the way to exchange food from Huaianchuo for meat oil. Are you afraid that no one will go? At that time, we just spent more money, and it is better than to bear the charge. I don't want to have a handle in the hands of King Qi like the Qin family," Wang Chengqiu said, twisting his beard. Wang Shiji gave a thumbs up. "Father, you are still smart." 7 days later, the Wang family shipped the first batch of meat oil to King Zhu, and the last material for soap production was also available. Although the news from various quarters proved that the Wang family did not use the set, Xiaoming was excited about the large amount of meat oil this time. For this reason, he specially asked the equipment department to build 5 huge iron pots and chose the place to make soap. The workshop area. In the future, the soap production site will be here. His Royal Highness, this oily smell, how do you use this soap? Lu Liuo followed Xiaoming this time, insisting on seeing the soap production process. Since the concept of soap was put forward, news of the soap spread slowly in the palace and Kingzhou city. Of course, women are the most concerned about this kind of toiletries. There are 5 large stoves in front of Xiaoming. Coal is burning in the stove. On top is a 2-meter-wide iron pot, and the meat oil inside is steaming. Because it is winter, these meat oils have not rotted and deteriorated. The first step is to boil out the fat and oil. After all, the barbarians would not directly refine the oil for him. After the fat and the oil in the fat come out, the meat residue, skin and other things will be fished out. Now this step has been reached. Hey, the flavor I asked you to prepare was not for nothing, Xiaoming said at this time. Lu Liuo took a moment to understand, and said ashamed, "I thought your highness was used to make perfume." This time Xiaoming didn't avoid Wang Shiji, but asked him to come over in person. At this time, he saw Xiaoming flirting with Lu Liuo and couldn't help but envy. "Your highness, good luck." Lu Liuo's face was red, and Xiaoming stared at Wang Shiji. The boy said 3 words without leaving his line. He said, "This time I asked you to supervise the use of meat oil. My business has always been fair and just. Take advantage of your royal family." This time the meat oil was provided by the Wang family, so it would not be inappropriate for the Wang family to come. But Xiaoming is not afraid that the soap technology will be learned, because this soda ash is the key to soap making. And this time Xiaoming brought soda ash directly, and Wang Shiji didn't know what it was for. The uncooled meat oil is orange-yellow and transparent, which is no different from modern soybean oil. When the first pot of pure meat oil came out, Xiaoming asked to pour the soda ash into it. At this time, there was a chemical reaction in the oil pan. After a while, the meat oil became viscous, like tofu brains, and then he let someone pour the essence into it and stir. When the soap in the oil pan was thick enough, he asked 10 sturdy slaves to stand the iron pan and pour the soap into the prepared large square mold. After cooling down, the soap liquid turned into a large solidified square, milky white in color, very clean, and exuding a faint fragrance. At this time, the slave responsible for cutting used a long knife to pull the soap into the square. Twine. Cut the soap into standard small squares. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are available at mobile phone users. Please go to read. Chapter 52. The Butterfly Effect. Your Highness, is this soap? Wang Shiji's eyes glowed, and he reached out to grab one of the soaps. He had seen the pancreas, but the pancreas was so dark that it was as clean and beautiful as soap, and pleasing to the eye. Wait, I can't move it now, Xiaoming reminded. The soap hasn't completely condensed. It will take a day or 2. This time, Xiaoming's method of making soap is basically a method of making handmade soap. The technology of industrial soap making has not been completely adopted, because in order to accelerate the condensation speed of soap, the method of salting out is also needed in the industry. It's just that this method requires a more precise control of the amount of salt. Instead of this, it's better to cool down for 2 days. After all, the time for the Wang family to prepare the caravan and the ships also takes 2 days, but it doesn't delay time. Lu Liuo also looked obsessed at this time, holding her hands in her heart. Her eyes seemed to be twinkling. Order Chen Longwin to watch these soaps. 2 days later, Xiaoming came over and took away a part of the soap. He was going to send this part to Chen. When this new thing came out, it would naturally be given to concubines and to use it, and it would also allow the concubines in the harem to promote themselves. He knew very well that at this time, these concubines led to the folk customs. "Your Highness, you are going to sell this soap to us for how much silver?" 2 days later, Wang Shiji came to Prince Chi's mansion and asked about the price of soap. Soap was produced, and the issue of pricing also emerged. This pancreas itself can only be used by the rich and powerful, and the target of selling soap is naturally them. What did Brother Wang think? Xiaoming is not stupid. In this kind of pricing, whoever opens his mouth first loses. Wang Shiji groaned. The pancreas in Qing'an City can only be used by the ladies in the palace. It is a tribute. It is rarely sold in the private sector. In order to sell soap, Brother Yu deliberately asked someone to ask about it. The purchase price in the palace was 20.52 and 1 pancreas. Our soap is much stronger than pancreas, and it is also big. 1 soap is enough to last a month, so I think 52 soaps are not expensive. 52 pieces of soap is definitely a sky-high price in modern times, but in different times, the price of goods is naturally different. At this time, the soap in Dau is basically equivalent to modern Chanel, or even higher. In comparison, the price of this soap is not expensive. After all, he sold to the most powerful and wealthy group of people in Dau. Brother Wang's statement is reasonable. If so, how about this soap? Xiaoming said. 3 and 2. Wang Shiji showed a painful expression. His Royal Highness, you are very good at drunk Xiangyu of the Qin family. Then the Qin family's Zhu Xiangyu can reach 1,500 altars in one shipment? Xiaoming said. This time, 1,500 soaps were produced at one time. Xiaoming would be foolish if he allowed the profit to exceed 3 tals. Wang Shiji was speechless. Zhu Xiangyu only had a few hundred altars at a time, and because of food problems, Xiaoming also strictly controlled the output. It's not like this soap wants as much as it wants. Even if the Wang family makes 2 or 2 profits, it will be more profitable. And Wang Chengchu and Wang Shiji's hearts are bright. In this case, I will go back to discuss with my father, and then come back to report to your highness. Wang Shiji still dare not reply to Xiaoming. Wang Shiji was sent away, and Xiaoming called Li Kaiyuan over. Our royal family business cannot be monopolized by the Wang and Qin families. Otherwise, for a long time, I am afraid that a lot of dirty things will happen in the middle. Out of 50%, you ship these to the south to sell. His Royal Highness, why not take over the businesses of both companies? In this way, wouldn't the profits belong to our palace? Li Kaiyuan asked. Since he became the shopkeeper of the firm, his psychology has changed quickly and he entered quickly the role of a businessman. Xiaoming said, the power of the 4 tyrants in Qingzhou is still very large. Whether it is the smooth delivery of the decree or the implementation of the farming order, they need their cooperation. Otherwise, if they stumble in it, the development of the fief will be difficult and give up. A little benefit seems to suffer, but they will make a profit to this king everywhere for this benefit. Li Kaiyuan said, the next official understands. Now I will prepare the merchant ship to go south. Xiaoming nodded and watched Li Kaiyuan leave. The purpose of his establishment of the business bank was to further recover the business power, and also to prevent the Wang family and the Qin family from setting prices privately. Zhu Qingzhu and soap's pricing power are in his hands, but no one can guarantee that the Wang family and the Qin family will not seek the highest profit and raise prices privately. Now let his firm participate, and the two will inevitably converge. Wang Shiji came back not long after he left. To his surprise, the Wang family agreed, and the fool could see that he made no less profit than Qin Quinyan. First there was Zhu Qingzhu, then perfume and soap. Now Xiaoming is going to focus on creating these 3 products, especially the soap will continue to expand in scale to maximize profits. So this winter, he is going to devote himself to the workshop area to build a series of workshops such as special brewing workshops, soap workshops, perfume workshops, steel smelting workshops, hydraulic lathe workshops, etc. In the future, this will become the heart of Qingzhou's industry. At the same time, Li Kaiyuan's caravan, Wang's caravan, and Qin's caravan went in all directions, took these commodities and brought back a huge amount of silver. In the first winter when Xiaoming arrived, the wings of a small butterfly flickered from King Zhu, and it began to affect the lives of all classes in the whole country. Chang'an City, in the palace. Queen Mother, did you use this soap last night? Oh, you don't know how comfortable it is to use this soap when you took a bath last night, like it was white when you took a bath before. Washed. A concubine said. Isn't it? After using this, I feel my skin is smoother, and it smells good. And the most important thing is that this soap can remove the oil when taking a bath. My skin is the most oily. Compared with this soap, the pancreas is really shameful. I let the palace maid throw it away, and I won't use it again. Another concubine expressed his opinion. Empress Zhao watched with a smile the concubine's discussion about soap. This soap was just sent by King Qi from King Zhu. With the experience of perfume last time, the concubines quickly emptied the soap, and the next day, get together and talk about this soap. Duff said at this time, but there seems to be someone selling soap in this Chang'an city. But how do those outside the imperial city understand the magical effect of this soap? Yes, Sister Zenfei also said that the soap in our palace was specially provided by the King of Qi. The materials used in this soap are all high quality, and the outside is not comparable to ours. A concubine triumphed. Concubine Zen and Empress Zhao looked at each other. Empress Zhao knew in her heart and said, the soap outside is also from King Qi. King Qi is so obedient. We should help King Qi. A concubine said, the Empress is right. I will call my sister into the palace and tell her that all the concubines in the palace are using soap. Concubine Zen nodded with a smile. This time, Xiaoming was bribing the right person and gained the favor of these concubines, so there is no need to worry about anyone speaking to him. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all in You Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 53. Business Model. Wang Shaiji has been to Chang'an City with soap for 7 or 8 days. It was just when they first arrived, the novelty of soap did not attract the attention of the ladies. The situation has not changed until today. There was a long line overnight outside the Wang's shop in Chang'an City. All the housekeepers and maids waiting at the door are the housekeepers, and the purpose is to purchase soap. At the same time, the news spread in the city of Chang'an that all the concubines in the palace were using soap, which made the ladies who had gone deep in the weekdays to be able to calm down immediately. The things that the Empress and Empress are using are like a curse to drive them out. Purchase soap. After the first batch of soap was purchased and used, more people bought soap the next day, and many of them were rich. Oh, isn't this Brother Li? Brother Zhao has not been seen for a long time, so are you here too? Brother Li too? Oh, since they are all in the same class, there is no need to cover up. My sister bought a soap yesterday and went back. After trying it out, she looked like she was stunned. She held the soap and watched the whole night. I was really curious and took it this morning. When I came over and used it, I was immediately shocked as a fetish, and today I am going to buy Miss Liu for the Rouge House. Brother Li actually used it by stealing it? The young master Zhao asked in surprise. I haven't tried it yet. It's a pity, a pity. Hey, how can this scholar use steal words? Take it. Take it. Li Gongzai said dissatisfied. At this moment, the shopkeepers suddenly opened. Li Gongzai's eyes were quick and his hands were quick. He pulled Zhao Zouzi and flew in. Wang Shaiji, who was standing at the door, looked blank. He really did not expect that soap would be so popular, and he also didn't expect that one of the main sources of soap purchase except for the famous ladies, the girls from Qinglu, also accounted for a lot. At the same time, Li Kaiyuan also gained a lot in the south. Although the great powers of the Great Yu Kingdom were mostly concentrated in the city of Chang'an, the wealthy merchants were mostly concentrated in the south, especially in the city of Jinling. In comparison, the prosperity of Jinling City is no longer lost to Chang'an. Because of drunken King Zhu, perfume has already spread. These two commodities are especially popular in Jinling City. Moreover, neither the Wang family nor the Qin family have them. He is the only one. And the soap didn't let him wait for long. After the news of the concubines using the soap arrived here, The stock of soap was sold out in just a few days. These three magical commodities are now being discussed everywhere in Jinling City. Even if he eats in a restaurant, he can't avoid it. As soon as he sits down today, the next table of people who look like brother boasted. One of them stood up with the perfume, and showed the perfume aside in front of everyone, and said, "Do you know what this is?" All the princes came out from B, still not understanding the news in Jinling City, and shook their heads at the same time. Young master was triumphant. He pulled out the cork and turned around in front of everyone. At the same time, a kind of young master exclaimed, "It's so fragrant." The fragrance is right. This is called perfume. Do you know our girl Frost in Wonhul, Jinling City? The frosty girl with beautiful national beauty, but a body odor, the brother said. That's right. Miss Frost has been unsuccessfully selected as the Oran of Wonhul because of her body odor, but since using this perfume, the body odor has disappeared. Nowadays, how many rich boys are eager for her? This perfume is so magical, can it hide all the smell? I don't believe it. That is, brother, please lend me a look, said a young man. The son holding the perfume triumphantly gave him the perfume, only to see that the man took the perfume and put it on his body, and said, "I also have body odor. It is incumbent to try the medicine for my brother." King Zhu, different from the liveliness of the Chi Palace in previous years, this year's Chi Palace is very lively. Compared with the previous door, now the door is full of traffic and water. In just 2 months, soap, perfume and drunk King Zhu became famous both in the north and the south. Merchants with sensitive sense of smell poured into King Zhu like a cat smelling fishy smell. When they got here, they naturally wanted to visit Xiaoming. These days, Asta almost felt weak when receiving gifts every day. Xiaoming received these merchants every day when he woke up. However, for several days, the enthusiasm of these merchants remained undiminished, and they had an unstoppable momentum for failing to achieve their goals. The Wang family and the Qin family were naturally very nervous about this. So many people grabbing food from them at once were naturally unwilling. For this reason, in addition to taking advantage to please Xiaoming, they also took various measures to prevent the influx of foreign businessmen. Methods: sap, threats, intimidation, but with little effect. These businessmen still came one after another. People die for money, birds die for food. This sentence is vividly shown in these businessmen. Your Royal Highness, the palace's treasury can't fit these gifts. These days, the whole palace is painful and happy. The subordinates of Wang Fu were busy welcoming a merchant while enjoying the special products brought by the merchants from all over the country. Xiaoming said cheerfully, "If you can't fit it, please vacate other rooms." Luluo's mouth is full of maltose, and now this girl will never worry about not eating maltose anymore. Almost every merchant who comes to visit will bring some cakes and sweets. 9/4, 9/4. Luluo echoed vaguely. This is the dignified palace of Qi. It's really out of style and out of style. Pang Yukan shook his head. In order to deal with these merchants, he called Pang Yukan to cope with him, but saw that the people in the palace were in chaos. Pang Yukan preached again. Luluo shrank her head, and ran away while pulling the skirt of the Asta, for fear that Pang Yukan would scold her. Xiaoming comforted, "Pang Chengshi, the people in the palace are also happy, so you don't need to stick to the small details." Pang Yukan said with a serious expression, "His Royal Highness, it's not that the high officials are talking too much. It's just that your Highness has received so many gifts. How should the businessman respond? If your Highness agrees, not only the Wang family and the Qin family, but also your own business will be damaged." Pang Chang's envoy is too worried. "We have to look a little farther," Xiaoming said. To Pang Yukan, who had only read sage books since he was a child, he despised merchants very much. Because merchants do not engage in production, they only ingest profits on the fly, and are only profitable. He believes that merchants and worms have the same status. But in the past 2 days, Xiaoming arbitrarily argued with him several times through the huge knowledge in the science and technology library, which made him accept the businessman in front of him. Since Xiaoming accepted the merchant's gift this time, he naturally had his ideas. Just relying on the Wang family, Qin family or his own business firms. It seems that they monopolize the trade of the three commodities and they made huge profits. In fact, this idea is very short-sighted because the combined power of the three companies is limited. It is possible that the soap will be sold in the whole country in a short period of time, which has caused Xiaoming to sell only a limited amount of silver with a limited amount of soap in a limited area. Instead of this, it is better to open up the soap technology and allow these merchants to build workshops in Qingzhou to produce soap. In this way, the production of soap will be greatly increased, and Xiaoming doesn't have to waste limited resources on low-end industries such as soap, liquor and perfume. After all, he is a man who wants to conquer the Sea of Stars. However, the opening of this technology is conditional. First, the technology of this alkali is not open to Xiaoming. It is exclusively provided by him, and the merchants are only responsible for the production of soap. Second, merchants can only set up workshops in Qingzhou and other states in his fief. The purpose of these two conditions is very simple. Just by selling alkali, Xiaoming can get a higher profit than soap production. There is no need to spend labor to produce soap by himself. Instead, these people are used in the basic chemistry of 3 acids and 2 alkalis. Industrial. The second is similar to attracting investment, so that the merchants of the country of Dau are circled on their own sites, and soap factories built in any other places. He does not provide alkali. As soon as these 2 measures were taken, Xiaoming could not only gather the strength of the merchants to develop the soap industry, but he could also make a lot of money. At the same time, the gathering of merchants was also the beginning of Qingzhou's prosperity. As for the worrying reaction of the Wang family and the Qin family now, he also expected it, because they still understand some business models. When they talk to them, they will understand that this time is a win-win, not a loss. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 54. Chamber of Commerce. The swarm of businessmen has made Qingzhou City more noisy than ever before, and the streets and lanes are full of merchants coming from outside. After waiting for 3 days in Qingzhou City, a notice that made business people ecstatic was posted in Qingzhou. Any business in Qingzhou can go to the patent department to obtain the method of soap production. The specific matters are explained in the patent department. As soon as the news came out, the businessman immediately inquired about the patent department, and inquired where it was, and then rushed to the patent department across from the Dudu's house. The merchants were ecstatic, and there were also those who were afraid. Just as Xiaoming thought, the Wang family found Xiaoming the first time after the announcement. Your royal family can also build a workshop to produce soap. Xiaoming's words immediately left Wang Shiji speechless. At that time, your royal family will produce as many soaps as they want. Wang Shiji groaned for a while, and then said, His Royal Highness, as a result, the number of soap production has soared, and the soap merchants are all over the world. How can the price of this soap be controlled, and how can the mutual conflict between merchants everywhere be solved? This king has long been concerned about it. Xiaoming smiled calmly. What Wang Shiji said is a prominent problem in this era, which is the mutual influx of merchants. It can be said that many of the merchants who came to Qingzhou this time are big merchants, and their backs are somewhat related to other vassals and powers. Now that everyone has soap in their hands, they naturally want to monopolize this business in their own territory, and merchants from other places are not allowed to enter. This phenomenon is not only in this era. In modern times, there are also local businessmen who bully foreign businessmen. His Royal Highness, please express it. Wang Shiji said. People are greedy, especially merchants. The Wang family knows that opening up soap production is beneficial to the Wang family. They can profit from soap production, but they are not willing to abandon first-line sales. Xiaoming said lightly, Chamber of Commerce. The competition of merchants will inevitably bring about various problems. The Chamber of Commerce is an organization that restricts the behavior of merchants. Xiaoming's real purpose is to use the Chamber of Commerce to build Qingzhou into the commercial center of the country. Wang Shaiji naturally did not understand what the Chamber of Commerce is, so Xiaoming became a teacher again. The purpose of establishing the Chamber of Commerce is naturally to set commodity prices, divide their respective interest areas, and at the same time scrape a layer of skin from these merchants. But Xiaoming cannot talk to Wang Shaiji for some purpose. What he can tell Wang Shaiji is that the Chamber of Commerce will give him an exclusive area to sell soap, but the Wang family may also have to spend part of the money to buy it. Dismissed Wang Shaiji, and Xiaoming set about preparing for the Chamber of Commerce. This time, all merchants involved in soap production must join the Chamber of Commerce and be managed uniformly, otherwise the patent department will not provide technology. In the patent department, businessmen who came to consult also came into contact with the concept of chambers of commerce. Brother Chen, this King Qi is really interesting. This patent department has already surprised people, and now a Chamber of Commerce is to be established, a businessman said with the technical information given by the patent department. The businessman on one side had a big belly and said slowly, "We can only say that King Qi is not easy. We can't underestimate it, but no matter what, we have a letter from King Y to King Qi, and King Qi will take care of us." After all, Wang Y and Wang Qi are neighbors. That's also true. The housekeeper Qian just said that King Qi will summon all merchants to discuss the Chamber of Commerce tomorrow. We just need to wait for the changes. However, it is said that this time King Qian, Li Chu, and Zheng Liang, all the merchants under the command of the feudal lords have come, and the situation is not optimistic. Brother Chen said, not to mention the princes of different surnames, there are also many merchants under the princes. He looked at the courtyard of the patent department. The merchants gathered in twos and threes, and they wore silk and gold. Jin Wu Ai is not a wealthy giant. The next day, as the patent department said, Xiaoming summoned nearly 1,000 merchants who came to Qingzhou in the Dudu's mansion. For the profit of soap, no merchants are absent. Sitting in the residence of the Dudu mansion, Xiaoming looked at the merchants with a smile. Many of these merchants brought personal letters from either the feudal lords or the ministers. The meaning was clear. It was to let Xiaoming take care of it. To Xiaoming's surprise, there were letters from several princes and princesses. But the people who wrote these letters are also aware that this letter is like waste paper to Xiaoming. After all, Xiaoming's arrogant and surly character did not just talk about it, but what they did was just an explanation for the subordinate businessman. At this time, the merchants below were either triumphant, frowning, or whispering. Although they had a solid background, they were still low-ranking merchants and did not dare to be rude to Xiaoming. When you are called today, you know that it is for the Chamber of Commerce. When the merchants arrived, Xiaoming drank his mouth and began to talk about the Chamber of Commerce. His Royal Highness Qi is also requested to express it. A group of merchants said in unison. Xiaoming said, "You must have come to Qingzhou this time for soap, drunken Qingzhou and perfume. The purpose of this Chamber of Commerce is to buy and sell these three commodities fairly." As soon as these words came out, the merchants underneath immediately became restless, and one asked, "His Royal Highness means not only to open up the production of soap, but this drunk Qingzhou, will perfume be open to production?" "No, perfume and Qingzhou will not open the technology for the time being, but those who join the Chamber of Commerce will get the right to sell." Xiaoming responded. "This is also good." "Great." "It's not in vain." The merchants suddenly became excited. Xiaoming continued, "The purpose of the Chamber of Commerce is like this. Anyone in the Chamber of Commerce can freely buy and sell the products that Qingzhou will open in the future, but while enjoying the convenience, the Chamber of Commerce has its own rules." Then Xiaoming transmitted the rules of the Chamber of Commerce through the technology spa. One of the clear regulations is that the sales area of the products in the Chamber of Commerce must be obtained from the Chamber of Commerce at a fair price. All the products of the Chamber of Commerce are priced by the Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce will establish an arbitration division to arbitrate malicious competition among merchants under the Chamber of Commerce. These brand new ideas are transmitted through the technology spa, so that these businessmen who come are like divine enlightenment, and a brand new business structure makes these businessmen amazed. I think you should also understand now. This is the map of Dayu State. The map shows all the states and counties of Dayu State. The auction of management rights will be based on the state. Now this king gives you time to think. Willing joining the Chamber of Commerce will get huge profits. Those who are unwilling to join the Chamber of Commerce leave King Zhu. The right to choose is in your hands. This king does not force it. Xiaoming said at last. Businessman, look at me and I look at you. For them, it really takes time to think. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at .mtl-novel.com. Mobile phone users please go to read. Chapter 55 Huge Transaction. Brother Han, what do you think about the Chamber of Commerce? After Xiaoming summoned him, in the YG restaurant in King's, the merchants sat at a table in twos and threes, and the middleman in the restaurant did not touch the ground. The arrival of the merchants made the restaurant's business busy. It can only be said that the King of Qi has really good fortune. In this way, although the King of Qi is in King's, he has restrained the merchants of the world, and all merchants who join the Chamber of Commerce must regard the King of Qi as his head, said the businessman surnamed Han. Brother Han thinks also what I think. It's just that King Qi relied on fine wine, perfume and soap. If we don't join the Chamber of Commerce, we will get nothing. But if we join, we will have to listen to King Qi at the mercy of King Qi and buy the original. What about the feudal sales belonging to King Yan? How about threatening to ban the sale with admonishment? Said the person. No, King Qi doesn't care that King Yan prohibits other merchants from buying and selling, because their own merchants will sneak these three things in for silver. King Qi will not lose much at that time, but you and I will be less. Earned a lot of silvertals, said a businessman surnamed Han. So, I can only join the Chamber of Commerce, the man said. Wang Qi is clever. There is no other way. The businessman surnamed Han sighed. As the two discussed, other businessmen were also discussing about this Chamber of Commerce, and the purpose of the final discussion between the two was the same. They found that they could not hold back King Qi on this matter. So the next day's auction, the merchants who visited the Dudu's mansion the day before still came. They are looking for their hometown on the map of Dayu. Although they feel frustrated, they still have to spend money to buy the sales area in their hometown. And if the money is less, they can only produce soap. At a glance like yesterday, Xiaoming also arrived at the Dudu's mansion today, and Pan Yukun, Li Kaiyuan, Qian Defu and others were all present. If today's affairs are successful, the Qi Palace will earn a huge amount of silver. Your Majesty, this map of the Great Yu Kingdom is well drawn. Seeing the map of the Great Yu Kingdom hanging on the wall, Pan Yukun had a look of admiration in his eyes. The outline of the Great Yu country above, the location of the states are clear, and the specific mountains and rivers are also presented. He has never seen such detailed drawings. It's just a handy thing. Xiaoming smiled. Today is the turning point of King Zhu's development. If the money earned today is sufficient, he will be able to use his fists at the beginning of the spring. After all, there is really too much to do. While the two were talking, the next merchant in gorgeous clothes shouted, His Royal Highness, I want all the counties and states in the Y Kingdom's fief. Is 300 tals of silver enough? Who in the world doesn't know the wealthy of the Y Wang's fief? Jinling City is also the world's merchants, literati, poets, singers, 16 states. 300,000 tals of silver is less. Li Kaiyuan said lightly. At this time, a businessman exclaimed, Isn't this the Jinling giant Ding Wangquan? Yes, it is indeed him. It is said that this Dingwan family's wealth is worth tens of millions of silver when it is replaced by silver, and every year it is just a sacrifice to the king of Y. There are 1,020,000. Hey, it is said that the bowls in this Ding's family are all gold. The discussion from the bottom reached Xiaoming's ears. Xiaoming almost vomited blood, and his family was worth tens of millions of tals of silver. Then he really lost his share, and Xiao Wenxian's hundreds of thousands of tals of silver made him happily unable to sleep. Pang Yukun looked at Ding Wangquan coldly and saw that Xiaoming was so shocked. He said, Why is your Royal Highness so surprised? Except for Ding Wonquan, there are several giants in the fief of each clan king. This Ding Wonquan is nothing but yours. The richest in the Yu country is the Jiangnan Cao family, known as the richest country. The family assets are equivalent to 10,000 liang of silver. 1,000 too? For the first time, Xiaoming felt how defeated his feudal lord was. This 1,000 million is worth 100 million. This Cao family is simply the great Yu version of Shen Wanzan. According to reports, the wealth of the richest man in the DPRK, Shen Wanzan, was converted into silver worth 2 billion tals of silver. Zhu Yuanzhang built the wall and Shen Wanzan was contracted by one person. Nowadays, every brick on Nanjing's city wall still has a 10,000 engraved on it. Pang Yukan was even more surprised by Xiaoming's reaction, and sneered, "It's just the fish on the chopping board. If Wai Wang is hungry, just kill this Ding Wonquan." There was a coldness behind Xiaoming. After all, this great Yu country was an official standard. In Pang Yukan's eyes, these merchants were just pigs raised by the princes, and the fatter the better for him. Pang Qingshi sees you well. Although Xiaoming wanted to spray Pang Yukan's face, it was obviously not the time to argue with him. He still wanted to watch the show. When did Brother Ding become so stingy? The prefectures and counties of the Wei King's fief were at least 1 million tals. If Brother Ding doesn't want it, how about letting me? Said a businessman. Ding Wonquan is not tall, has 5 short stature, but his skin is very white. The horoscope on his mouth is particularly conspicuous. He looked at the speaker and said, "It turned out to be Brother Han." It is said that Brother Han is now the first giant under King Yan. It seems, as expected. Brother Ding praised, "We are still doing business." The businessman surnamed Han looked at Xiaoming. "His Royal Highness, I am willing to buy the right to sell Wai Wang's fief with 1 million tals of silver." Ding Wonquan's face suddenly looked a little ugly. The 300,000 were indeed less, but 1 million was too high. Both the kings of Wei and the kings of Yan occupy the land of the rich and prosperous in the south of the Yangtze River. Is also the great Jia of the Yamwang fief, and his family resources are not lost to him. Now that you join the Chamber of Commerce, you must fulfill the regulations of the Chamber of Commerce. Reading www.yukanzu. If Com was bought by Han Kang, he would not be able to explain it in front of Wang Wei. He gritted his teeth and said, "I will give out 1.3 million tals." This time, no one among the merchants raised any objections. They are not stupid. If they are raising the price, even if they win the right to operate, how long will it take to recover the cost? Han Kang was also deliberate about this, and he couldn't help but smirk. Xiaoming made a view on the wall. These businessmen came from all over the country and represented different interest groups. There was a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth. Starting with Ding Wonquan, the following fiefs such as King Yan and King Zhao are basically monopolized by local giants, and the remaining areas are all royal places. These places have truly become the most fierce competition places, especially Qing'an. There was a situation of 10 merchants operating together. This is the result of a combination of weak merchants. It is basically equivalent to a joint venture model. The Wang family and Qin family are both here. It seems that they are repelling foreign merchants, and the two coincide. In one day, the cake of Dayu Kingdom was completely divided by merchants who joined the Chamber of Commerce, and Xiaoming Kong Glove's White Wolf earned a total of 7 million tals of silver. Except for the largest $2 million transactions, there are basically no auctions in other places, because these places do not have the rich and powerful in the south of the Yangtze River, nor the concentration of the powerful and powerful in Qing'an. There are even some places where no one wants them. Xiaoming's business model is very common in modern times. It is basically equivalent to recruiting local agents, and he is the largest agent. The operating rights of each state were auctioned off, and the merchants next bought land and built workshops in Kingzhou. Kingzhou's wealth growth had just begun. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all in You reading. For mobile phone users, please go to Read. Chapter 56. Divide the spoils. The auction of the agency rights of the states and counties ended, and a crowd of merchants dispersed. At this time, Pang Yukun stood in front of Xiaoming and smiled on the ground for the first time, saying, "Congratulations, Your Highness, Your Highness Hexi. This time, Your Highness has received 7 million tals of silver. It is a gratifying thing." Qian Defu and Li Kaiyuan were equally ecstatic. "When did the entire Kingzhou see so much silver?" Qian Defu said, "Your Royal Highness, now with this silver, our mines, workshops, and manors can all move at the same time." Yes, there is also a shipbuilding workshop. Zhang Liang is currently short of money to build ships, but the caravan is in urgent need of big ships, Li Kaiyuan said. From the time it was difficult to take out a few thousand tals of silver, to the moment when he had 7 million tals of silver in his hand, Xiaoming suddenly felt like a nouveau riche. But remembering that it was only Wei Wang's next businessman who had more money than himself, he suddenly became discouraged again. "A merchant is like this, which shows how rich Wei Wang is," he said. "The road is long and long. I will search up and down. This is just the beginning. As long as you work together with this king believes that our fief will not be lost to the king of Wei." Pang Yukun glanced at Xiaoming in amazement. The last time Xiaoming's guest in the world has already made Pang Yukun amazed, and now Xiaoming casually said the road is long and long, I will search up and down is also unique. He couldn't help but change Wang Qi's senses again. For him, Xiaoming can also belong to the ranks of scholars. He is also of the same kind, and his sense of identity is naturally higher. "However, if I agree, what should be done has to be done," he said. "His Royal Highness, this is about to start in 1 month. The cattle and farming tools of the production team are still incomplete, and the money in the Kingzhou government is no longer enough. His Royal Highness, the old slaves' mine is the same. 100,000 tals of silver will be enough to buy slaves and build mines." Qian Defu sighed. Chen Wenlong and Li Kaiyuan handed over at the same time. Xiaoming immediately raised their hands to the two of them. "No. This king understands." No wonder they all smiled and eyebrows. It turned out to be worried about this king's money. The 4 of them laughed at the same time, and Pang Yukun said, "Your Highness, this can't be done without money. Now Your Highness has made a lot of money. I wait for nature to admire it, just for a long-term plan. This money should be used on the land." "It is." Xiaoming smiled bitterly. It seemed that the silver would not be able to be kept before it became hot. He said, "Fine, nothing, tell me how much you need." The 4 of them were happy, and they discussed and calculated. Pang Yukun took 1 million tals to enrich the Kingzhou government treasury, and the rich money went to 1.5 million tals to prepare for the construction of the mine. The equipment department used 2 million tals for the construction and purchase of the workshop area produce. The remaining 2.5 million tals plus Xiao Wenxian sent a total of 3 million tals. Xiaoming swiped his pen and directly gave them to the shipyard. As the saying goes, 10 years in the army and 100 years in the navy. Xiaoming doesn't care about money at all when it comes to shipping. Dau is just a market, and Dau is just a corner of the world. The real big market is the overseas market. Occupying overseas. The market can control wealth. After dividing the spoils, the 4 of them went back separately, and they had money in their hands. They were ready to let go and do it drastically. For Xiaoming, he is not distressed about money, because according to modern economics, a lot of money in his fief can stimulate the economic development of the fief, which is to stimulate domestic demand. These benefits will eventually fall on the people. Body. Holding the remaining banknotes, Xiaoming happily went to the palace. This auction finally made him a little richer. Should he consider improving his personal life now? For example, go to a green building, chat with Oran and other entertainment activities. There was a rush of horse hooves when I was wondering if the Oran of the Great Yu country would be a beautiful movie star. Xiaoming turned his head and saw Loaf riding a horse directly towards him. His heart tightened. In this case, Xiaoming had to worry. Although Loaf is now his close minister, but speaking of being rich, Xiaoming cannot have 100% trust in other people. After all, for him, these belong to outsiders, and it takes a long time to build trust. Loaf rushed over because of this. He couldn't help being a little nervous, and the shadow of the assassin was still haunting him. His Royal Highness. Lu reined in front of Xiaoming, and got off the horse. Lu looked aggrieved. Pang Qingshi said on the way to the end that His Royal Highness made a lot of silver this time, worth 7 million. The two giants, the Dudu's mansion, the Department of Equipment, and the shipbuilding workshop have all received large sums of money. Why did His Royal Highness forget the King's army? Isn't the King's army raised by a mother? Xiaoming now really wants to slap Pang Yukun to death. He said why. Pang Yukun smiled like a mystery when he left. It turned out that he was waiting for him here, and his feelings were a couple of silver dollars and he didn't want to leave him. Taking out the remaining bank notes from his arms, Xiaoming handed the silver to Lu, with blood dripping from his heart, who said, "It's just that the king is going to hand it to Lieutenant Lu by himself. This is the rest. 1 million tals are given to you." This King's army king has always attached great importance to it. Lu took the silver and was overjoyed. Since he came to King's army, reading www.uukanzu.com, the King's army has never been really wealthy. He smirked and said, "His Royal Highness." Xiaoming waved his hand, and Lu got on the horse and went back cheerfully. Hey, after decades of hard work, one move back to before liberation. Xiaoming headed back to the palace in despair. In the palace of the Asta, conductor Ding cleaned up the vacant room and put the gift from the merchant in it. He immediately felt better when he saw this. In the past 2 months, he has been eating frugally, and now he can at least improve his eating, because he has seen a lot of vegetable oil, beef, venison and the like. The others are some ginseng, snow lotus, silk satin, pen, ink and paper, inkstone, jade, porcelain, gold and silver utensils and other big luxury goods. Seeing Xiaoming coming back, Luluo came over with joy. His Royal Highness received a lot of gifts this time, enough for our palace to spend a while. No, there are some merchants who hide silver in their gifts. Asta walked up curly and gave Xiaoming the silver ticket in his hand. Xiaoming took it over and looked at it. Lin always had 200,000 pills of silver slips, and each silver pair had the word cow, the same as the other silver slips. Hey, Pang Yukun, people are not as good as the sky, so put away these silver, but don't let Pang Qingshi know about it. Xiaoming reminded. Asta knows, and smiles lightly. His Royal Highness must be taken by Pang Qingshi. Xiaoming nodded. In fact, he understood Pang Yukun's thoughts. He wanted Xiaoming to spend his money on the right path, so he didn't blame him. But hiding some private money does not violate the principle, and it is necessary to improve the life. Reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all in Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read Chapter 57 New Power Rollover Chain. With the return of the merchants from King's, Xiaoming established a chamber of commerce to auction soaps and perfumes in various prefectures and counties. As the political center of the Great Yu country, the dignitaries living here have always been particularly sensitive to this matter. Second brother, why didn't I see that old Qi still has this ability before? Outside the city of Qian, the second Prince Xiao and the sixth Prince Xiao Muzing rode their horses. Hundreds of guards, housekeepers, and servants accompany them behind them. In front, dozens of sturdy hounds ran back and forth in the woods, looking for prey. Xiao held a bow and arrow in his hand and patrolled the hunting grounds. Hunting has always been his favorite thing. Hearing the 6 princes say this, he smiled disdainfully. It's just some little cleverness. It's true that he hangs out with these humble businessmen all day long. It's a cheap kid. Ha ha ha, my second brother sees well. This old Qi is nothing but a cheap embryo. He Zenfai is only a daughter of a 7th-rank county magistrate. He thinks that if he climbs the prince, he can fly to the branch and become a phoenix. People laugh generously. Xiao Mu laughed loudly. Xiao sneered again and again. Gaozi, ha ha, the 6th brother thinks of the queen and the prince too cleverly. In my opinion, the queen is now in a hurry to go to the doctor. How else can I find a king who is far away in the sky? Just give 100,000 kills of silver. What's the difference between this and beggars? Hey, brother, isn't this King Qi just a beggar? Xiao Mu and Xiao looked at each other and suddenly laughed. At this moment, a small deer came out of the woods surrounded by hounds. Xiao immediately bent his bow and set an arrow, and said, "Sixth brother, can you compete with me?" Xiao Mu was stunned. The meaning of this race is also the meaning of fighting for the world. He pulled his horse and raised his whip, and said loudly, "Second brother, when you are on the throne, it is better to catch the old seventh child and throw it in this hunting ground." At that time hunting was really interesting. "Well, yes, plus a prince." A vicious color flashed in Xiao's eyes, and an arrow shot at the fawn who was fleeing. With a swish, it hit the fawn's neck, and the fawn fell down with a mournful cry. In a pool of blood, Tai Palace, the third prince Xiao Zhen is reading a secret letter from King Zhu. Housekeeper Li Zong was standing next to him, and he also scanned the contents of the letter. Li Zong said, "His Royal Highness, the four princes are clever. This time they are not stealing the rice." HMPH, King Zhu's assassination of King Qi was deliberately planted and blamed on me. He just wanted to use it to force King Qi to fight against me with him. Unfortunately, King Qi did not say anything about it. It seems to be the same as King Wei back then. "I don't want to be involved in the throne dispute," Xiao Zhen said. Li Zong frowned. This King Qi is strange. If he would have reported the matter to Emperor Ming and thoroughly investigated the matter before, he was silent this time. Instead, he has mixed up with a group of merchants. Maybe this old seventh may be a smart person and wants to learn from the Wai Wang. Xiao Zhen smiled. If this is the case, why not write a letter to King Qi to explain the matter, so that King Qi will not be suspicious of us? Li Zong said. "Uncle, now from time to time, we will observe King Qi for a while. If it is available, we can seize the opportunity to make use of this matter. After all, King Qi's fief is too far away to quench his thirst." Li Zong nodded. "The Emperor praised you for being good at making decisions, but you can't rely on yourself because of this. Now that the post of Chang'an governor is vacant, if you find a way to win, the Tiger and Guard in Chang'an City will be under your control. I'm afraid it will be difficult. The prince is watching this piece very tightly, not to mention there are other princes." Xiao Zhen looked solemn. Mastering Hu Benwei is equivalent to adding another army in Chang'an, and no prince would easily give up. In the King Kang's mansion 3 streets away from the Tai mansion, the 4 princes are also consulting the ministers to discuss the affairs of Hu Benwei, but he is surrounded by people surnamed Zheng, all of whom are ministers of the humorous in the court. Like all the princes, they knew very well that the fight for the throne was nothing more than the fight between the clans and clans behind the prince. The Zhou family of the prince, the Li family of the Tai king, and he represented the Zheng family. "Sire, I persuaded you not to take dangerous moves. But how good is it now?" King Qi not only didn't pursue the matter, but alienated us, and went with the prince as close relatives. Xiao Sa fiercely tore the news from King Zhu to pieces. As long as he doesn't let King Tai get a good deal, it doesn't matter who he Xiao Ming depends on. Besides, Xiao Ming is just an insignificant person. No problem. No, I have different opinions on Xiao Ming. Since the assassination has passed, this Xiao Ming has changed his status and vigorously rectified the fief. Maybe he will be a good helper in the future. Zheng Hongwen said. The servant of the Ministry of Industry and Engineering, unlike the others, he is very interested in the strange craftsmanship in Xiao Ming's hands. The 4 princes suddenly shook their heads and sneered. "In the future? We won't wait for that time. How many years will the father's body last?" Zheng Hongwen was silent. At this time in King Zhu, Xiao Ming didn't know the impact he had on Chang'an. He just took steps to build the industrial and agricultural foundation of King Zhu, because Chang'an is just a far-away place for him. A place that takes 10.5 months even in a carriage. Since giving the silver to Pang Yukun and others, Xiao Ming has been staring at the Dudu's mansion, the shipbuilding workshop, the workshop area, the mines and other places all day. Pang Yukun took the silver except for paying the officials' arrears. The rest is to discuss the construction of water wheels in various states with Xiao Ming. "His Royal Highness, what kind of water wheel is this? How come I have never seen it before, and there is no pedal on it?" When Xiao Ming drew a water wheel structure, Pang Yukan asked strangely. The water wheels in the country of Dau are still at the level of rickshaws. Most of them are drum wagons. These drum wagons resemble the shape of a modern Ferris wheel and rely on people to step on them to draw water from the ground up to the farmland. Xiaoming said, "This is called a bull overturn, using bull to pull. Of course, no one is needed." Pang Yukan looked disbelief. The lower official has never seen New Leela's car overturned. How did your Royal Highness be? Hey, that's because this king is much smarter than you. Xiaoming ran against Pang Yukan, and Pang Yukan stretched his face immediately. Paper talks about soldiers. Since your Royal Highness said this, it's better to let the craftsman make it for the next official a bit. This is not easy. With the capabilities of today's equipment department, it can be completed in 5 days. Xiaoming believes. In fact, this kind of ox power rollover has the principle of modern gear movement. The structure is a parallel circular wooden gear plus a vertical circular wooden gear connected to a wooden conveyor belt similar to a crawler. There is a vertical shaft in the middle of the parallel gears. The cow pulls the shaft to drive the parallel gears to rotate. Then the vertical gears will also rotate. There is also a shaft in the center of the vertical gears. This shaft is connected in parallel to a small vertical the wooden gear placed, and this gear will drive the transmission of the crawler, continuously irrigate the water from the canal to the ground. Welcome to read the latest, fastest and hottest serial works. Add mobile phone users. Please go to read. Chapter 58 Work Points System. 5 days later, a sophisticated set of new lead dumper was completed in the equipment department. Pang Yukan was stunned as he watched the rollover in Xiaoming's mouth. At this time, the rollover, driven by 3 gears of different sizes, was pulled by a farm cow and continuously carried water from the Xiaoqing River to the shore. And because of the pulling of the 2 cows, Xiaoming's track was very wide, and the tank on the track was also deep. It could lift a large amount of river water at one time, which was several times more efficient than any water wheel he had ever seen. Pang Yukan was born in a scholarly family, and his ancestors were officials, but he was just a small official in the county, and he was not a great family. Since he was a child, he has been studying poetry and books hard since he was a child, and follows the instructions of his ancestors. It is his responsibility to assist Mingzhu and stabilize the country. Only worked as a supervisor in Qing'an for 10 years, and his expectations gradually turned into disappointment. Today, the officialdom of the Great Yu Kingdom is controlled by the clans and clans. If an official without a backer is not attached to a noble family, he will have no future. Even if he has the talent, he is only placed in a dispensable position. Although the emperors of the past did not cut off the officials, the status of the officials is not as good as before. In the past 10 years, although he has put forward 100 deals, he was not blocked by the courtiers or Xiao Wenxian ignored him. The formation of parties and private interests between courtiers and the weakening of the imperial power of the Great Yu state gradually made him realize that the Great Yu state is rapidly declining under the parasitic of the gentry family. In order to enjoy peace, under the increasingly fierce looting of the northern barbarians, there is a sound of peace and tribute above the court. Every year, the annual tribute is increased in exchange for a moment of peace. But even so, in addition to observing the agreement, the barbarians did not aggressively attack the country of Dau, but they still robbed the border every year. All these, coupled with the increasingly fierce prince dispute, Pang Yukan seems to have seen the near future, and the Great Yu country will be torn apart like the former dynasty. At that time, the powerful barbarians that have risen might have sent their troops south to destroy the Han people's Qianqiu foundation in the Iron Hoof and Flames. For this reason, 5 years ago, despite the danger of his life, he screamed at the court, trying to awaken the monarch and courtiers who were intoxicated in the prosperity, but in exchange only a piece of order to follow the vassal of Qi. After spending 5 years in Qingzhou, he thought that his heart was dead, guarding a stubborn prince and waiting to return to the field, but now, he suddenly felt that the extinguished fire of hope in his heart seemed to be glowing. Even if you can't keep Dau, maybe you can keep this corner of Qingzhou. Pang Yukan stared at Xiaoming. He saw the changes in the Chi King in the past 2 months. If the Chi King really changed his temperament, he would truly be a sage master. Thinking of this, he could not help but nod his head slightly, with a corner of his mouth a faint smile. Pang Chengshi, now you can be trusted. Xiaoming turned his head and saw Pang Yukun looking at him with a smile. The feeling was like being stared at by an old glass. He couldn't help but feel cold behind his back. Pang Yukun came back to his senses and said with a smile, His Majesty, he lost his appointment. If this kind of bull power rollover is promoted in the fief, it will be extremely beneficial to the restoration of farming. In order to watch the novelty Nulai rollover, Asta and Luluo also followed. The two were watching with gusto. At this time, Luluo whispered to Asta, Sister, Pang Chengshi seems to laugh a lot more than before. Asta rolled his eyes and said with a smile, This is a good thing. It's better than a cloudy face all day. Didn't you see? Now Pang Chengshi seems to be a lot more tolerant to His Royal Highness, and he is dedicated to assisting His Royal Highness in the administration of the fief. It seems so. Luluo shook her head, really didn't understand Pang Yukun's changes. But she is a childlike heart, and she took the Asta and rolled the cart around Newly to look at it. Pang Yukun returned to normal. Xiaoming said, Next, the equipment department will focus on producing this kind of bull-powered rollovers, and strive to provide this type of rollovers for every state and county, but the number of craftsmen of the equipment department is limited. This is a drawback. Xiaoming is now talking about actual problems. He has a lot of technology, but there are too many restrictions on starting from scratch. Among them, the number of craftsmen is the most serious problem. If you want to expand the scale without automatic machinery, you can only make up for it by the number of people. And this is his scarcest resource. His Royal Highness, I do have an idea. Now His Royal Highness relies too much on the craftsmen in his workshop, but Your Highness must not forget the people in the fief. Why not assign the construction of the water wheel to all states and counties, and even the production team, so it doesn't take a long time for this kind of water wheel to be everywhere? Pang Yukun said. Xiaoming immediately recalled that he has made a mistake now, that is, to take everything in a big way, while ignoring the labor force of the people. He is now the top manager of the fief, and he can organize the people to build the fief. Although he has established a production team, he has overlooked a work point. However, Xiaoming's work points at this time are different from modern work points. Modern work points are large collective work points, and now everyone in the production team has his own farmland, and it is now a cooperative model. He proposed that this work point is the compensation for the extra work of the people, and this remuneration will be recorded in the production team. At the end of each year, these work points will be exchanged for food cloths. Thinking of this, he and Pang Yukun talked about it. In order to appease the people, he exempted the people from 3 years of labor, but except for busy farming seasons, the people are idle. At this time, the work point system is equivalent to providing the people with an opportunity to earn extra money. Participating in additional construction activities can get work points. In this way, he can make full use of the labor in the fief, but it is still cheap labor. The new management system of work points was proposed, and Pang Yukun nodded frequently, and the labor was too rough, which was not conducive to uniting people's hearts. Now the work points set by Xiaoming will certainly be welcomed by the people. If the work points system is implemented, the people will definitely be grateful to Your Highness. Pang Yukun said. I hope so. Now Xiaoming's position is destined to need to grasp the hearts of the people. Only by consolidating the hearts of the people, can he sit firmly in the fief. As for the money to pay for work points, Xiaoming never thought of searching from the people. From the beginning of the establishment of the Chamber of Commerce, he set the strategy of rejuvenating the country through business and industry. Now the people in the fief only need to be at ease in agricultural production and cooperate with the fief's infrastructure construction. Of course, the most important thing is to support him. Discuss the strategy of putting newly rollovers to be built in various states and counties, so that the states and counties will send people to learn, and the popularization of newly rolls finally resolved smoothly. However, Xiaoming has never let go of any opportunity to make a profit with technology monopoly. He deliberately designed this hydraulic dump to be a little more complicated. This makes every new Li rollover need a key component. Metal rolling bearing book. Friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all for mobile phone users. Please go to read. Chapter 59. Technology trap. Rolling bearings are generally used for rotating parts, which can greatly reduce the friction of rotation. Using the rolling bearing on the bull-powered rollover can naturally save the cattle a lot of effort. As a result, the hydraulic rollover that originally required 4 bulls would only need 2 bulls. The invention of the rolling bearing in his time needs to be traced back to the 17th century. The most important component of this rolling bearing is the steel ball, and the outer ring of the bearing is relatively simple. But even so, Xiaoming is still unable to make artisans produce high-precision rolling bearings. His method of manufacturing steel is only the lowest free-fall motion. This method is to let the molten steel fall freely. In the process of falling, the molten steel will naturally form a spherical shape like water. Below the molten steel is cooling water, and the molten steel will quickly cool down into steel when falling into it. The steel produced by this method have different sizes and different surfaces. The next step is the processing of the grinder, and try to grind the steel into spheres of the same size. Now Xiaoming uses this kind of bearing on the new Li rollover, so that the rollover has an irreplaceable accessory. In this way, no one can copy it at will, because he is still going to sell it to the merchants who open the mines with new Li. In this era, the water in the mine is the most troublesome problem for the miners, and the hydraulic dump truck can not only irrigate the cultivated land, but also extract the water from the mine. As Pang Yukan issued a government order to send skilled craftsmen to Qingzhou to study, news of Nulai's overturning gradually spread. The always shrewd businessman would naturally not ignore this news, in fact, because of the things that Xiaoming had invented one after another. Now businessmen are very concerned about any disturbances in Qingzhou, hoping to seize business opportunities before others. Of course, Xiaoming didn't hide it, and directly asked the equipment department to roll over new Li and place it on the side of his field. Your Highness, this water wheel is really good. The water pumped this day is worth the previous 10 days. The first to learn the news was naturally the local wealthy family in Qingzhou. Wang Shiiji and others found the water wheel within a day, and this kid is very cunning, and he also brought a housekeeper. But Xiaoming only glanced at it and knew that this man must be the top carpenter of the Wang family, because it was only since then that the person's rough palms and the look of surprise at the water wheel could be seen. Wrong, at least 12 days. Xiaoming believes that although this bull power rollover still uses bull power, its capacity is basically equivalent to that of a modern small electric pump. If the cattle are continuously replaced and work continuously, the amount of irrigation is very considerable. Qin Mu has returned from Qing'an. This time Wei Qing and Sun Dong have also arrived, and all 4 self-appointed ones have arrived. Since Qingzhou flooded into a large number of foreign businessmen, the 4 of them have been more attentive to Xiaoming, and now they are like all day. 12 days, Qin Mu exclaimed, looking hard at the structure of the overturned car and secretly noted it. Sun Dong and Wei Qing are the same. This time Xiaoming squeezed a lot of oil and water out of the 4 auction houses of the Chamber of Commerce. Now they all want to save, and it's different from soap. This is the flippant. Xiaoming smiled secretly and didn't reveal it. He couldn't hide the fact that the car rolled over. Now he can only say that if someone else can make it, he can only recognize it. If he can't make it, he will be profitable. Using the patent department, he can control that no one in the fief dared to imitate it, but he could not control the rest of the country. The 4 of them watched for a while, chatted with Xiaoming for a while, and went back separately. His Royal Highness, these 4 are clearly stealing lessons, Luluo said contemptuously. Xiaoming smiled faintly. Hey, you can learn by stealth. It's not certain whether you can learn. After finishing speaking, he turned and looked at the fields along the Xiaoqing River. Luf's winter conscription has ended. 5,000 recruits and 3,000 remained in Qingzhou. and the others were assigned to other states and counties. Luf's heart grew stronger because he got 1,000,000 tills of silver. In the spring, he still didn't stop conscription. He discussed with Luf and planned to conquer another 5,000 people and control the fief's army to 13,000 people. If there is sufficient food in Qingzhou in the coming year, he will consider continuing conscription. Among the newly recruited people, Xiaoming asked Luf to pick out some fishermen's children along the coast. Naval construction is not a matter of overnight. Just finding a direction in the sea is a problem. The so-called basic SH ship for navigation in this era travels along the mainland so that it will not lose its way. Xiaoming selected these people to train a generation of people who know how to sail. Now his plan is being realized step by step according to the plan, such as the construction of the core. Now in his field, recruits are pulling cattle to reclaim the land, and hundreds of cattle are busy pulling plows. In other uncultivated places in Qingzhou, Luf also took the soldiers under his hands to reclaim the land. In order to allow the construction corps to quickly mobilize the fields, this time Xiaoming equipped the corps with the best farming tools. Not to mention sufficient cattle. This is the first time that the cattle power dump has been delivered. He is counting on the granary of the fief in the coming year to be fuller. Lu Luo followed Xiaoming's gaze and said with a smile, "His Royal Highness, this is the first time I have seen soldiers in this place." Xiaoming knocked Lu Luo on the head. "Follow this king." You read www.uukanzu.com. How many things did you see for the first time? Walking around the cultivated land, Xiaoming checked the reclaiming situation, and then went to Qingzhou City with Lu Luo. There is still snow on both sides of the road leading to Qingzhou. The cold in winter has not yet faded, but spring is not far away, and it will be a season full of hope. Like his fief, is a place full of hope. After 2 or 3 months of busy work, he invented a lot of products that the country did not have, and these products are also expanding their influence to bring him continuous profits. But the way forward is unknown. He dare not relax at all. Wen was born in the royal family. Sometimes he couldn't help himself, and if he didn't move forward, there was an abyss behind him. Entering the city of Qingzhou, Xiaoming smiled by the shuttle of foreign merchants. Now he has taken at least the first step. Next, he will attract more merchants to buy land and build workshops in Qingzhou. The goods produced from Qingzhou are then continuously shipped to all parts of the country, bringing huge profits. In order to achieve this goal, he also needs to produce more products that attract merchants. Perfume, soap, and liquor are only the lowest end in Xiaoming's eyes. GNU Li has a little bit of science and technology, and countless technologies in the science and technology library are still waiting for him to become actual commodities here. But now Xiaoming realizes a problem, that is, his fief is severely lacking technical talents, and Pang Yukan has set a good precedent for sending craftsmen from various states and counties to study. Now is the time to reserve technical talents to expand the scale of production. This batch of technical talents will be born from slaves, because they are currently the easiest person to control. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all in New Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read Chapter 60 Carrots for Liang Dahai. His Royal Highness. This time Koman brought a total of 3,000 slaves to His Highness. Before Xiaoming went to Liang Dahai to ask if there were any new slaves in his hand, a few days after Nulai Dumper was built, he took the initiative to come to him. 3,000? How come there are so many this time? Kinle couldn't believe his ears. His Majesty, I would also like to thank the heavens for the gift. The heavy snow on the grassland caused the barbarians to freeze to death many cattle and sheep. Even if they do business with Dayu, the barbarians cannot raise many slaves. It is better to let them starve to death. Sell me for some food. After a pause, Liang Dahai said, I walked a few tribes on the grassland, and I had 3,000 slaves in my hand, but these barbarians were also very cunning. The prices of the slaves sold to me were very high, but I thought your highness is in desperate need of slaves, so I bought them. Xiaoming nodded. This time, Liang Dahai did a good job. Now Xiaoming doesn't care whether the barbarians are the feud of the Great Yu Kingdom. Everything is the development of the fee first. In recent years, the barbarians often looted the border. I don't know how many citizens of the country of Dayu were captured. Many people who were captured died on the way to the grassland. The people who worked as slaves in the barbarian tribes also lived in a miserable life. Often, none of the people who were arrested existed. What's more, some barbarians would take pleasure in killing the people of Greatu. In his memory, he often heard that the barbarians would deliberately let the people of Dayu country go, and then hunt them on horseback, and this was just a game when they were boring. You did a good job this time. The price is a little bit higher. They are all people of the country of Dau. They were captured by the barbarians. This is the shame of the country of Dau. No matter how you can get them back, it will be a thing after all. Good thing. Let's talk about it. I want it for the total amount of money this time, Xiaoming said. Liang Dahai had just returned from the barbarian grassland and had heard that Xiaoming had made a lot of money in organizing the Chamber of Commerce, and a large number of foreign merchants in Qingzhou also confirmed this. However, after learning about the Chamber of Commerce, Liang Dahai also had his own thoughts. He said, "Thanks to His Highness's kindness, it is a great honor for the Komin to go down to the palace. It's just that the Komin still has a merciless request. Will Komin join His Royal Highness's Chamber of Commerce?" Xiaoming smiled at the corner of his mouth, and now the Qingzhou Chamber of Commerce has become a very magical organization through the mouths of many businessmen, just like the slogan of MLM, "As long as you join the Chamber of Commerce, you will get rich." He said, "I didn't have time to tell you about this because you went to the grassland. Since this king cooperates with you in the slave trade, you are naturally the king's person. It is natural to join the Chamber of Commerce, but there is another thing you may also know. This king now has his own business. If you want, you can go to Li Kaiyuan, and he will include you in the business. From then on, you will be the king's person. If you have enough credit in the future, this king can also give you a full-time official." His Royal Highness Liang Dahai trembled slightly with excitement. The words "one official and one half-post" shocked him like Xianlu. Xiaoming smiled and said, "You heard it right. In this king's fief, this king only recognizes merit and does not recognize any rich family. Like any dynasty in ancient times, the kingdom of Dau is also a dynasty with a solidified class, or because of the existence of a large family. This solidification is even more extreme. It is almost impossible for ordinary people to enter the aristocratic circle through their own efforts. Although Dau also has an imperial examination system, having fame does not mean that you can be an official, because there is a tragic interview after the written test. This link is called Can in the country of Dau. The so-called Can means that you need to be personally reviewed by the official appointed by the court after you get fame. The content of this review is more, such as appearance, family background, filial piety, etc., and these content have become an excuse for the elimination of the review. At this time of the year, the review officials will become the core issue of the Minister of Career, because who gets this the errand can justify collecting money from the scholars of merit, attack the children of the rival family, and take the opportunity to increase the number of officials. Of course, not all scholars have to pass this pass, then you must be in the top 3, then you will be eligible for the palace exam. So now I promise Liang Dahai will give him an official and a half job in the future. Liang Dahai will be so excited, because this is a real grass chicken who turned into a phoenix and promoted to an official as a humble merchant. This is also rare in history. His Majesty, great kindness, Liang Dahai is unforgettable. After the excitement, Liang Dahai knelt down with a boom. Xiaoming was a little helpless, because in his mind he couldn't regard being an official as something more important than fate, but it was possible in the country of Dau. He said, "Don't be too happy, the king can still take back the things that the king can give you. Everything depends on you." Liang Dahai clasped his fists and said, "The Komin understands that if His Highness sends him in the future, Liang Dahai will go through the fire and water, and he will do it. Well, this king will take your words and wait for you to prove it to this king. I won't mention it for the time being. The king's firm has just been established. It is just when there is a shortage of people, you go." Liang Dahai was still in his dream. He turned around to leave, and suddenly remembered that he didn't know how to find Li Kai Yuan, so he said, "His Royal Highness, where is this Li Kai Yuan?" "There is a shop called Kingzhou Commercial Bank next to the patent department. Just go in." Ben Wang and Li Kai Yuan said, "About you, you only need to report your name." Xiaoming said. Liang Dahai nodded, turned around and was delighted, muttering in his mouth, "Father, Mother, the old Liang family's tomb is smoking." Summoned Liang Dahai, Xiaoming went to the workshop base, and now the slaves are sent directly to that place. Because of the needs of the workshop area, Chen Wenlong established a private workshop in the workshop area, and all the people living in this private workshop are slaves. Minfangfeng is surrounded by a high wall around it, in order to prevent slaves from escaping and outsiders prying eyes. In order to cultivate skilled workers, he urgently needs a group of young and active slaves. He came to the workshop area and saw the slaves sent by Liang Dahai. The eyes of the slaves sent by Liang Dahai last time are different from the last time. There seems to be no hope in the eyes of this group of slaves. They have been tortured and humiliated in the grassland, leaving them like walking dead. Xiaoming asked the guards to take the elderly and the young slaves down to arrange accommodation, leaving only the slaves aged 13 to 30. Unlike older slaves, young hearts are always restless, and the eyes of these people are shining with a different light, which is hope. Among the 3,000 slaves, only 300 strong slaves remain. The proportion is not high, because most of the young and strong slaves were killed by the barbarians. At this time, Xiaoming asked the guards to take these young and strong slaves out of the workshop area to their riverside of Xiaoking book. Friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com for mobile phone users. Please go to read. Chapter 61. Pick what is your name? 300 young and strong slaves were standing facing him. At this time, Xiaoming asked a thin young man standing in the middle. Although this young man is thin, he is the most energetic one. He is about 1.7 meters tall and has big eyes. He keeps looking at his surroundings and looks very clever. Return to the master. My name is Lu Tong, the boy said. At this time, Zhao Long shouted, "You are in front of you, the 7th prince of the kingdom of Great Yu, His Royal Highness, King Qi. You should call His Royal Highness." The term master is used by slaves on the grassland to the barbarians. In Zhao Long's view, this is a disrespect to Xiaoming. Lu Tong was surprised. They were bought from the grassland. They went straight here from the sea. They didn't know where it was. At this time, they were surprised. "Your Majesty, the slave is from Kangzhou." 3 years ago, the barbarians broke Kangzhou city. The cheap slaves were looted by the barbarians. At the same time, most of the slaves commotion, and they all said, "This is King Zhu. We are back. Finally go home." Great. Zhao Long blushed at this time. Kangzhou city break was an unforgettable humiliation for King Zhu soldiers. The slaves in front of him turned out to be the thief people who were looted by the barbarians 3 years ago. He couldn't help being ashamed for a while. Xiaoming also blushed a little. Although this was the predecessor's pot, he had to carry it by himself at this time. He had an idea, and said, "After all the hardships, this king finally found his people back. Zhao Long, Zhao Hu, don't untie all their shackles and ankles." Lu Chong's eyes were red, tears rained down. He knelt on his face and touched the ground, holding up the loess under his feet and crying loudly, "Father, Mother, I'm back, I'm finally back." Wu. The other slaves were crying bitterly at this time. The wanderers were still very happy when they returned home, not to mention that they had been enslaved for 3 years and tortured. Chen Wenlong was also ashamed, always taciturn, and never violated Xiaoming's orders. He said, "His Royal Highness, they are all people of my King Zhu." And the next official asked His Highness to recreate their household registration for them and exempt them from their slave status. "This is natural." Xiaoming said to Lu Tong, "Get up, since you are the people of King Zhu, who were once free bodies. You will return your free bodies from today. This king will give you silver and household registration. Each of you go home." His voice fell. "None of these slaves meant to leave, but you looked at me and I looked at you. looking at a loss. Lutong stood up at this time and said, "His Royal Highness, my parents were killed by barbarians in order to help me escape from the grassland. Now the barbarians are homeless. Most of them are just like me." At that time, the barbarians were in Kangsu, looting and killing countless people. Few people can find all their family members. Xiaoming was silent for a while. A poor and weak country would only make the people suffer, and countless history has proven this. Thinking of this, he bowed and said, "Although Kangsu fell 3 years ago because the defender abandoned the city and fled, this king also has an inescapable responsibility. Here, I apologize to you all, His Royal Highness." This Lutong and the others were dumbfounded, and they knelt down quickly. "How dare you be a majesty gift?" Zhao Long Zhao Hu saw Xiaoming like this, and looked at each other. A strange color flashed in his eyes. Xiaoming supported Lutong with his hands and said, "The barbarian soldiers are strong, but my King Zhu is poor and weak. Kangsu's fall is the responsibility of the defender, but it is basically because my King Zhu soldiers are not strong enough and the horses are not strong enough. The shame 3 years ago, the king has never forgotten, but now he is working hard to revitalize the fief and keep the people safe in the future. Now that the king is employing people, since you have nowhere to go, you are willing to follow the king's great cause." Lutong and others are now having nowhere to go. The young man has a passionate mind. Xiaoming's strong words immediately made him feel excited. He said, "If your highness does not give up, I would like to take the lead." Xiaoming looked at the others. Some were as good-looking as Lutong, and some seemed to be worried. He thought that it was impossible for everyone to lose their parents like Lutong, and was helpless. He said, "I am willing to welcome the king who stayed by Lutong. If there is a king who wants to go home, he will not force it. Money for the journey." "Thank you." Several voices sounded. Xiaoming said to Chen Wenlong at this time, "You can ask other slaves again. If they belong to the people of King Zhu, they will be returned to their free bodies. Those who need to be entangled will be entangled. If you want to stay in the workshop and do things, you will pay according to the craftsman's monthly payment." "Wages?" "Yes." Chen Wenlong nodded and walked into the workshop. At the same time, those young people who wanted to go back, Xiaoming also let them follow Chen Wenlong. 300 people left 1/3 in an instant, and 200 people remained. At this time, they all looked at Xiaoming and waited for orders. Now they are homeless, but Xiaoming, as a prince, is willing to take them in. This is undoubtedly a good thing for the world to lose Pai. It is better than suffering on the grassland and being killed at any time. Looking at the remaining 200 people, Xiaoming said, "Since you choose to stay, you will be the king's people from now on. This time you will be selected to teach you some special skills. From today on follow me back to King Zhu and live in the courtyard next to the Prince of Qi Palace. I will teach you some skills from tomorrow." "Yes, Your Highness." Lutong and the others said, bowing. Xiaoming nodded and asked Zhao Long and Zhao Hu to take them back. He didn't worry about whether these people would be happy to be craftsmen. Compared with the status of slaves, this has improved too much, and as King Zhu's status as a craftsman improves in the future, he believes that these young people will be more happy with their status. This time, in order to cultivate a group of technical talents, Xiaoming also paid his blood, and bought a yard next door, for the sake of confidentiality and safety. Because after the opening up, this courtyard and the palace built alleys are figured out, only a door in the middle. After Zhao Long Zhao Hu sent Lutong and others over, he immediately went to the Dudu's mansion, and then there were 20 more fully armed elite guards in the royal mansion. Although the 200 people were arranged by Xiaoming, Zhao Long and Zhao raised their guard for Xiaoming's safety. If these 200 people were mutinous, it would be a big threat to the palace. This is just in case. Xiaoming also had no objection to this. He didn't think that he had spoken in 2 or 2 sentences, but he could make these young people tame from now on with his mouth. The specific qualities of these people will need to be slowly observed in the future. After all, sometimes in his position, it is necessary to have a few more thoughts. If these people can do their duties in the future, it will naturally be better. If eating inside and out, harming King Zhu's interests, He will never be soft at the time. Since he is in the emperor's house, he always keeps in mind that he must never be the virgin, because this will not only kill yourself, but also kill millions of people in the fief book. Friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at for mobile phone users. Please go to read. Chapter 62. Bo Wen Xiu Tang. 200 people were properly placed. Xiaoming asked Chen Wenlong to register Lu Tong and others the next day, and all of them were included in the Department of Equipment. There are a total of 231 people who stayed here this time, most of whom are 13 to 20 years old. Those who are older are likely to have families, so they chose to leave. Who among you can read? After registering, Xiaoming asked. Now he needs to find out the knowledge level of these people. The scene was silent. Xiaoming understood in an instant that none of these 200 people were literate. This was also in his expectation. After all, this era is an era of extremely low knowledge penetration, and this is destined to require a long process for the cultivation of these people. Even if the overly complex technology is taught to them, they cannot understand it. After all, the technology spark can only transmit knowledge, presenting various technological steps in their brains in the form of images and other forms, and the application of knowledge requires realistic exploration. For example, blast furnace iron making and paper burning coke, which Chen Qi really mastered after many failures, and what he taught Chen Qi only technical knowledge. Chen Qi understood and mastered this technology in practice. But at least there is one thing that is gratifying about the technology spar, that is, when Xiaoming imparts knowledge to them, the other party can easily remember the knowledge he imparted. Although it is impossible to remember the memory, it is still possible to retain 80% of the one-time memory. In this way, the efficiency of teaching will be greatly enhanced. In this case, the first thing this king does is to teach you literacy. Xiaoming said, this group of people will be the core technical backbone of King's in the future. It is definitely not possible to be illiterate, but Xiaoming will not teach them traditional characters, but will teach them vernacular characters. In the future, King Zhu's technical materials will use vernacular characters. This is also for the confidentiality of technology and information. Of course, even if the vernacular characters are roughly figured out, they will be able to recognize some of them, but as long as 50% do not, it's enough to come out. In order to speed up the memory of Lu Tong and others, he adopted modern Pinyin teaching and taught them a little bit from the most basic characters. In the morning, he taught all the Pinyin to Lu Tong and others, and checked their learning results. The results were very satisfactory to them. Each of them remembered more than half of the syllable letters. In the afternoon, Xiaoming no longer taught them to recognize characters, but taught them mathematics, from the simplest Arabic numbers to addition and subtraction within 10. Generally speaking, what he teaches in a day is much faster than the normal course of elementary school students. One is that they are older and more self-disciplined than elementary school students, and secondly, they are very motivated to learn. In this era, being able to read is a very important thing, and people have always been eager to get what they lack. At least today, Lu Tong and others are very focused in class. In the evening, Chen Wenlong brought a plaque and wrote on it, Bo Wen Xiu Tang. This is the positioning of this courtyard, and it will be the education base of King's in the future. Lu Tong, take them to review their knowledge in the evening. Now you don't need to undertake other work. There are also servants who take care of everything. Lu Tong is the most active among these teenagers. Chen Wenlong came over with a plaque, and he sensibly ran over to help hang it up. His Royal Highness, how can I wait for Hida to have this preferential treatment? How can we repay His Majesty's great kindness? Lu Tong is still a bit unaccustomed, from a slave who takes care of others to a scholar who reads and reads. This change too big. Xiaoming smiled and said, this is only temporary. When you learn the true skills, then you will need to work for this king. At that time, you will think about how to give back to this king. Now you can teach this king. Your learning is to reward this king. Yes, Your Highness, Lu Tong said. At the moment, 200 people are young people. Xiaoming is afraid that Lu Tong will not be able to suppress these young people of the same age. He said to everyone, from today, This is the Bo Wen Xiu Tang. People will continue to come here to study. I hope I can cherish the opportunity in front of you. If some of you don't want to make progress, this king can only give him some money so that he can make a living on his own. Don't blame this king for being merciless. I just choose you to rejuvenate your homeland. Something went wrong. Now this king has ordered Lu Tong to be your senior, and all you must obey his orders. A group of teenagers bowed and said, "Yes, Your Highness." Xiaoming nodded. The term senior in Dao means that the superintendent of the secondary school leads the students in all classes to abide by the rules of the school and cooperate with the teacher to educate the students. Now that he has opened a school, he must be more formal. There must be some positions. Gave Lu Tong a few more words. Xiaoming and Chen Wenlong left the school, and the guard in front of the school closed the door. Xiaoming stipulated that every 7 days the students in the school can travel for 1 day at will, and they must study in the school at other times. His Royal Highness, can I also let Inuzi come to this school to listen to His Highness's teaching? Chen Wenlong said suddenly when entering the palace from the side door of the alley. Xiaoming laughed. Why did Chen Bingkao suddenly think like this? Going back to Your Highness, the dog is only ignorant, but some cleverness. If you still don't think about making progress every day, it will be embarrassing to be useful in the future. Chen Wenlong said, when parents are children, they must plan for the long term. Although Chen Bingkao is strict with Chen Qi, he is also eager for his children. Chen Bingkao can rest assured that Chen Qi's place is in this hall of literature. Xiaoming said. Chen Wenlong showed a look of joy. His Royal Highness Xi expresses love. Xiaoming waved his hand. You are all ministers of this king's humorous. This is right. Chen Wenlong's body trembled slightly, and a minister of the humorous was enough to make him deeply moved. Thanks. Chen Wenlong went back. He wanted to tell Chen Qi the news. Lu Luo has been following Xiaoming today, and now finally couldn't help it, and asked, His Royal Highness, what you taught today are all strange things. Why I have never heard of it. Lu Luo and Asta have both read books, so it is natural that what Xiaoming taught Lu Tong and others are not regular characters, but some strange characters that she thinks. This is the king's secret, don't tell the public. Xiaoming smiled. Lu Luo nodded, not daring to ask again. At this time, Wang Fuzhong's dinner is ready. Unlike the embarrassment 2 months ago, the food now is a bit richer. In addition to pastries, there are also some stir-fried dishes. In addition to the silver in the warehouse now in the palace, it is also because the merchants brought together King Zhu and brought a wealth of goods. A few days ago, Xiaoming asked the equipment division to specially build an iron pot for the palace. With the addition of a briquette stove, the hardware for cooking was available. His Royal Highness, this is the local pot chicken you want. Sitting down at the table, Pao Ding brought the iron pot up, and the smell of local pot chicken came out, and Xiaoming couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Novel. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at mobile phone users. Please go to read. Chapter 63 Local Pot Chicken and Business Gudong. Another voice sounded. Lu Luo, who served Xiaoming's meal, overflowed with saliva. This girl has always been a foodie, and it is not strange that such a fragrant pot chicken is not greedy. This kind of fresh dishes, she has never tasted even in the palace. The dish of diaper chicken is not available in the country of Dao. In fact, it hasn't been long since stir-fried dishes have been spread in the country of Dao. Naturally, there are not many dishes, at least his Pao Ding does not know this dish. It was he himself who gave instructions and taught it again, but Pao Ding barely learned it. And the most important thing is that the ingredients used for the local pot chicken are basically available here. Scallion and garlic are available in Chongqing, and there is no shortage of soy sauce vinegar. The only regret is that there is no chili, but it has the spicy flavor of cornmeal. Substitution is basically inevitable. In the cold winter, it is undoubtedly a rare treat to eat free-range chicken in a warm iron pan. Xiaoming picked up a piece of dough dipped in soup, and he could see the longing eyes of others. Your Highness, Ding Wangqun, please see you outside. Just as Xiaoming was about to taste the taste of a piece of cake, Asta walked over at this time, sniffing his nose while talking. and then looked at the local pot chicken in front of Xiaoming. Ding Wangquan. Xiaoming remembered this man still fresh, and the first batch of transactions in the Chamber of Commerce were in his hands. And he is still the richest man in Jinling City. Xiaoming is not interested in him, but he has always been interested in the richest man. Seeing that Xiaoming was eating, Ziyu said, "Your Highness, do you want to send him away? After all, Your Highness, let him come in, and prepare another pair of dishes," Xiaoming said. Asta responded and asked Jia Ding to prepare the tableware and introduced Ding Wangquan in by himself. The place where Xiaoming ate was in the room on the outside of his sleeping hall. After a while, he saw the Asta leading Ding Wangquan through the stone bridge. "Ding Wangquan, I have seen Your Highness," Ding Wangquan said, bowing. "No gift, Member Ding came here now, but have you eaten?" Xiaoming fiddled with the local pot chicken, picked up a piece of meat, and took a bite. The taste was delicious. The pure and natural grass chicken that only eats insects is very delicious. This is far from the taste that modern chickens grown on feed can have. Not to mention the meat is fresh and tender. It is very strong and full of meat. Ding Wangquan glanced at the iron pan in front of Xiaoming strangely, thinking that the King of Qi was interesting, and he was eating in the iron pan. However, he did not change his face and said respectfully, "Back to Your Highness, the Komin has not eaten yet, just because the Komin is going back to Jinling City today, but seeing His Highness newly overturning the car is only a work of heaven and man, so he will return to Jinling. I specially came to pay a visit to His Royal Highness." "Oh?" "Since Member D has not eaten yet, how about sitting down and having dinner with the king?" Xiaoming smiled. Ding Wangquan retorted, "How can someone dare to sit with His Highness with a low status?" Xiaoming once tried. Even Pan Yukan dared not sit at the same table with Xiaoming for dinner, so he didn't force it. He said, "In this case, Luluo, give Ding members some extra money." Luluo answered, picked up a spoon to dig some chicken, and put a few dough cakes to Ding Wangquan. "Ding, please." Xiaoming gave rice. "This is glory." Ding Wangquan didn't dare to refuse, and said, "Thank you for the reward." After speaking, he ate. But with this taste, he suddenly put away the mood of ridicule. The essence of this local pot chicken is the noodles pasted in the iron pan. The noodles soaked in chicken sauce are soft and full of flavor. Although Ding Wangquan can't eat it, the delicacies of Shashan are also amazing. Then he stopped worrying and started eating with a bowl. "Well, my local pot chicken tastes good, right?" Xiaoming smiled. Ding Wangquan smiled happily, walking all over the country. "Ding has never tasted such a delicious one before. This time I have really seen it." Xiaoming nodded with satisfaction. This shows that the food is still the same between ancient and modern. He said, "If you like Ding, you can come to King Zhu often, and this king can ask Ding to make one for you." Ding Wangquan was taken aback. The wealth he can earn is naturally not a dull person. Xiaoming is trying to win people's hearts. He said, "I am honored by His Highness's kindness, but this trip to King Zhu requires Ding to go back and report to King Y." Xiaoming said, "Oh." This Ding Wangquan reminded him that he was from Wang Wang. He said, "After I go back, take me to say good things to Uncle Y." "Yes, Your Highness," Ding Wangquan replied, and then seemed to stop talking. Xiaoming saw it and said, "If you have anything outside of Member D, just say it." Ding Wangquan said, "This time, Ding wants to ask His Royal Highness whether to sell the iron ring on the bull power dumper." "You don't need other places? Have you learned everything?" "Yes, no. No." Ding Wangquan replied smoothly, but immediately understood Xiaoming's trap, and quickly denied it, and for a while, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. After joining the Chamber of Commerce, he naturally knows the functions of the patent department. One of them is to not prevent the patents from being registered by the patent department. This powerful rollover has already been registered, and the patent department has posted the notice outside. It's just that he and many businessmen have the same idea that the strange organization of the patent department can only govern matters within the territory of the Qi King's fief, and cannot control matters outside. So many businessmen took the craftsman secretly to draw the oxen power and roll back to imitate. but all the craftsmen think they can build ox-power rollovers. But this strange Iron Circle craftsman has no clue. Xiaoming sneered in his heart. Ding Wangquan mentioned the rollover and he understood it. He said, "This iron ring is called a rolling bearing. This king can sell it to you, as long as the price is reasonable." Ding Wangquan breathed a sigh of relief. You reading www.uukanzu.com. The most important thing for the merchants in Dau is land. Because there are countless fields under their name, they naturally pay great attention to this kind of irrigation rollover. Don't know the price of this rolling bearing? 300 taels of silver each. Xiaoming's lion opened his mouth, and the cost of a set of water wheels was only 300 taels of silver, and he now sells them directly for the same price as the water wheel. This. Ding Wangquan hesitated, knowing that King Qi must know that they only need this and what kind of rolling bearing, and the others must be made by themselves. So he deliberately raised the price. Xiaoming continued to eat his own food. He needed the merchant to revitalize the fief, but he also knew the virtue of the merchant to be in line with profit, so he chose to be loose when he should be loose, and severe when he should be strict. After struggling for a while, Ding Wangquan decided to buy it. The land under his name is unknown. This bull-powered overturner will make him free up more people to cultivate more land, and he has more than a dozen mines. And he also needs this kind of water dumping. He said, "Your Highness, I need 500 for the time being." "Well, this king will write it down for you, and I will let the equipment division forge it for you tomorrow." Xiaoming said, "This rolling bearing can't make a lot of money at once, but it is because of the small but high sales, and the overall profit is still considerable. And this bearing has a long life. If it breaks, you have to buy it again. This is a long-term business." Sent away Ding Wangquan, Xiaoming was also full. He only ate half of a basin pot chicken. He said to Asta, "Don't swallow, Asta, we will share the remaining chicken in the pot." His Royal Highness, Xi. The crowd was flowing wildly again. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all in You reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 64. Go hand in hand. The delicious local pot chicken at night made everyone in the palace relieved. Xiaoming let the servants of the palace eat their own leftovers is really not a violation of them, because this era is already scarce of materials, and eating leftovers is commonplace. Sometimes he will inevitably eat leftovers, not to mention that this local pot chicken is served in a large iron pot, which is no different from eating at a table. What's more, the local pot chicken is the only delicacy in the country of Dau. Thinking of the thousands of delicacies in the Science and Technology Library, Xiaoming is secretly proud. The days after this are still long, and some have time to present the exquisite dishes one by one. But now is not the time to consider luxury life. The most important thing is to make money. After Ding Wangquan, people came to visit him in the palace in the next few days, and all they did was nully overturned the car, and Xiaoming sent it at the price of 300 taels of silver. Some merchants are wealthy, but they don't care about the silver and buy it in pain. Some merchants hesitate, and some merchants simply give up, or go back to use their old water wheel. These days, Wang Xiaoji and others have been thinking about overturning the car, but in the end they brought a lot of money and chose to buy it. Things have developed to this point. Xiaoming basically has a good understanding of the current level of science and technology in the country. It seems that they cannot imitate his rolling bearings. His Royal Highness, these rolling bearings have been ordered for a total of about 5,000 sets these days. The equipment company is really too busy with such a large number. I suggest building another hydraulic lathe workshop. But if you want to produce another set of lathes, the craftsman can't get it. After Chen Wenlong went back, Chen Qi went to the Bowenxia Hall every other time. On this day, Xiaoming had just finished his lecture, and Chen Qi stepped forward and suggested to Xiaoming. Xiaoming frowned. Now the Department of Mechanical and Electrical Equipment has a lot of responsibility, not to mention the briquettes. They also need to provide Jiangyang's shipyard with accessories for Galen ships, and also produce steel, coke, and water wheel components. The order for multiple bearings naturally made Chen Qi very entangled. These days, Xiaoming is also thinking about this issue when he is in class. He feels that low-end technology cannot be used to occupy too many resources at present. For example, the production of briquettes is not profitable, but it also takes up a part of craftsmen. Not cost-effective. It also affects the layout of the industrial base. The current focus should be on steel production. In modern times, the symbol of a country's strength is often steel production. Now he must have a trade-off. In this way, how many craftsmen are currently responsible for the production of briquettes? Xiaoming asked. Nowadays the briquettes are produced at least 300 pieces a day, and there are about 50 craftsmen working on this, Chen Qi said. Xiaoming nodded. Now you transfer all these 50 craftsmen to produce hydraulic lathes such as grinders, boring machines, drilling machines, milling machines, and planers. In addition, the last batch of slaves purchased by King's local people was only 1,000, and the rest 2,000 people. Half of them are arranged to go to steel production. Lieutenant Lu now has money in his hand and is rich in wealth. He shouted to use the money to buy armor from the king. The king promised to produce him a new set of armor. I will teach the craftsmen myself. New armor? Chen Qi also came interested. His Royal Highness, I will do the scales too. Is not a scale armor? You will know it then, Xiaoming said with a smile. Chen Qi scratched his head, scratching his ears and cheeks. He was anxious again. Lu Tong was very envious on the side. Chen Qi was about the same age as him, but now Chen Qi can be alone. Noting Lu Tong's expression, Xiaoming said, "Don't worry, this king also has time to give it to you, which is considered a practice." "Really, Your Highness?" Lu Tong immediately excited. He knew very well that only by being able to do things like Chen Qi can it be reused in the future. Xiaoming nodded. His training of Chen Qi and Lu Tong is different. Chen Qi's focus is on mechanics and physics, while Lu Tong's focus is on chemistry. In the past few days, he has been teaching these teenagers to read. Now it is time to teach them chemistry. In this way, chemistry and physics can be carried out at the same time. After all, rare metals and alloys need to be extracted and synthesized by chemical methods. The future gunpowder also needs the support of chemical systems. The most important thing for him is materials science, because only qualified materials can support qualified products. So from now on, these 200 people will be responsible for chemistry and materials research. Naturally it is true. Ming R.B. King will teach you the production of alkali. This is your first project, Xiaoming said. Lu Tong nodded, but was very confused because they still don't understand what alkali is. Xiaoming asked the Department of Equipment to relieve a lot of burdens at once. Chen Qi was naturally the happiest. He said, His Royal Highness, then I will go back and make arrangements. But what did the Wang family say? This is what the king told the Wang family. Xiaoming said, he was going to package and sell the technology of the briquettes furnace. Anyway, the technology of briquettes was given to the Wang family, so this briquettes would not be delayed. Today's teaching is over. You reading www.uukanzu.com. Xiaoming checked the learning situation of Lu Tong and others, and now they have mastered more than 300 common characters. Xiaoming is very satisfied with this situation. His basic requirement now is to make these people literate, teach them basic chemical symbols, and then he will take them to the workshop area to specifically start the establishment of a chemical industry. The current workshop area is divided into two, half of which belongs to Chen Qi, and the other half is reserved for Lu Tong. In the evening, Xiaoming asked Wang Shiiji to come and talk to them about the briquettes. Naturally, the Wang family was very happy that Xiaoming packaged the technology for gas stove production to them, and Xiaoming asked for a low price, only 50,000 yuan, 2 silvers. But in this way, they truly control all the industrial chain of briquettes in 6 states. His Royal Highness, Brother Ye has one more thing to report to His Highness. Recently, our Wang family merchants in Kangzhou found out that some merchants from other places were smuggling horses, but these horses only stayed in His Royal Highness's fiefdom for a short time and went to Wang's fief. Wang Shiji said. Smuggling horses? Xiaoming frowned, and he looked at Wang Shiji. Your Wang family has been concerned about this very much? Wang Shiji said, His Royal Highness, the merchants who are pouring into Kingzhou are a mixed bag. Not everyone is well-intentioned. Brother Yu is also looking at these merchants for His Highness's sake. The local tycoons repelling foreign merchants, Xiaoming had long expected. Wang Shiji said this beautifully, but he also betrayed the mentality of the Kingzhou. How did they smuggle this horse? Why didn't anyone in Kangzhou talk about it to this king? Xiaoming's voice contained anger. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all in Yu Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to Read. Chapter 65 Hydraulic Forging Press. Your Highness, I have to ask Kangzhou Chai Ling Wu, Wang Shiji said in a solemn voice. Xiaoming frowned. He thought it was ordinary horse smuggling, but Wang Shiji pointed out that there was a problem with Chai Ling Wu, thinking that Chai Ling Wu was the son-in-law of the Qin family. But what he really cares about now is not the fight between the Wang family and the Qin family, but the matter of the Wai Wang smuggling horses. Was this Chai Ling Wu bought by the Wai Wang? If so, this person is a time bomb and he must be replaced. This is by no means too much thought by Xiaoming. The position of Kangzhou governor is very important, and now the battle for the throne in Dayu is getting fiercer. According to his judgment, if the prince is abolished, it will inevitably cause some turmoil. At that time, anyone could be his enemy. Therefore, it is not important that Wai Wang smuggled horses through merchants in Kangzhou. There is a shortage of horses in the country. Many other powerful people in the country buy horses from the grassland privately. Wang Wai is not a special case. He also wants to smuggle horses from the grassland. Horses are purchased with cavalry, and Chai Ling Wu didn't pass himself through this matter, but directly communicated with Wai Wang in private. This is the problem. I have to say that this time Wang Chengcha really caught Xiaoming's death hole. No feudal prince could tolerate a person who eats inside and out. His Royal Highness? Seeing Xiaoming lost in thought, Wang Shiji reminded him again. Xiaoming came back to his senses. Thank you Shiji for reminding me that this king does not know that there are such evil people in the key area of Kangzhou. This is the king's own care and will give the Wang family a credit. His Royal Highness is polite. As a citizen of His Royal Highness, I should think about what His Highness thinks. Wang Shiji smiled, very proud of it. Now he depends on how the Qin family accepts the move. In order to squeeze foreign merchants, the Wang family, Sun family, Wai family, and Qin family jointly bought the management rights of Chang'an soap, perfume, and Zhuo Kingzhou. Of course, they can win, and a large part of it is other merchants who give Xiaoming face. But even though the four companies are jointly engaged in business, the contradictions in it still cannot be reconciled. Li Kai Yuan told him that because of the issue of who has more goods, the four companies often dispute. Sent away Wang Shiji, Xiaoming called Pang Yukun to the palace and told him about it. Pang Yukun groaned for a while, and said, Your Royal Highness, here comes the opportunity to clear the foundation of the local wealthy family from the government. Pang Qingxi and I thought about it together, but if Chai Ling Wu is taken, who can be the Kangzhou governor? Xiaoming said. If Your Royal Highness believes in subordinate officials, I can actually introduce a few people. They are all from poor families. Although they are famous, they are dark in the officialdom. Hey, Xiaoming understands what Pang Yukun meant, that is, these people did not pass when they were reconciled, and now they don't have a full-time post. Compared with these four, Xiaoming believes in Pang Yukun more. Even if these people and Pang Yukun will become friends in the future, it will be nothing more than officialdom. However, in the 6 states, all 4 of them have people occupying military and political positions. This is Xiaoming's jealousy. It is precisely because of this that he will be so tolerant of the 4. And if he rashly cleans up the 4 powers in the government, the 4 will inevitably rebound. At that time, the fief will be in chaos. Now that the Wang family and the Qin family are fighting with each other, he can use this opportunity to remove these important officials. Can also exacerbate the conflict between the two. Even though Pang Qingxi's recommendation is, this king is thirsty for talents now, and only hopes that there are people who can advise him. I tolerate it for 5 years, only to get rid of the 4 evils of this land. Xiaoming gritted his teeth. Pang Yukan nodded. In that case, I will write a letter for them to come to King Zhu. Well, the matter of Chai Ling Wu is put on hold for the time being. When they arrive, the king will order Lu to take Chai Ling Wu. Xiaoming said. School Lieutenant Lu came out? Pang Yukan was a little surprised. 3 years ago, Kang Zhu fell to the defense and all fled because the guards abandoned the city. Now, neither Chai Ling Wu nor Yuan Tao, the governor of Kang Zhu, has heard of the smuggling of horses in Kang Zhu. His Royal Highness means that the two have fornication. Pang Yukan's expression changed. Exactly, Xiaoming said. This is a barbaric era, and it is also a very rogue era. He couldn't help but guard against Chai Ling Wu and Yuan Tao when they learned that they were going to chop their heads and jumped over the wall to rebel. At that time, if they colluded with the barbarians and brought in the barbarians, he would be completely over. Pang Yukan understood after thinking for a while. He said, His Royal Highness has far-reaching thoughts, and the officials admire him. Xiaoming said, Pang Qingshi would actually praise me too. No, the scholars should look at each other with admiration every 3 days, and he is talking about His Royal Highness. The next official resigned. Pang Yukan gave a wry smile. At this time, the dusk has enveloped the palace, and Jiading is lighting the red lanterns in the palace one by one. In the past, the palace's silver was embarrassed, and Xiaoming didn't dare to waste it. Therefore, the palace was always dark. Now he asked Hasta to buy lanterns with candles inside, and put bamboo poles along the path, as if to hang the lanterns. In this way, the style of the palace is finally improved. Also gave him a sense of security. No way, he was afraid of the dark, and in this way, the security was also high. If an assassin came in, the guards of the palace could see it at a glance. Turned around and returned to the sleeping hall. Luluo had prepared hot water for Xiaoming. He took a bath and then went back to rest. At this time, the chill of winter is gone, and there seems to be a hint of warmth in the air. Winter and spring come, and the farming season is about to come. Xiaoming is afraid of darkness and coldness, thinking that spring is coming. There is always some expectation in his heart. Wait until then, you can go out to spring, go fishing, and enjoy the pristine scenery. So half a dream and half thinking about it all night. The next day, Xiaoming took the morning class in the school in the morning and briefly taught the periodic table. In the afternoon, he went to the Department of Equipment. Your Highness, what kind of armor? Chen Qi asked eagerly when he arrived at the Department of Equipment. He didn't sleep well this night. Plate armor, Xiaoming said. As a plate armor that was eliminated by firearms as soon as it appeared, it has not existed for a long time in history, but its combination of protection and mobility is very good, especially for soldiers holding swords. A soldier wearing plate armor is nightmare, because this kind of armor almost defends against hacking in all directions. Now Xiaoming wants to make this kind of armor. Of course not to defend against firearms, because in the age of firearms, armor is not needed. These plate armors are only used to deal with the army and barbarian cavalry and AU. Because of the excellent protection of the plate armor, it can effectively resist swords and bows. Plate armor? Chen Qi looked blank. But before that, we still need something, a hydraulic forging hammer. Xiaoming said. This is the reason why he chose plate armor. The scale armor and tie armor are very troublesome to make, so he needs to equip his army with all the equipment. I don't know what year and month, but as long as the hydraulic forging hammer is produced, he can mass-produce plate armor and equip the army on a large scale. After all, steel is his advantage. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest the serialized works are all at for mobile users. Please go to read. Chapter 66 Hydraulic Age Hydraulic Forging Hammer. Chen Qi said in surprise that he had never heard of these two words. But he has become accustomed to Xiaoming constantly creating these magical machines in the equipment department, which is a kind of satisfaction for him. Xiaoming nodded. He found a chair to sit down, gave Chen Qi a seat, and then told Chen Qi about the knowledge of plate armor and hydraulic forging hammer. Plate armor, which appeared in the 16th century and was eliminated by firearms, has always been controversial in history, and the debate about the strongest armor has never stopped. But Xiaoming believes that war will only eliminate backward armor. In the West in the long Middle Ages, after countless wars, the knights in the West finally chose plate armor, which can only show that the cost performance of plate armor is much higher than other armors. And after the Middle Ages, the emergence of hydraulic forging hammers made mass production of plate armor possible. The term forging has appeared since the concept of steel. The so-called electric hammering is the forging of steel. The more forging, the better the quality of steel. So there is a saying that 100 steel is made, and this all requires forging. Simply put, it is to repeatedly beat the iron with a sledgehammer, so that the quality of the iron continues to rise. But this way of manpowering sledgehammers made the production of armor and weapons very efficient. So hydraulic forging hammers appeared for the first time in the West, and some scholars believe that this is the beginning of Western military technology catching up with the East. Now Xiaoming is preparing to replicate the hydraulic forging hammer. Before the emergence of the steam engine, he had to use hydraulic power to lay the prototype of the industrial foundation, because he needed hydraulic forging hammers to make metal materials of sufficient strength and at the same time to increase the production of lathes and other machinery. At present, Xiaoming only has a few types of lathes. This is far from his expectations. In general, he needs water power to store various supplies, materials, high-strength knives, etc. for making steam engines. Xiaoming was talking about Chen Qi getting more and more excited. The slow forging work of the craftsman made him unable to cope with the ever larger steel orders. Now the machine designed by Xiaoming has completely solved his problem. His Royal Highness, if a hydraulic forging hammer is produced, it can at least increase the forging by 30 times. Chen Qi said excitedly. No, it is 40 times, Xiaoming said. He checked the information and found that the hydraulic forging hammer directly increased the blacksmith's work efficiency by 40 times. This hydraulic forging hammer can complete hundreds of strikes in 1 minute. But the only disadvantage of the hydraulic forging hammer is the unstable power. After all, the water flow is unstable. But even so, it is enough for him to use at this stage. After a detailed explanation, Chen Qi basically remembered the manufacturing method of hydraulic forging hammers. In fact, the power of hydraulic machinery is basically universal, which is similar to the Newly rollover. As long as it rotates, it can generate power, gears, and bearings. These things are very different. Just the work pieces are different. So Chen Qi, who has successfully made Newly dumper, is not a difficult job. Moreover, he observed during this period and came to a conclusion that the ancients were definitely not stupid, and their cleverness was not inferior to the moderns. The only flaw was their lack of education and knowledge. In their familiar fields, it is better to not lose to modern people in poetry, writing, painting, and even strategy. As the saying goes, you can see through at one point, and the ancients now almost have someone click it. And he plays this role. Realizing the importance of hydraulic forging hammers, Chen Qi focused on manufacturing hydraulic forging hammers. Thanks to the cheap processing of lathes, the manufacture of hydraulic forging hammers went smoothly. But even so, the first hydraulic forging hammers it will take a month to assemble, because the composition of the hydraulic forging hammer is still very complicated. Xiaoming believes in Chen Qi's abilities very much. Naturally, this matter is entrusted to Chen Qi. When Chen Qi doesn't understand, he will come to the school to ask him, and the two will discuss it together. During this period, he taught the school normally, but he asked Lutong and others to start the first chemical production, extracting alkali from plant ash. This job was originally the work of the servants and the equipment department in the royal palace. But now Xiaoming has completely separated this matter to refine the industrial system. Moreover, during this period, soap production workshops have sprung up in Qingzhou, and the demand for alkali has greatly increased. This is the reason why he produced the alkali alone. Otherwise, he would really be annoyed by the merchant who came to buy alkali. Thank you. Your Highness. Another batch of alkali was shipped out from the palace, and the merchant who bought the alkali was smiling, but it was painful. Because alkali is too expensive, they basically account for more than half of the cost of soap production. If they sell the soap, they can only make a couple of silver. Hey, if we can learn the production of this alkali, wouldn't we make a fortune? Gradually walking away, a businessman said to another businessman, "Study how to learn." This alkali is said to be no longer produced in the workshop area. It is only produced in the courtyard next to the palace. Not everyone can approach that place. Yes, but it is said that there are 200 students living inside and they go out once a week. If you bribe, maybe. Don't think about it. These people are accompanied by guards every time they go out, and it is impossible for outsiders to approach. Hey! The businessman sighed. At this time, Pang Yukan passed in front of the two businessmen and couldn't help but sneer when he heard the words. Entered the palace, he saw Xiaoming and first repeated the conversation of the outside businessman to Xiaoming. The tricks of these merchants are very clear to the king. In addition to this method, they also deliberately resold slaves to Liang Dahai, wanting these slaves to mix into the workshop area. Huh. They look down on me too much, they just let them in and out. Pang Yukan said. I reminded His Royal Highness about this matter, not to talk about craftsmanship, but now that King Zhu is getting more and more mixed, it's time for your Royal Highness to establish his own secret guard. Xiaoming's expression flickered, and he said, it's not that this king doesn't want it, but that there is no suitable candidate. The secret guard in Pang Yukan's mouth is actually an institution similar to Jin Yiwei in the Ming Dynasty, that is, a modern intelligence system. Without these people, Xiaoming means that Dayu is blind and knows nothing. For example, the horse smuggling case revealed by the Wang family. He didn't know anything beforehand. Pang Yukan thought of this, and he thought he was stimulated by it. His Royal Highness, I'm here for this purpose. The next official thinks that someone must be of interest to you, Pang Yukan said with a smile. Xiaoming remembered Pang Yukan's need to find talents for himself. He said, Pang Qingshi has a suitable candidate. Who is it? Welcome to read it. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at mobile phone users. Please go to read. Chapter 67 Wang Xuan. His Royal Highness. The person the next official is looking for is on his way, but this person is a local, and his name is Wang Xuan. Pang Yukan said. Wang Xuan? How come I have heard of this person? Xiaoming said strangely. His Royal Highness, can you still remember that Qin Quan Yun told Wang Chengchu that there was a ghost for the dead? Pang Yukan said. Xiaoming remembered that at that time, Wang Chengchu put all the blame on a man named Wang Xuan, stating that he was a scapegoat, and he also said that Wang's affairs should be handled by himself. Well, I still remember. It was this Wang Xuan. After Wang Chengkai went back, he dealt with Wang Xuan's family law on the charge of hiding the cattle. He was heavily responsible for 100 boards. Wang Xuan fainted, and then he asked the family to sink Wang Xuan's hands and feet into the stone. Chuojiang, but this kid had a big life. The two Jiadings were lazy and didn't fasten them tightly. He woke up in the water, broke free of the stone, and floated down the river. I was patrolling farming by the Chuojiang River that day, so I picked him up. At that time he had only one breath left. Xiaoming doubted, this Wang Chengchu is a cruel person, but what is the relationship between Wang Xuan and the guard? His Royal Highness has been the best candidate for secret guards since ancient times, Pang Yukan said slowly. Xiaoming thought for a while, and Pang Yukan's words seemed to make sense. Now that Wang Xuan has died once, he is absolutely hateful to the Wang family, and the Wang family is the object of his dismemberment sooner or later. If he gave Wang Xuan a way out at this time, he would be grateful for Dade, and he would try his best to help himself deal with the Wang family. He smiled and said, Pang Qingshi has far-reaching thoughts, and this king is ashamed. The two have become accustomed to holding each other's stinky feet, and Pang Yukan just smiled. He said, His Royal Highness seems to have figured it out, but if Wang Xuan can be allowed to work for His Highness by his side, the Wang family will not recognize him. What? This is also a problem. but it doesn't hurt this king. I asked the equipment department to make a special mask for him. What do you think? Xiaoming said. Well, Wang Xuan was originally a secret guard. When living under the mask, I will ask Wang Xuan again when I go back. If he is determined, I will bring him to His Highness tomorrow. Pang Yukun said. Xiaoming nodded. He has been busy building the industrial foundation during this time, but he was forgotten to settle down as a feudal king. This army is one of them. Now he is about to equip his army with plate armor. This will take time. The second is the secret guard, which is the so-called intelligence system. In any era, it is extremely terrible to know and feel later. It is not as good that he does not know what his neighbor Wai Wang is doing now, and Wai Wang guesses that he has a clear idea of what he is doing. This is very sad. Agreed to establish a secret guard, and Pang Yukun returned to his house. This is a Saiyuan tightly separated from Prince Chi's mansion by one street. Back in the house, Pang Yukun's wife Sun is playing with his 5-year-old daughter. Sun is just an ordinary-looking woman. Seeing Pang Yukun came back, she said, "My husband, the meal is ready, you can eat." Pang Yukun and his daughter were amused for a while, and said, "Send Wang Xuan here." Sun nodded. This Wang Xuan was brought back by Pang Yukun for more than a month. After more than a month, her body recovered 7 or 88. She went to the right wing and called out. A scholar dressed up, pale, with black moles on her eyebrows. The youth walked out. "Ahem, Pang Chengshi." Wang Xuan coughed a few times, his body still a little weak. Pang Yukun helped Wang Xuan into the main hall in the past. The two sat down at the dinner table, while the Sun clan held his daughter and went to play. There are different tables for men and women in Dayu, so the Sun clan had eaten before eating. "San Lang, I have already told your highness about your affairs. Now if you want to live, you can only follow your highness." Wang Chengqiu is in King's Zoo with his eyes open to the sky. "If you leave, you will definitely not be able to get out of the city alive," Pang Yukun said. There are 3 Wang Chengqiu brothers. Wang Xuan is the third son of Wang Chengqiu's second brother, Wang Chenging. His mother is just an ordinary maidservant in the house. Wang Chenging gave birth to him because of his chaos after drinking. The kingdom of Diau, from the royal family to the common people, has always been that the son depends on the mother, and the mother depends on the son. This Wang Xuan was naturally not seen in the Wang family. He was bullied by the Wang family's children since he was a child, and now he has become a scapegoat. "Pang Chengshi, you picked up my life. My Wang Xuan is now a bad one. I don't care about anything anymore. I just want to see Wang Chengqiu's thief being punished as long as I live." Wang Xuan said bitterly. Pang Yukun nodded secretly. "So, I will introduce you to His Royal Highness tomorrow. From now on, Wang Xuan will die. You will only be the shadow of His Highness in the future." But with the instructions of the envoy Pang, Wang Xuan's expression was firm. He hated Wang Chengqiu and Wang's family. His biological mother was said to have been driven out of Wang Jiaqian and sold to slave traders on the 2nd day of his birth on the grounds of seducing Wang Chenging. He still doesn't know what his mother looks like. After living in the Wang family for 19 years, he is not even as good as a subordinate. "Well, I'm relieved," Pang Yukun said with satisfaction. In the case of horse smuggling, Xiaoming only saw the problem with Chai Ling Wu, but Pang Yukun saw more things. The princes are the most timid and fearful. It is normal to smuggle a few horses for their own fun. However, under his secret investigation, Wang Wai has smuggled 3,000 high-quality war horses from the grassland in the past 5 years. This can only illustrate one problem. The struggle for the throne of the kingdom of Diau is probably not as simple as the dispute between the princes, but involves 6 kings of different surnames. At that time, 6 kings of different surnames followed Xiao Yuanzai to lay down the Great Yugo. Xiao Yuanzai fulfilled his promise to rule the world together. The 6 kings of different surnames obtained thrones and fiefdoms. Since the founding of the country, it has always been like a country within a country. But as the fiefs of the royal family of the kingdom of Diau were constantly squeezed by the northern barbarians, the imperial power gradually declined, and the 6 kings of different surnames gradually became contemptuous of the royal family. The deep friendship between Xiao Yuanzai and the 6 kings of different surnames has long gone with the wind with the passing of that generation, and now the kings of different surnames who inherit the throne of the feudal clan do not have so much affection for the royal family. If something goes wrong in this battle for the throne, the consequences will be serious. Wei Wang is timid, but extremely smart. He is probably also preparing just in case. As for the preparation of his own ideas, it is still implied by someone. It is hard to say at present. That's why he asked Xiao Ming to form a secret guard to grasp all kinds of news in the country as soon as possible, so that Xiao Ming would not be caught off guard. However, according to his judgment, as long as Xiao Wenxuan is not dead, these princes still dare not go too far. After all, Xiao Wenxuan is also an emperor who has emerged from the Sea of the Corpse Mountain. These princes cannot escape his control. Welcome to the book. Come and read it. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all for mobile users. Please go to read. Chapter 68 Expanded Impact. A pair of iron faces slowly clasped on Wang Xuan's face, and Pang Yukan smiled. The next day, Xiao Ming saw Wang Xuan in Pang Yukan's mouth. A pale, even a little malnourished teenager. Is such a person really competent for the work of a secret guard who walks in the dark? The heart is the most important. This is Pang Yukan's explanation to Xiao Ming. The firmness revealed in Wang Xuan's eyes, Xiao Ming chose to believe, because now he really has no suitable candidates, and Wang Xuan, who is alone, seems to be a good choice. Do you know the skills that a secret guard needs to master? Xiao Ming asked. Wang Xuan shook his head, but said, if you don't succeed, you will become benevolent. Xiao Ming nodded slowly. This is a person who has been swallowed by hatred and has enough desire to do this. He said, from now on, you will live under this iron face. From today onwards, you are the original the King's Yuai. This king also introduces a colleague. As soon as his voice fell, Li San turned around from behind the screen in the main hall. Xiao Ming continued. His name is Li San, he belongs to the king, and the secret guard is very important. This king cannot trust you, because it is related to the king's worth and life, so the secret guard is set to the left and right guards. You are the left defender, and Li San is the right defender. Think about each other. If you can beat the other, when the left and right guards merge in the future, who will be the master? Wang Xuan looked at Li San. His expression could not change under his iron face. He said coldly, Your Highness, this position of chief official must be mine. Li San curled his lips. Xiao Ming asked him last night and talked about the secret guard. He was really taken aback, but he thought that he could become the secret guard in the hands of Xiao Ming from the palace's house overnight. The shrewd Li San naturally knew how to choose. Anyone can speak big words. Li San is not a pustule. Li San said. When Pang Yukan saw this, he understood Xiao Ming's thoughts in his heart. This secret guard was related to Xiao Ming's wealth and life. Naturally, he could not give the secret guard full power to Wang Xuan, whom he recommended. This was Li San's constraint on Wang Xuan. A chess piece. However, Pang Yukan was not angry, but felt relieved. This showed that Xiao Ming already had the quality of being a feudal king, cautious. For Xiao Ming, Wang Xuan gave him a feeling of death. It would be terrible for such a person to do something. But in the matter of establishing a secret guard, Wang Xuan and Li San have the same knowledge reserves. It is 0. This still needs him to teach. Pang Yukan sent Wang Xuan here, and went back to the governor's house to do his own government affairs. Xiao Ming temporarily placed Wang Xuan in the Bo Wen Xuetang. During the following period, he and Li San Huai received comprehensive espionage training. Just when Xiao Ming was building his own fief step by step, his influence also spread with the merchants in the country of Dau. Especially new products can always be quickly spread to the prosperous states and counties of the country. Chainan. With the mass production of soaps in Kingzhou, a steady stream of soaps poured into Chang'an, becoming daily necessities purchased frantically by high-ranking officials and dignitaries. Nowadays, not only the concubines in the palace, but also the people of the common people are honored to get a piece of soap. The first appearance of perfume in east and west cities of Chang'an after soap caused a sensation. Xiaoming's choice to produce perfume first was not without basis, because according to historical records, when perfume first appeared in Chang'an in the Tang Dynasty, it did cause a sensation among women. It was because of the case that he was convinced that perfume would definitely have a market in the country of Dau. The facts also proved his idea. At a poem meeting somewhere in Chang'an, a certain lady wandered through the market with a strong smell of perfume. The rich fragrance made the other ladies cover their noses. Other ladies are envious for a while. Now that the supply of perfume is in short supply, this lady is naturally enviable for being so extravagant. At the same poem meeting, separated by a screen, several scholars were gathered in front of a scholar who was so fragrant. "Brother Wang is really scented like a flower now, so I am envious of it," a scholar said. "It's just that this perfume is not for women." Brother Wang gave the scholar a white look. "What do you know? This is the latest male cologne perfume from the Prince Chi mansion. It is said that a woman can't help but stick it up after smelling it." "Really?" A kind of scholar became more envious. Brother Wang was smug. "This cologne was just launched 2 days ago. I bought it when it was first sold in the East Market." I don't know how many ladies turned and looked back along the way. It is said that this poem meeting is coming. "Young ladies, you know." A certain scholar heard the words and immediately said, "Brother Wang, I won't be with you. I want to go there for convenience. I want to go and make it easier." In a blink of an eye, only Brother Wang was left, but after a while, the scholars returned, one by one more fragrant. Dongxi Wang's shop, Qin Mu sent away an official's son with a gift and apology, all because the male perfume was sold out. He now admires Xiaoming a little bit. Before he went to Chang'an, he went to visit Xiaoming at the Qi Palace, because this is a custom. Reading www.yuukanzu.com. Wang Shiji also visits Xiaoming every time he goes to Chang'an, and asks what Xiaoming needs by the way, and then purchases it from Chang'an. When was leaving, Xiaoming told him this method and made a bet. In fact, there is no perfume for men. Xiaoming just found a reason for men to use perfume. Sure enough, after the rumor spread, many brothers came to buy perfume. But he couldn't be happy, because he lost, and this loss was another 10,000 kils of silver. In his opinion, the current king of Qi simply loves money like his life and tries his best to extract oil and water from them. Of course, they made a lot of the goods they sold, but they were really incomparable compared to the silver tills made by King Qi. This time, Xiaoming not only handed over him this method, but also asked him to give something to the palace. He thought it was time to go to the palace. Just as he thought, the concubines in the palace were vying for their own unique perfume, and it was rare that Xiao Wenxian also went to the harem this time. "Your Majesty, this is the perfume Mingja specially made for you. It is said to be refreshing and relieve fatigue." Empress Zhao handed a bottle of perfume to Xiao Wenxian. After these perfumes arrived, Empress Zhao was surprised to find that there was a special perfume belonging to the emperor. She opened the letter and saw that it was clear, and then asked the maid to drink Xiao Wenxian and say, but Xiao Wenxian unexpectedly became interested in perfume and came here. "Your Majesty, in addition to perfume, there are special soaps." According to Minga's letter, this soap and perfume are added with some medicinal materials, which are good for the body. Zenf took another soap at this time. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all in You Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 69. Xiao Wenxian's shock. Although Minga is not learning and skillless, the things that I messed up this time are interesting. I use soap every day to bathe, and I feel refreshed. Xiao Wenxian said, now if he doesn't use soap, he feels uncomfortable, as if he hasn't been cleaned. Your Majesty, no, we wash our hands and bath with soap every day, plus this perfume. It feels very comfortable every day, said a concubine. Xiao Wenxian smiled, his fingers slipped on the concubine's face. A concubine's body slipped a lot today, ha ha. The emperor. The concubine took the opportunity to act like a baby. Empress Zhao's face was reddened. This Xiao Wenxuan was naturally greedy, but now she is becoming more and more mad, and she doesn't shrink from the face of so many concubines, but she dare not say that these days, Xiao Wenxuan rarely has such a happy time. Holding the perfume in his left hand and sniffing it, holding the soap in his right hand, Xiao Wenxuan said in his heart that these two things would help him to enjoy the bed with his concubines. He couldn't help but feel happy and said, "The king of Qi finally finished the piece. What makes me happy, I will transfer the remaining 800,000 taels of silver to him in the near future." The concubine thanked Your Majesty Qi on behalf of King Qi. Zenf was happy. Xiao Wenxuan looked at concubine Zen and nodded in satisfaction. "I heard that the mung bean cakes in concubine Zen are pretty good, but what do I want to taste?" The other concubines were envious when they heard the words. Xiao Wenxuan meant that he had stayed at Zenfei tonight. Empress Zhao's expression changed. She didn't know whether she should be happy or unhappy. Xiao Wenxuan was the sixth house to favor the concubine Zen. Later, when Xiao Ming did evil in Chang'an repeatedly, Xiao Wenxuan gradually alienated the concubine Zen because of his irritation. And now King Qi doesn't know if it was intentional or unintentional. This time it seemed to make Xiao Wenxuan happy. He was happy that King Qi was spoiled again. It would be good if he was willing to help the prince. Of course, he was unhappy because of selfishness as a woman. The concubines left wittily, but each of them left a lot of cash. Xiao Wenxuan saw it and said, "This King Qi has managed to do business in this palace." Zenf explained, "Your Majesty, King Qi is also compelled." Now the prodigal son of King Qi is turning around and managing the fief with his heart. However, there is not enough money and talents, so he can only make the most of it. Xiao Wenxuan frowned. Now that the prince, the second prince, the third emperor, and the four emperors fight to the death in Chang'an, and tore each other in the court, it really annoys me. None of these rebellious sons can be as considerate of me as King Qi. Zenf said, "Your Majesty, these princes are just brothers. It is normal to be noisy. Your Majesty must take care of the dragon." Xiao Wenxuan sighed, "I'm still comfortable with you. Unlike the concubine, every time I go to her, I either ask the officer or intercede for the four princes. How like you, I send King Qi to King Zhu. I didn't say a word. Your Majesty has worked hard for the affairs of the country day and night. How dare your concubine speak up? Your Majesty will give King Zhu to King Qi, and you must have your own consideration." Zenf said. Xiao Wenxuan nodded slightly. Although concubine Zen was not from a well-known family, she was well-known and well-loved. He said, "The King of Qi is a bastard, not learning and skillless, but after all, he is also my son, a royal blood, and I sent him to him. It is precisely because of King Zhu that he has no self-preservation in the battle for the throne, and Wang Wei is on the side to take care of him. He is enough to be the first king." Frowning, Xiao Wenxuan said, "But now King Qi is motivated, so he is so right. If King Qi can manage the fief well, it will be able to contain the soldiers of the barbarian clan going south, and there will be many other kings jealous." Royal princes, Gao Zhu once said that there are many princes who are not afraid of the royal family. Even if they are broken, they are the Xiao family. If the kings of other surnames get the advantage, then they are the sinners of the Xiao family. The great ancestor Yingming Shenwu. It is precisely because of this that the feudal kings of different surnames and the feudal kings of the royal line will be jealous of each other. Zenfei said, "Yes, that's why I acquiesced to King Wei to smuggle horses and help him secretly." Xiao Wenxuan said, "However, if King Qi can persevere, I will also help him, but it depends on his performance. After all, this is a full court. Civilians and martial artists are all watching. It is clear to all the princes who have merits and who do not. If he can make merits, I also have an honest and bright reason to reward him." Concubine Zen smiled and felt relieved. He was most worried about the discord between Xiao Ming and Xiao Wenxuan. Now it seems that Xiao Ming knows his mistakes can be corrected, and Xiao Wenxuan still remembers the affection of the past. He said, "The Emperor, Minga, has been recently. There is a credit." "Oh?" Xiao Wenxuan picked up a piece of mung bean cake brought by the maid and asked, "Let's talk about it." Concubine Zen smiled, took a drawing, and said, "Your Majesty, This is what Qi Wang sent this time with perfume and soap. Xiao Wenxian expanded and looked at it. There was a picture of a cow turning around a wooden stick, with the words, "Newly overturning the car." "Your Majesty," in the letter, King Qi said that this ox power rollover can draw water more than 10 times faster than the water wheel in Great Yu. If it is implemented in Great Yu, it will inevitably greatly promote farming, Zenf said. "Really?" Xiao Wenxian said. "Your Majesty," King Qi said, that Newly will be overturned and transported in a few days, and Your Majesty will know about it then, Zenf said. Xiao Wenxian nodded. Interesting, interesting. I want to see what Qi Wang has tossed out again. 3 days later, the Qin family's boat carried the newly overturned parts to Chang'an City and dispatched craftsmen. These parts only need to be assembled in Chang'an to turn into an overturned vehicle. Xiao Wenxian learned of this, and took the Manchu civil and military to Huangzhuang outside Chang'an City, where the newly overturned truck was transported to this place. After a group of officials personally saw Newly's ability to roll over and draw water, they were amazed. "Your Majesty, this ox power rollover is really a skill of nature, and I don't know which craftsman it is from." Zheng Hongwen, the Minister of Engineering, praised it. Other ministers also smiled. The 3 princes rushed and said, "Father, if this power is promoted in the country of Dau, it will definitely be extremely beneficial to farming." Standing next to the 3rd prince, a man in a yellow brocade robe, who was in his 30s, he wanted to say, but he was still a bit slower. This man was the current prince, Xiaoshen. The 4 princes looked at the prince with a sneer, and said, "Father, you should reward the craftsman who invented this thing." Xiao Wenxian laughed and said, "This thing is not someone else, but your 7th brother, invented by King Qi." The expressions of the 3rd and 4th princes became stiff, and the prince said, "Father, in this case, you should reward King Qi again." Xiao Wenxian nodded. "The powerful rollover is still invisible in the painting, but standing in front of you at this time, you can feel the ingenious workmanship of this rollover. Welcome friends to visit and read, the latest and fastest, the hottest serial works are all at mobile phone users. Please go to read. Chapter 70 Small Harvest. King Zhu. A long spring rain ended the long winter, another year of spring came, and the spring breeze in February is like scissors. The coming of spring is good news for Xiaoming. However, there is more than one good news. The news that Newly overturned the car and received unanimous praise from the civil and military forces of the Manchu dynasty also blew to King Zhu with the spring breeze. Then came 800,000 kills of silver to King Zhu. But this was just an appetizer, accompanied by a huge order from the court. His Royal Highness, this plan is really clever. Now this ox power rollover has been recognized by the Emperor. Huangzhuang and Guanchen of the Kingdom of Dau are required to use ox power rollovers. Those princes were also alarmed and sent officials to order. Now there are 30,000 sets of roller orders for this new power dumper, which is 9 million gills of silver. After deducting the cost, we are enough to earn 6 million gills of silver. Li Kaiyuan was inexplicably excited. Now King Zhu Commercial Bank is the only official commercial bank in King Zhu. All the goods produced in this workshop area are shipped to all directions through the commercial banks. At the same time, King Zhu Commercial Bank is also responsible for external relations, such as taking orders. This time, in addition to orders from Chang'an, there are also May orders from vassals from all over the world. However, these orders will take some time to be produced. These silvers are not in the hands of Xiaoming. Hey, productivity. Xiaoming sighed bitterly. If it were not for the limitation of productivity, he could earn more money. But he is satisfied with the current situation. Perfume, soap, and Zhu are very popular in Dau. These are a steady stream of money. Now it is just these 3 kinds of income. The palace can earn 3 million gills every month. But these silver coins seem to be a lot, but in fact they are evenly distributed to the various constructions in King Zhu. He does not have much silver left every month. The only thing that is gratifying is that after the money was spent, some results were finally seen. Now Qiandafu has successfully established limestone mines, coal mines, iron ore mines, and graphite mines. There are 1,000 slave miners in each mine, which basically meets the production needs of the workshop area. And the transportation of minerals also forced Fu to form a transportation team. The horse-drawn flatbed cart used by this transport team, a transport team with 300 carriages, basically solved the transportation problem in the country. As for the salt transport division mentioned by Xiaoming at the beginning, it was formally established under the urging of Pang Yukun. Now, relying on the advantage of relying on the sea, the salt transport division has established a large number of salt fields in the area of Dengzhou, purchased to make up for the quantity. Of course, the equipment department has made the most progress. When Chen was amazed by the overturning of the car, the equipment department finally gave birth to a cross-age weapon that will change the forging industry that has long been trapped by power. Hydraulic forging hammers. Chen Qi and Xiaoming repeated their scrutiny over the course of a month. Together with the precision parts produced by the lathe, the hydraulic forging hammer was finally born. For this reason, Xiaoming decisively refined the equipment department and established the first professional steel workshop in the workshop area. The craftsman in this workshop will only be responsible for the production and forging of steel. Various types of water-powered lathes and manual lathes established a lathe workshop, and also established a cement workshop, brick workshop, wine workshop, and perfume workshop. All workshops are assigned to the equipment department for unified scheduling. After mumbling to himself, thinking of his 4 or 5 months of accomplishments, I felt a little satisfied. Seeing Li Kaiyuan smiled and saw his teeth out of sight, he said, "Don't be happy too early. These orders are just their trial purchases. Your tasks below is very heavy." In the past month, in addition to cooperating with Chen Qi to produce hydraulic forging hammers, Xiaoming has not been able to pull down the affairs of the Bo and Xutang. These people under his hands have been called to the school to study. For Li Kaiyuan, what he taught was modern business knowledge. Your Majesty, don't worry, take it in advance, you must give it first. Tomorrow I will go to the fiefs of various vassals to lobby and let them encourage the rich and powerful families of the fiefs to purchase cattle power. Li Kaiyuan said. Xiaoming nodded. This is a business behavior he called Li Kaiyuan public relations. Remember, a really good businessman lies in buying a comb to a monk. Xiaoming said. The sale of commodities is about sales, Li Kaiyuan said smoothly. Xiaoming nodded. Li Kaiyuan learned all kinds of simple business knowledge very quickly, but Xiaoming still has a lot of things that he didn't teach him. Because he didn't use it temporarily, and when he used it, he would cut it. It's time for everyone to fleece. For him, the history of mankind is the history of war, and it is also the history of economy. War is for economy, and economy is for war. It's good to understand this. It doesn't matter if you spend money. Now your task is to promote that those famous ladies don't use soap or perfume without having a face to go out. Promote that those powerful are not drunk in King's and they can't get any other alcohol. Xiaoming said with a single glance. If the merchants of Dayu Kingdom think that he only has commodities, he will be underestimated. His layout has just begun, and the means of gathering the wealth of the world has just been used. Asked Li Kaiyuan to go to various places in the country to promote King Zhu's products, and at the same time he also approved Li Kaiyuan for public relations fees of millions of pls. Of course, these expenses are to get through officials from all over the country. After all, Dayu State is still an official. After the officials are dealt with, only his products can flow unimpeded. These officials can cooperate in promotion. I talked about some details with Li Kaiyuan. Li Kaiyuan left with enthusiasm. Xiaoming sat down at the table in the main hall, and wrote a series of business strategies. According to his plan, when soap is among the powerful and nobles, and when the country of Diau is known throughout the country, he will classify perfume, soap, and drunk King Zhu. At that time, soap of slightly lower quality will enter the people life. Since it is a business, of course, every consumer class must be considered. Xiaoming's principle has always been to do one thing to the extreme, formulated a sales strategy for King Zhu goods. Xiaoming walked out of the main hall and looked at the bright sunshine outside. The light cast down, and Xiaoming seemed to be covered with a faint layer of gold. The sowing season is approaching. Farming is the route of the thief, because the amount of food will mean how many people he can feed and how many troops he can build. As he was thinking, Pang Yukun brought a young scholar to him. This is the candidate of Kangzhou governor recommended by Pang Yukun to Xiaoming. Once this person arrives, he can attack Kangzhou governor Chai Lingwu. Komen Chang Yukun, see your highness. The young scholar bowed and saluted Xiaoming. Free gift. Xiaoming stretched out his hand to make a gesture of support. Pang Yukun said at this time, His Royal Highness, no matter who bought this Kangzhou governor, Chai Lingwu, but the evidence of smuggling war horses is conclusive, it should be punishable by law. Xiaoming's eyes are long, and now it is time to control his thief step by step. P.S. There is only one update today. Sorry, we will add it up 3 times tomorrow. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at for mobile users. Please to read. Chapter 71 Kill Kangzhou. The looting 3 years ago left this barbarian ruined city yet to recover from its trauma. The huge city of Kangzhou has a population of only 30,000. The population is declining, and the desolation of various industries is a true portrayal of Kangzhou at this time. However, since the government issued the order to open up farmland in winter, the number of people returning to Kangzhou to reclaim farmland has gradually increased. However, compared with the sparse population, the most people here are merchants who trade. Some of these merchants have official documents, and more are smuggling merchants without any documents. Great Chongqing has always controlled the trade of the barbarians very strictly. But facing the pressure of the barbarians, it has to open border trade, but some trade is strictly prohibited in Great Chongqing. One is coal and iron, and the other is horses. Generally speaking, trade involving war materials is prohibited unless there is a certificate issued by the government. The last time the Wang family mentioned trade with the barbarians in Xiaoming, it was because of their guilty conscience that they were involved in the trade of coal and iron. Different from the past, a team of well-equipped cavalry entered Kangzhou city at noon today, and the people in the city were almost frightened when they saw the armor on the cavalry. Because these cavalry are all wearing barbarian armor, and their horses are as thick as barbarian war horses. At first glance, they thought it was a barbarian cavalry entering the city. They didn't feel relieved until they saw the Kangzhou flag. On the order of Xiaoming, Lu led Kangzhou's elite cavalry to Kangzhou night and day, and arrived in Kangzhou city in 2 days and 1 night. This time he was ordered to take Kangzhou Governor Chai Lingwu and Kangzhou Governor Wai Tong to Kangzhou together. If the two resist, they can be killed on the spot. Entering Kangzhou city, Lu and his 30 cavalry rushed directly to the Kangzhou government office. These Chai Lingwu and Wai Tong, one is the son-in-law of the Qin family, and the other is the son-in-law of the Wai family. In Lu's view, these two are not good things, and these 4 wealthy families deserve 1,000 cuts. 3 years ago, the barbarians invaded. When the iron hoofs of the barbarians trampled on the land of the 6 states, the people wailed in pain under the iron hoofs of the barbarians, while the local wealthy families hid in their homes, summoning their homes to defend themselves. At that time, there were no more than 2,000 barbarian cavalrymen who entered the 6 states, and the 4 tribes were nearly 10,000, but these powerful tribes were all worried about their tribes and refused to resist. It wasn't until he led 3,000 soldiers to defeat the barbarian vanguard forces in a battle in Kangzhou. The 4 tribes that learned the news were late. Chai Lingwu and Wai Tong, who first entered the city of Kangzhou at that time, saw the barbarian retreat and joined the remnants of encirclement and suppression. Barbarian cavalry. After that, the two claimed their first merits. The Qin family also invited the king of Qi back to Kangzhou. At that time, the king of Qi had just been driven back from Qing'an, and he was shocked. Seeing that the city of Kangzhou was retaken, Chai Lingwu was indiscriminately sealed as Kangzhou governor and Wai Tong was the governor of Kangzhou. They held Kangzhou for 3 full years. Lu could understand the feelings of King Qi at that time. The army with limited fiefdom and the battle of the barbarians suffered heavy losses, and he could only rely on the tribes of the local wealthy tribes, which was exactly what he thought. At that time, except King Zhu. The other 5 states were controlled by the 4. Hey, I didn't expect you to have today. The horse galloped. Luf's heart was extremely happy. In the past 3 years, he dared not say anything. How could Kang Zhu, who had been exchanged for the blood of thousands of soldiers, be handed over to such a stubborn man? Now that Xiaoming ordered, these 2 killings were finally going to be killed. When he arrived at the Kangzhou government office, Luf dismounted and entered the government office. The sound was like a hongzong, and roared, "Where is the history of Chai Si? Your Highness has an order, come and listen." There were few people in the government office, and one of the officers whispered, "Return to Captain Lu, Chai Sishi is not here." "No, where is he?" Lu Feibao's eyes opened angrily. "Quickly say, a major event has been delayed. Take care of you." The guards were so scared that their souls were dissipated. The last time Luf came to Kangzhou for a few days, he had naturally seen it, and 3 years ago, Luf's vicious name had already been spread. He knew it well and was so scared. "How dare you!" Not to mention, the governor and the captain went to Bikhan Garden in the city. Ha! 2 killers. Luf strode out of the government office, mounted his horse with a whip, and shouted, "Come with me and surround me with Bikhan Garden." Yes, 30 horses roared in unison, and there was a roar of horseshoes. There was relieved. Seeing Luf's posture, "I'm afraid something went wrong." He hurried out of the palace and went to the Dudu's palace. At this time in Bikhan Garden, Chai Lingwu and Wai Tongxing pushed their cups and crossed their cups, each lying in their arms a flower-like jade woman. Opposite them was a businessman in Chinese clothes. "Chai Sishi, Governor Wai, I would like to thank the 2 for the help of the horses so that the 1,000 horses can be sent out of the city smoothly. This is a gift from the King of Wai to the 2. Please accept it." The businessman raised his hand and thanked him. Chai Lingwu led the merchant to open the wooden box, which was full of gold ingots. Wai Tong met, and Chai Lingwu looked at each other, and the 2 nodded slightly. Since the 2 entered Kangzhou, the border trade inside and outside Kangzhou city, the smuggling merchants have always looked at the 2 men's heads, and they often need to send money to pass unimpeded. In just 3 years, the 2 searched hundreds of thousands of liang of silver. The 3 of them were raising their glasses to each other, and suddenly there was a sound of people calling Marcy outside, and then there was a woman's scream on the first floor of Bikhan Garden. Before they could react, the door of the room was kicked open. Luf put his right hand on the handle of the knife and walked in. "Lieutenant Lu." Both Chai Lingwu and Wai Tong were surprised. The 2 recovered. Wai Tong said displeased, "Lieutenant Lu, why are you here?" "What do you mean by this?" Chai Lingwu is also contemptuous. The 2 are far away in Kangzhou, and they don't know the changes in Kingzhou at all. They looked down on Luf's reckless husband because of the identity of the local clans. Luf saw the situation in the house. The table was full of delicacies, and the charming beauty was lying in their arms. He was irritated by Wai Tong's perfunctory construction of the core, and he was so irritated that he had been reluctant to farm the fields, thinking that his soldiers were working hard in the fields and eating only a few bowls of gruel. But then he laughed suddenly and said, offend. The day before yesterday, he received the order of the Qi King, so he came to Kangzhou and learned that the 2 were here. So he came to declare the order." Seeing Luf's smile, Wai Tong was proud of him. No matter how Luf was in the army, he didn't come from a very young person, and ultimately it depends on their faces. He said lightly, "I wonder what your highness has ordered." "Don't you dare to tell me." "Your Highness Nian, who has been responsible for guarding Kangzhou for 3 years with the 2, specially asked me to reward the 2, and the 1 for the 2. Luf still smiled. Chai Lingwu and Wai Tong looked at each other and smiled. The businessman across from the 2 heard a casual sneer at the corners of their mouths. These 2 people are in Kangzhou. They're connected to the Wai King inside and the barbarians outside. The Qi King now wants to reward the 2. It is really absurd. The most useless of the princes. Luf said at this time, "Kangzhou Governor Chai Lingwu, Kangzhou Governor Wai Tong listens to the order." Chai Lingwu and Wai Tong stood up, bowed and said, "The minister is here." Chai Lingwu, Wai Tong, as the governor of Kangzhou, didn't think about holding sides, but secretly colluded with merchants to smuggle war horses, filled his pockets, and violated the king's army. Nian Dao here, Chai Ling Wu and White Tong were shocked. White Tong immediately put his hand on the hilt of his waist, but the soldier following Luf immediately stepped forward and pressed the two to the ground. With immediate effect, the governor will be removed from the post of governor, and he will be taken to King's prison. If there is any violation, the decision will be taken. Luf, you are talking nonsense. I don't believe this is an order from your highness. I want to see your highness. Chai Ling Wu shouted. White Tong threatened. Luf, this Kangzu defender is half of my Qin family trilogy. If you dare to touch my hair, you don't want to get out of Kangzu City. As soon as his voice fell, there was a whistling sound downstairs, followed by the noise of soldiers. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all here for mobile phone users. Please go to read. Chapter 72 Pool of Blood. Ha ha ha, my people are here. Luf, let me see what you can do with me. Luf remained silent, and suddenly he drew the knife with his right hand. Suddenly a silver light flashed, and the two people's heads grumbled to the businessman. Ah, murder! The two young women screamed out of the room in panic. The businessman turned pale with fright, and vomited again and again. Luf said loudly at this time, Chai Ling Wu, White Tong led the soldiers to mutiny, and I have killed them. Downstairs, the cavalry from Kingzu was surrounded by 100 people. The two sides pushed each other with great intentions. At this time, only two black things rolled in front of them. When they looked closely, they discovered that it was the heads of Chai Ling Wu and White Tong, and they were shocked. Then he saw Luf, covered in blood, walking out like a murderous god. The two thieves have already put down their weapons, and this school lieutenant will spare you his life, otherwise he will be treated as a rebellion. The soldiers saw that the main general was dead, and Luf was so prestigious in the army that they dropped their weapons one by one. With a cold snort, Luf asked the soldiers to wrap the heads of the two men and hurried back to Kingzu overnight with more than 30 people. In order to quickly take Chai Ling Wu, the cavalry all had 1 man and 4 horses. At noon the next day, he took the heads of Chai Ling Wu and White Tong to the Qi Palace. Kill? Xiaoming asked when he saw the linen soaked in blood. Luf nodded and recounted the situation at the time. At this time, Pang Yukun brought Chang Yukun to the Qi Palace, and Chang Yukun said at this time, Your Highness, these two should be killed. This Chang Yukun had just arrived for only 3 days. Xiaoming didn't know much about him, and said, Why should you kill? Don't mention the smuggling of war horses. It's just that these two people mixed the rich tribe into the defenders of Kangzu. They should be killed. If you continue like this, is this Kangzu still your Royal Highness Kangzu? In case the barbarians come again, these two don't people abandon the city and flee? Don't forget, Your Highness, that the guards back then came from the local rich family. Chang Yukun said. Xiaoming nodded. Just killing people like this will make them dissatisfied. Now the Qin family is still strong. If they secretly oppose the king, it is not a joke. Since your Royal Highness dared to move the two of them, he must be very sure of the truth of sitting on the mountain and watching tigers fight. I am afraid that your Royal Highness understands better than the grassroots. Chang Yukun said. Well, it makes sense. Xiaoming said. This Chang Yukun has already seen that he is taking advantage of the conflicts of the big family. He said, This Kangzu is a border town. Don't be careless. Wait for the case between Chai Ling Wu and White Tong. Next, you can go to Kangzu. Your Highness Xi, Chang Yukun said. He is also a man of fame and fame. However, he has no background. After waiting for 3 years, he still has no official or part-time job. Because he admires Pang Yukun's integrity, after receiving Pang Yukun's letter, he decided to drag his family to Kingzu. Pang Yukun said at this time, His Royal Highness, when Chai Ling Wu and White Tong die, the Wang family will definitely come to recommend them. At that time, I hope that His Highness will not be deceived by the Wang family. Xiaoming's face turned black, and this Pang Yukun still didn't believe in his own morals. He said, At this time, the king has decided that he will not choose another person. Pang Yukun nodded, and walked away with Chang Yukun. Before Luf left in the main hall, Xiaoming watched Lu speechlessly for a while. This fierce general was really a bit fierce, and he killed the two without any explanation. This king would like to interrogate the two of them. It's good for you. Now there is no proof, Xiaoming said in a spirited voice. Lu chuckled and said, His Royal Highness, this is not necessarily true. I also arrested a merchant who had secretly communicated with the two of them. He was in the King's Zoo prison. If your Royal Highness is not at ease, he will be able to interrogate him. You are still rough and fine. By the way, this time Wei Tong was killed and the Kangzhou governor was vacant. You should choose the best from the Kingzhou army and hire someone who can be used for the post, and there must be no one who cannot be controlled. Xiaoming said. Not only Kangzhou, now Xiaoming is not worried about other states except Kingzhou, because these states and counties are basically people from the four great families. This time, using the contradiction between Wang and Qin's family, he will completely clean Kangzhou, and other states need him to make full use of the fuse of this conflict. What Chang Yukun said is very clear. He just wants to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight and take the opportunity to make a profit. Instructed Lu to send capable people to Kangzhou, and he asked Lu to list the newly recruited soldiers as the new army, and the new army was directly under his jurisdiction, and the governors of other states had no right to intervene. In this way, he can use the new army to restrain the army of other states and counties, but if Kingzhou and Kangzhou are taken, other states and counties can't toss a big wave. The only thing he worried about was the backlash of the Qin family. Both Chai Lingwu and Wei Tong were members of the Qin family. Lu left, as Pang Yukun said, after the news of Chai Lingwu and Wei Tong fuse spread. The Wang family really sent someone to recommend the Wang family to replace the Kangzhou governor and Kangzhou governor. Kangzhou is a piece of fat. Everyone knows that this time the Qin family has suffered a heavy loss, and the Wang family naturally wants to take a further advantage. But they no longer have anything that can impress Xiaoming, and Xiaoming is no longer a feudal king who could buy it for 10,000 taels of silver. The Wangs touched their noses and left, when Li San walked in. How is it? Is there anything in the Qin family? Xiaoming asked. Li San and Wang Xuan now belong to his left and right secret guards. Now he has arranged for them in Kingzhou City. The easiest way is to ask about them in the streets. You reading www.yukanzu.com. The second is to let slaves play various ordinary roles in the city as eyes and ears. And it is still very difficult to insert eyeliner directly inside the four giants, and they don't think it can be done at present. The lower officials kept people staring at the Qin family. During this period of time, there were many branches in and out of the Qin family, and they seemed to be discussing something important. Li San said, Well, keep staring. If you find a chance, it is best to put your eyeliner in the Qin's house. Xiaoming said. Li San answered, turned and left. Wang Xuan, who had been waiting outside the door just now, walked in, and gave him a cold look on his face. There was a joke, and Li San curled his mouth. This Wang Xuan was silent, and he couldn't get a fart on his tripod, so he couldn't get along with him. His Royal Highness, Wang Chengguan, is very happy now, but his refusal of the candidate he recommended made him a little angry. There are many complaints in the mansion, and there is no other movement for the time being. Wang Xuan's voice was naturally hoarse, and he said every word. Happy? It's too early for them to be happy. You said it is true that Wang An, the governor of Dengzhou, killed 72 people of the Fang family and occupied his acres? Xiaoming asked. Wang Xuan is a member of the Wang family. The activities underneath are clear. The Qin family suffered a loss this time, and they must be anxious to retaliate against the Wang family. The Qin family lost a governor and a governor. They must also want the Wang family to lose equal benefits. Xiaoming is now looking for evidence for the Qin family, and secretly cannibalizing the forces of the two families. When they suddenly reacted one day, he had already controlled the army and government offices in the 6 states. Even if they are making noise, they are the grandson monkeys in the hands of the Buddha, unable to find Wazishan. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read the latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all in new reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read Chapter 73 Reaction. Pass this matter to the Qin family secretly. Remember, you must not let the Qin family suspect that someone else revealed it deliberately. Xiaoming said. Wang Xuan was calm as usual. His Royal Highness, when this happened, I was being sent to Dengzhou to collect the account. Wang and banquet. I also went. At the banquet, he was drunk. Tell the matter, and there is also where the bones of the 72 people are buried. This time, I need to dig out the bones and build momentum in Dengzhou. Naturally, the Qin family will send someone to investigate. At that time, I quietly left evidence. Xiaoming nodded. This Wang Xuan is indeed very motivated. People who have survived hard times have different spirits. Very well, you are most familiar with the Wang family. I hope you can arrange the eyeliner to go in as soon as possible. Xiaoming reminded Wang Xuan as well as Li San. Back to your highness. I have already inserted my eyeliner at Wang's house. Wang Xuan remained calm as usual. Xiaoming was surprised. Yes, this is less than a month. You have already done it, but it is much faster than Li San. Wang Xuan said, His Royal Highness, it's just a coincidence that the next official is just a coincidence. There is a family in the king's family called Wang Qing. When I was at the Wang's family, I had an affair with him and Wang Chengchu's concubine. This time I just took advantage of this. Oh, Xiaoming stretched out the voice. Wang Chengchu, an old thing, has a concubine in his family who is not 20 or 30. He definitely can't cope with that much. It is normal to have 1 or 2 fishy. With the eyeliner in Wang's house, Xiaoming was overjoyed. He is most afraid of the local rich family. If he can't keep abreast of what they are doing and what they think, it would be hard to sleep and eat. Although he has given these rich and powerful people a lot of benefits now, these are only used to temporarily confuse them, and he must be prepared with both hands. If they reflect that this is just a slow-down strategy, and their real purpose is to eradicate them, his fief will inevitably experience a baptism of fire and blood. It's just that Xiaoming doesn't want to end with this ending, because it will seriously lag the development of the fief. He only hopes that the way of boiling frogs in warm water will allow the local wealthy to slowly withdraw from the stage of history and comfort. Qin's house. At this time, Qin Quan became tired from the storm. Chai Lingwu was the son-in-law of his second daughter, and Wai Tong's youngest daughter's husband was also Wai Hong's third son. Chai Lingwu and Wai Tong were killed overnight. His 2 daughters suddenly became widows. Wai Hong found him in a rage and asked him to summon a trilogy to kill Luf and avenge his son. But calm down, he knew that the culprit of this incident was not King Qi. Brother Qin, what are you still hesitating? Luf deceived people too much. Although King Qi wanted to punish my family Wai Tong, he did not order him to be killed directly. I was already dissatisfied with Luf. I only need you and me to see your highness. Let Luf pay for his life. Wai Hong said angrily. Qin Quan Yun gritted his teeth with hatred, but he said, Luf was wrong in this matter, but the Wang family was the driving force behind it. It was they who killed Wai Chong and Chai Lingwu. Luf was always reckless, and Qin family trilogy came again. With Luf's character, it's impossible not to execute His Highness's order to make a decisive decision. Even if we go to find His Highness will protect Luf, and if His Highness pursues the Qin family's placement of trilogy in the Kangzhou defenders, you and my family will definitely suffer. Wang Chengchu, you are too cruel. Wai Hong smashed the table severely, and the tea on the table was spilled all over the floor. So how can I bear it? I can't bear it. It was Luf who killed the people, but the instigator was the Wang family. He caused a heavy loss to our 2 families, and we must treat it as a tooth for a tooth. Qin Quan Yun said. Under impulsiveness, Wai Hong directed his grievance at Xiaoming, and after thinking about it, he gradually recalled, hey, it's the thoughtfulness of Brother Qin, and now I am most afraid that His Royal Highness United will do something to our 2 families. It's really overwhelming. You finally understand. Now that His Royal Highness has silver, a new army, and the Emperor's trust again, The King Y in the south must give the Emperor some face and take care of King Qi. The current King Qi is no longer the previous King Qi. This incident is a capital crime after all. In your Highness's opinion, this is absolutely intolerable. We are going to make trouble at this time. How will your Highness treat my family? Rebellion? Wei Hong heard the words, a layer of cold sweat on his forehead, and now he really realizes how powerful it is. I'm reckless, but Wei Trong is my son. I am really unwilling. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. This king's family is so against us, not to fight for the interests of the Chamber of Commerce. Now the most important thing is silver. As long as we have silver, we can buy more land and expand our trilogy. So now we have to deal with the Wang family, not the Qi Wang. King Kun Yun said, in this matter, not only can we coerce His Highness to kill Aloof, but we should also go and plead. Wei Hong nodded. Finally, I will go to the Qi Palace with Brother Qin. After that, the two got up and went to the Qi Palace, and Li San arranged to stare at the Qin family, and quickly brought the news to Xiaoming. Knowing this, he was still a little worried that it would cause a backlash from the Qin family. A stone fell on the ground in his heart. He was not afraid of the scheming King Kun Yun, but it was afraid of the somewhat stunned Wei Hong. Because Leng Tuking only looks at the surface, he must tear his face for this matter, and King Kun Yun can see something deeper in this way. He can lead the conflict to the Wang family and let the two families interact with each other. Instead of letting him withstand pressure. Although he has recruited new recruits now, but these recruits are also training fields and training. The most deadly thing is that they have not been forced to use any weapons. They are also a group of cannon fodder. They really want everyone to tear their faces and do it. That is also killing 1,000 enemies. Lose yourself 800. But once he waits for the plate armor and other equipment to equip the King's army and trains for a few months, then he will no longer be afraid of the armed forces of the local wealthy tribe. King Kun Yun and Wei Hong arrived at the Prince of Qi mansion soon. King Kun Yun naturally blamed himself. In addition, he criticized Chai Ling Wu and Wei Tong and made it clear that it was not the instigation of the Qin and Wei families, but their own. The behavior of the two of you, please. Since it has nothing to do with the Qin and Wei family, and the lamp goes out, this king will no longer pursue the matter. I hope you two can do their jobs. Xiaoming's last words contained a warning. King Kun Yun and Wei Hong said at the same time, I will follow the instructions of your highness. You go back. Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief, and the first step was finally successfully completed, and Wang Xuan should do it next. The two responded and left the Qi Palace together. Looking at the backs of the two leaving, Xiaoming frowned. The fact that the Qin family's interlude in the Kangzhou army made him feel a little uneasy, because he always felt that this incident was far from simple Chai Ling Wu and Wei Tong personal actions. Thinking of this, he asked the astad to prepare the horse. This hydraulic forging hammer has just been manufactured. The craftsman is adapting to this kind of hydraulic machinery. He needs to go to the steel mill to personally supervise and realize the production of plate armor as soon as possible. For business and military affairs, both hands must be grasped, and both hands must be hard. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at for mobile users. Please visit Read. Chapter 74 Assembly Line Kingzhou City North. When Xiaoming arrived at the steel workshop, he called the craftsman to teach the effective use of this hydraulic forging hammer. This steel workshop is all made of blue bricks. On the one hand, this structure effectively prevents fires and is also strong enough. These blue bricks came from a brick kiln in the workshop area. At first, Xiaoming's goal was red bricks, but he gradually discovered that the use of red bricks in this era was a bit wasteful, and blue bricks were enough. In this way, it can also save costs. The material for building various workshops is naturally cement. Since the limestone mine provided enough limestone, he began to burn cement for the construction of the workshop area. And in the workshop area, several main arterial roads are all made of cement pavement, which makes the workshop area very clean and convenient for transportation. The appearance of these two building materials has long attracted the attention of Kingzhou businessmen, But Xiaoming has no plans to open these two technologies to the outside world. However, he believes that the material of blue bricks is easy to master. It is estimated that merchants can use clay to make them just by seeing it. After all, the pottery and porcelain industry in the country of Dau is still very developed, and this cannot be concealed. But cement is different. First is limestone ore, and second is the firing process. Without any of these, cement cannot be produced. It's just that although the businessmen are discussing these two things, they are not very interested, because in their opinion, the value of these two things is not high, far inferior to perfume. Soap can bring practical benefits to them. There is no concept of real estate here. Assembly line means that everyone is only responsible for the production of their own parts, and these parts are assembled at the end, so every production team will get the hydraulic forging hammer. Faced with the craftsmen of the steel workshop, Xiaoming taught the concept of assembly line production to up them. In the past, the work habit of craftsmen was that everyone was responsible for making a set of armor, but this method will be eliminated under industrial production. Chen Qi and Chen Wenlong nodded secretly. They had never thought of this production method, but as soon as Xiaoming proposed it, they immediately understood the superiority of this method. Each group of craftsmen focus on their own accessories, so that craftsmen can quickly become familiar with the products in their hands. The speed of forging is very fast and practice makes perfect, and the speed will be greatly improved. In the workshop, I explained the concept of assembly line. Xiaoming called Chen Qi and said, "You are familiar with craftsmen. Now that the forging hammers are out, we will divide the craftsmen into groups today." Chen Qi didn't understand how Xiaoming was stimulated today. Some time ago, he was a little negligent in the workshop, and he suddenly seemed to be beaten up. He had to personally guide everything. But when he thinks about it carefully, he understands that he knows too little. Sometimes he really admires this King Qi, because he seems to have endless ideas. Xiaoming supervised the scene. Chen Qi naturally did not dare to be sloppy. According to the work that each craftsman is good at, the craftsmen in the steel mill were turned into 10 teams, and each team was responsible for a process. The craftsmen in the steel workshop are mostly slaves, and each group is led by a skilled craftsman. Skilled workers now also have a problem with Xiaoming, because this is not a problem that can be solved by the transfer of knowledge. Although the Department of Equipment allows skilled craftsmen to train them, most of them are only at the level of apprentices. Hey, trouble. Where is this craftsman going to find? Xiaoming muttered to himself. Chen Wenlong said at this time, His Royal Highness, the artisans are of course the fastest plundered in the war. In the past years, the barbarians looted from Dau, and I don't know how many skilled craftsmen were looted. I used a torch. This barbarian has learned very quickly. This flame tube has only appeared in my country for decades, and this barbarian has learned it all. Xiaoming was worried. Today this era belongs to the 17th century, but the firearms of Dau are still in the preliminary stage. This fire tube is also the most primitive level. It only shoots stone bullets and has a range of less than 100 meters. But even so, these fire tubes are attacking. The city also has quite a shocking effect. Chen Wenlong also frowned. The northern barbarians are becoming stronger and stronger, and their national power is gradually not losing to Dau. Goryeo, who had previously surrendered to Dau, has now turned to the barbarians. Goryeo. Xiaoming sneered. This stick country has always been a clumsy wall. Even in modern times, dogs can't change it. Xiaoming remembers the historical records of the Great Yu Kingdom. When the Great Yu Kingdom was first established, Goryeo sent his current ministers to congratulate him. I didn't expect to have changed the master now. Don't mention this, Goryeo. Just say this Japanese country. When the Great Yu state was prosperous, my Japanese country paid tribute to the Great Yu state every year, in exchange for countless gold and silver gifts. And now, this Japanese country has been repeatedly bullied by the barbarians. Not only does he not think about his old friends, but he also feels disrespectful. He often robs the coast of my country in Dau. In any era, There are people with lofty ideals who sigh for the destiny of the country. Although Chen Wenlong doesn't talk much, he is also a man with a family and a country in his heart. Witnessing the humiliation of the people of Dau by foreigners, I felt indignant. However, Dau is still indulged in a dream of a heavenly country, and the prosperity of the South has made officials indulge in gentle hometown and not enterprising, turning a blind eye to the constant crisis. The memory in Xiaoming's mind came. In his memory, there is not much knowledge about Korea and war, but it is certain that these two countries have also undergone some changes due to the changes in the history of butterflies. Goryeo at this time in history should have been called North Korea, but this name was given by Xuanzang to the Li dynasty of North Korea, and this Li dynasty was also a dynasty born from the overthrow of the Goryeo dynasty with the support of the Ming dynasty. But in this place, there is no Yuan dynasty, and there is no Xuanzang, with the support of the barbarians. The Wang dynasty of Goryeo continues to this day, and the name of Goryeo has naturally not changed. As for the Japanese invasion of Goryeo, this happened. The history of the Great Yu Kingdom did not seem to have much influence on the isolated island of Wa, and the era of Toyotomi Hideyoshi's rule still appeared to expand abroad. But this time the Wa country was defeated by the barbarians, and it was precisely because of this that the Wa country became more and more contemptuous of the Great Yu country. Now the Japanese country has entered the era of the Tokugawa shogunate. Historically, barbarians have always been afraid of might but not morals. It is precisely because of this that the Japanese pirates, the Ronin, saw that the country was prosperous and weak, and repeatedly robbed them. Chen Bingkao doesn't need to sigh. Talk is not true, and self-pity can't change the current situation. If the king is strong, how can he be afraid of the captives and barbarians? Xiaoming said. His Royal Highness thought that if the same is true for the officials, wouldn't it be no different from those literati and inexperiencers who talk about saving the country? Chen Wenlong said. Xiaoming nodded. This is what he meant. Truth is only within the range of the canon. This is his truth. Welcome to read the latest, fastest and hottest serial works. Mobile phone users, please go to read Chapter 75. Surrounding countries. The assembly line production of the iron and steel workshop is officially implemented, and the production mode of other workshops naturally needs to be changed. For this reason, Xiaoming specially wrote a production organization plan. The knowledge in his mind can not only be transmitted, of course, it can also be presented on paper, so that other people can learn through words instead of relying solely on his own professor. During this period, Xiaoming used the wealth of knowledge in the science and technology library and his own understanding to write down many technical books, and these books were strictly kept for reference and study. In addition to the steel workshop, Xiaoming also went to other workshops this time to correct the mistakes in the production process. This workshop area is Xiaoming's pilot project. If the workshop area model is successful, the workshop area will continue to expand. After all, he has only a few workshops until now, and these workshops are far from satisfying to be completely expelled. Great Chongqing country with consumption potential. So the next step, Xiaoming's plan is to expand, copy more steel workshops, more wineries, until saturation. However, expansion requires silver and sufficient labor. This is also the reason why Xiaoming and Chen Wenlong feel that there are not enough craftsmen. Chen Wenlong said that a war is the fastest way to get a craftsman. Of course, he understands, but if he uses his current ability to start a war, it is the same as the old lady who eats arsenic and seeks death. But this also reminds Xiaoming that he may not need to participate in the war himself, but just buy it with money. And now the barbarians who enjoy the war bonus the most are the barbarians. Whether it is the raid of the Great Yu Kingdom, the oppression of Goryeo, or the war with the Ottoman Empire in Central Asia, the barbarians looted a large number of slaves every year. In Xiaoming's opinion, the barbarians have very clever warfare methods. After analyzing many cases of barbarian warfare, he found that there will always be massacres and barbarian wars. This is a kind of war intimidation, similar to contemporary Mongolian war methods. After conquering a national tribe, the barbarians will organize a slave army, that is, a modern pseudo-army, use the pseudo-army to consume the opponent's strength, and finally take action by themselves. At present, the barbarians have wiped out 15 large and small tribes and countries in the grassland and the western regions, until they encountered the strong enemy of the Ottoman Empire. Because the history of this time and space only changed after the Han Dynasty, Europe did not avoid being destroyed by the Xiongnu who moved westward. In the Liang Dynasty before the dynasty, the grassland tribes that rose on the grassland moved westward again in the War of the Liang Dynasty. Persian merchants from the west described the second terrible invasion of Central Asia and Europe by nomads. In Xiaoming's view, it was 50 years earlier than contemporary Mongolia's invasion of Europe. It was precisely because the steppe tribe of the Liang dynasty replaced the butterfly effect of Mongolia's invasion of Europe that Xiaoming worried that the historical process of Europe would not take place. Change. But this is only his guess. But the birth of the Ottoman Empire is enough to explain some problems. As for today's barbarians, in Xiaoming's eyes, they are nothing more than Jurchen tribes, because the war between the Liang dynasty and the grassland tribes led to the westward migration of the grassland owners to give this tribe a chance to occupy the northern grasslands. Now, coupled with the half-agricultural and half-pastoral lifestyle, this ethnic group is truly strong. The eventful autumn, Xiaoming murmured, although the development trajectory of the barbarians has changed. The Hulu's nature is difficult and easy. Maybe he is facing an enemy more fierce and powerful than contemporary Daming. That's why he was not in the mood to play imperial hegemony with those elders and younger brothers, but recharged his energy to meet the fiercest storm. Coming out of the workshop area, Xiaoming didn't return to the palace, but went to Xiaoqing, where his property was. At this time, Luf was reclaiming wasteland with his soldiers, rolling up his sleeves, and did not have the tension of killing two wealthy boys. Hey, this is a rib. Xiaoming sighed. If this Luf had done what other vassals did, his head would have been chopped off many times. Go and take a look, Xiaoming said to Zhao Long and Zhao Hu. Spring is about to start. Some crops can be grown on this land. Xiaoming is thinking about what to grow. Grain is naturally the main thing, but things like cotton can also be grown. In the early spring, people, like snakes, seem to wake up from hibernation. Throughout the winter, Xiaoming didn't want to go anywhere. One is the road closure due to heavy snow, the other is utterly cold. Now he can finally ride his horse and let the cold wind hit his face. At this time, there is still some remaining snow on the bank of Xiaoqing River, but there is no ice on the surface of the river, and occasionally a few wild ducks can be seen swimming around in the river water. In front of him was 3,000 new troops, hundreds of cattle working in the fields. The mud flies. The smell of spring mud gives people a natural taste, endless. The cultivated land that has been cultivated is the credit of the construction of the core. His Royal Highness. When Luf saw Xiaoming coming over, he ran barefoot from the mud to the ridge. How about, Your Highness, isn't it okay here? It's pretty good. Have you all cultivated my land? No, but not too many. Make sure to cultivate and play before spring plowing, Luf assured. Xiaoming patted Luf on the shoulder, and saw a soldier passing by driving cattle to plow the field. He suddenly became interested and said, "Let this king try." The soldier was taken aback and stood there, not knowing what to do below, but looked at Luf. Luf said in amazement, "His Royal Highness wants to drive cattle? This is the work of the villagers. His Royal Highness is the King of Qi, which is a loss of status." Xiaoming doesn't care about his status or status, not to mention that the contemporary leader does not make a show. Although he is not a show, just for fun, this is also an opportunity to have a heart-to-heart with the soldiers. Maybe in future history books, there will be a good story about him and the soldiers sharing weal and woe. Therefore, in Xiaoming's view, such activities should be attended more often. This is also an opportunity to establish an image in the military. Maybe it. When Xiaoming spoke, he took the rope from the soldier's hand and drove the cattle skillfully. In his previous life, Xiaoming was also a child in the southern ravines. When he was a child, He had often dealt with buffaloes. At this time, he was no stranger to the rope and drove the cattle skillfully. Luff and a group of soldiers were even more surprised, each of them dumbfounded. The king of Qi once again changed their image in their hearts. This is Luff shouting to the soldiers who are plowing in the field, "Everyone, work harder. His Royal Highness Qi will personally go down the field and farm with us. Before spring plowing, we must cultivate this land." The soldiers in the distance didn't know the situation here, but the news spread quickly, and they immediately began to whisper. But then, they seemed to have infinite strength again to get up and running. Xiaoming's unattainable image has also become closer in their hearts. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at mobile phone users. Please go to read. Chapter 76 Interrogation 3 or 2 Peach blossoms outside the bamboo. Spring River plumbing duck profit. Withered and short reed sprouts all over the ground. It is when the pufferfish wants to go. This poem comes from Sushi in the Song Dynasty, but this situation and this scene make Xiaoming sigh with emotion how much it fits with the time. Leading the farm cow for a distance of 1 acre, Xiaoming returned the farm cow to the soldier. At this time, he was tired and sweating. Primitive agriculture without modern machinery, spring plowing and autumn harvesting were very tiring. Luff laughed and walked over. His Royal Highness. The general thought that His Royal Highness would only shoot dogs and horses, but he did not expect that he would be a good hand when he started farm work. Xiaoming almost said that when I was a child, I used to say this, but reacted and said, "How difficult is this?" I just learned from the soldiers. Recalling his childhood in his previous life, Xiaoming was even a little bit sad, because he didn't know who his parents were since he was a child, and he has always been with the grandmother who raised him. Unfortunately, after he worked for a year, Grandma also went. Is precisely because of this, after he came here, he didn't care much, and quickly adapted to it. Even so, His Royal Highness is probably the first prince who can cultivate land in Dayu. Luff laughed, then changed the conversation, and said, "Your Royal Highness, the agricultural production of the construction corps is no problem. But in this free time, you also have to train, don't you?" This King Zuami's armor. When he was working, Luff kept talking but stopped talking. "It turned out to be this," he said, "what I promised will be done. At the end of next month, the first batch of plate armor, crossbow arrows, and Modao will arrive at King Zu camp." Modao? Crossbow arrows? Why not bows and arrows? Xiaoming only agreed to equip the King Zuami, but Luff was still unclear about the specific equipment. Now that Xiaoming said it, he couldn't help but wonder. "Today is also early. Tomorrow I will take you to see for myself what Modao is," Xiaoming said. Luff said in surprise, "His Royal Highness." King Zuami was really scared, and seeing weapons and equipment was as excited as a wolf seeing meat. Washing the mud on his legs in the water of Xiaoqing, Xiaoming got up to leave. And when he raised his eyes, he suddenly saw a huge black shadow rushing past. He looked carefully. It turned out to be a huge carp. After the carp, a large school of fish swims past. The unpolluted natural environment allows the fish to multiply freely here, which makes him suddenly feel the pastoral feeling of lonely boat Ning Li Wang. "I have been busy during this time, but proper leisure is also necessary." He wondered if Chenchi would hook himself out to fish. Thinking along the way, Xiaoming walked towards the palace. Now the thief is embarrassed. Farming is naturally part of it, but breeding is also part of agriculture. This part has been ignored for a long time. Many people say that the lack of horses in the Song dynasty caused the lack of horse breeding grounds. However, the chaotic horse governance of the Song dynasty is also difficult to shirk responsibility. Xiaoming also felt the importance of the breeding industry from this incident of buying farm cattle. So after farming, the task he gave to the production teams of various states and counties was to breed cattle, sheep, mules, horses, chickens, fish, and pigs. Back at the palace, Xiaoming simply ate and was about to write a decree on breeding. At this time, Zixuan came over and said to Xiaoming, "His Royal Highness, when you were away in the afternoon, The people of His Royal Highness Wang arrived at the palace in the afternoon. Let the slave servants report to His Royal Highness that King Y will arrive in Qingzhou 5 days later to meet His Highness. Wang Y visit me? Xiaoming seemed to hear a big joke. This Uncle Y Huang has not given him any real help since he came here. Even 3 years ago, he did the same activities as the local rich family. Gathered soldiers and horses to defend themselves at the border, but did not send a soldier to Xiaoming's fief. And with regard to cultivating cattle, he put himself together again, constantly raising the price of cultivating cattle, causing himself to lose more than 100,000 tals of silver. Now he actually condescends to visit him. After thinking about it carefully, Xiaoming suddenly understood that the purpose of this king of Y was not simple. The businessman Luf captured from Kangzhou was still in Qingzhou prison. The king of Y came here so soon. It seems that this businessman has a lot of goods in his stomach, and he needs to have a trial. After dropping the pen and paper, Xiaoming sent someone to find Luf and interrogated the businessman named Zuzu overnight. Qingzhou prison. This is a cell located on the street next to the Qingzhou army. It is under the jurisdiction of the Qingzhou government. People who are caught in the department in the city are usually held here. Because the Qingzhou army station is next door, few people in Qingzhou DA prison have always dared to make ideas. Therefore, Luf will boldly imprison this businessman. In it, Your Highness, this is the businessman, Luf said. The dim light in the Qingzhou prison was flickering, and the aisles of the cell were dark and damp, with a disgusting smell of rottenness, mixed with rotten food and a disgusting smell of feces. Zutsu was detained in the innermost position. Unlike the malaise of other prisoners, he was on the contrary a relaxed and complacent look, as if he could leave at any time. Zutsu, you are enjoying yourself, Luf roared. At this time, Zutsu, who was lying on his side on the ground, stood up and walked to the cell door. He glanced at Luf, then at Xiaoming, and said, "This must be His Royal Highness Qi Wang." "See you, Cominets Zuzu." "Your Highness." Xiaoming stared at Zutsu interestingly and said, "How do you know that I am King of Qi?" In this Qingzhou city, Lieutenant Luf can also follow the people behind him. You reading www.yuukanzu.com is probably only the King of Qi. You observe carefully. It seems that you are also a smart person. Then this king will just say, "Are you instructed by King Y to smuggle war horses?" What is the purpose of the King Y smuggling war horses? Zutsu laughed upon hearing the words. "His Royal Highness, do you think I will risk offending King Y and tell you this? Aren't you afraid to offend me?" Xiaoming said coldly. Shu Komint said bluntly, "Your Highness, do you think you are more important than King Y in the heart of the Emperor? If you choose one between King Y and His Highness to survive, you said that the Emperor will choose the rich side with many soldiers." Wang Y, still guarding a ruined fief, a worthless palace, Zuzu said teasingly, with contempt for Xiaoming hidden deep in his eyes. Zutsu's arrogant attitude angered Luf. Luf raised his whip and screamed at Zutsu. With a scream, Zutsu covered his left cheek and staggered back, blood flowing down Zutsu's left cheek. Luf was furious. "Bulldog slave, if you dare to speak to my Royal Highness like this, your Y Wang has 3 heads and 6 arms, and Luf is not afraid." After that, Luf raised his whip again, but was stopped by Xiaoming. Zutsu's words are hard to hear, but it is true that Xiaowen, the king of a country, puts profit first in everything. If Xiaoming needs to be abandoned, he will be abandoned without hesitation. At this time, Zuzu mentioned Xiaowen. He basically saw the tricks in the smuggling warhorses. He said, "The smuggling of warhorses is the father." Did the Emperor instruct King Y privately? You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all in You reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 77 Secret Letter. His Royal Highness is a wise man. Zuzu glanced at Luf bitterly. Xiaoming nodded, and said to Luf, "Let's go. There is no need to review this matter." Zutsu smiled contemptuously and said to Xiaoming, "Send your majesty." Then he said to Luf, "Lieutenant Lu, we will never change the green hills and the green water will flow. One day we will see you again." "I'm afraid you don't have this chance." Xiaoming suddenly turned around and said to Luf, The prisoner Zuza smuggled war horses and hacked into barbarians. He sinned very badly. He is unforgivable. Make a decision. King Qi, do you dare? Zuza suddenly panicked. Xiaoming slowly turned round. Do you think that in the eyes of King Y, is it important for me or you? You. The door of the cell was opened by Luf, and Zuza's eyes showed horror. He thought that King Qi did not dare to offend King Y, so he had no fear. After all, King Y's fief was only 300 miles away from King Zhu. If King Y was angry and the soldiers faced each other, then it was said that King Qi could not be given any color. It's not surprising that there are often weapon fights on the border of the fiefdom. But he didn't expect that Xiaoming would play cards so unreasonably. It's just that no matter what he thinks, it's too late. The blade flashed, and the last thing he saw was the falling earth. Luf closed the knife, clasped his fist and said, His Royal Highness. No, you are the king's subordinate. If I let others insult me in front of this king, what would be my face? But my father is getting more and more confused. Who knows that the king of Y is rich in the world, and now he will indulge him in recruiting and buying horses. If it's a loyal dog, if it's a tiger wolf, it's the king who is unlucky. His Royal Highness's words are extremely true, but the emperor may just use Wai Wang to restrain other vassals. Luf said. When it comes to this, Xiaoming jumped even more. In Xiao Wenxuan's opinion, it is estimated that as long as it is the emperor of the Xiao family, it doesn't matter who it is, as long as it doesn't fall into the hands of kings of different surnames. Fine, nothing. This king doesn't expect his father to support vigorously. After all, in his opinion, even if this king wants to overtake the Y king, it will take more than 20 years. Xiaoming walked outside the prison. Luf followed up and asked, Just killed Zuzu. How will your highness explain to King Y? The contempt in Zuzu's eyes touched Nilin in Xiaoming's heart. Since arriving here, he, the king of Qi, has never been looked down upon by these powerful people in Great Yu. He can't control what other people think of him. But he won't bow to King Y like Zuzu thought, so he killed Zuzu. He wanted Wai Wang to understand that he was not a muddy ball in the ground. He could pinch it as he wanted. Explain? This king has nothing to explain. He just killed a smuggler who smuggled war horses in Kangzhou. Xiaoming said. Luf knows. Xiaoming is ready to pretend to be stupid. Before the two had gone far, the head of the cell suddenly ran over and said to Xiaoming, His Royal Highness, I found this in Zuzu's profanity. Xiaoming frowned. The meaning of Xie is equivalent to modern inner clothes. It is disgusting for Zuzu to hide the letter in this place. Tore open the envelope in disgust. Xiaoming looked at it, but after a quick glance, his face changed suddenly. What's wrong with your highness? Luf asked. Xiaoming gave him the letter, and Luf glanced, also with a look of horror. 5 days later, a mighty fleet of ships docked at Chuojiang Wharf. The warships are connected by the sky with flags and chains. The endless warships' flags are swaying and can't be seen. The big Y on it is very eye-catching. The fleet stopped, and 5,000 soldiers in bright scaly armor got off the ship, escorting a luxurious sedan chair with purple gilt edged to Kingzhou City. Lying in the sedan chair was King Y, who was fat and bloated and wore a blue brocade robe. As the third brother of Emperor Xiao Wenxuan of the Great Yu Kingdom, he stood on Xiao Wenxuan's side in the throne dispute that year. It is precisely because of this that after ascending to the throne, Xiao Wenxuan also paid full compensation to this third brother. In just 20 years, the fief of the King of Y has become a rare and prosperous land in Dau. Lying in the sedan chair, Xiao Yun stared at Kingzhou City from the gap in the curtain. His purpose of coming this time was naturally for his businessman Zuzu. Since Xiao Wenxuan acquiesced in the smuggling of war horses, Zuzu has been responsible for this matter. In the secret conversation with his Xiao Wenxuan, this matter was kept strictly confidential, so as not to arouse the vigilance of the kings of different surnames. It's just that he didn't expect that Zuzu would be arrested by his nephew Xiaoming at this time. Originally, he didn't need to come to Kingzhou himself, he only needed to edit a book, but there was a very important letter hidden in Zuzu's body. If this letter were to be seen by Xiaoming, it would be really troublesome. Thinking of this, He lost the mood of looking at the scenery, and he was worried. His Royal Highness Qi has ordered that no one is allowed to enter the city except King Y and his guards. At the gate of the city, the guards of King Zhu were heavily guarded, facing King Y and his accompanying 5,000 soldiers and horses, with a solemn expression. On the gate, Luff had sharp eyes, staring at the fierce generals on both sides of the sedan. Bold, it was King Y's car. Who would dare to stop? In King Y's team, a rag-backed general with a red cloak and 2 hammers in his hand rode out. Luff shouted, "Qi Wangjun orders. Who dares to stop?" The general was furious and was about to rush to the city gate. At this time, the voice of King Y came from the sedan chair. "Cow, you must not be rude. Visiting the fiefs of other vassals can bring the army into the city. You bring 4 guards with me. Just enter the city." "Yes." Cow Yu stared at Luff on the city wall, named 4 guards, and followed the sedan chair into King Zhu city. Entering the city, Cow Yu said to King Y, "His Royal Highness, this Qi Wangjuan is rude, not to mention that His Royal Highness is his elder. Even if it is a visitor, he should go out to welcome him." Wang Wei smiled bitterly in his heart. From this point of view, Xiaoming had seen the secret letter, otherwise he would not disarm himself. He felt that he had his handle in his hands. When he arrived at the Qi Palace, the King of Y got down from the sedan chair with the help of his maid, and walked towards the Qi Palace with heavy steps. At this time, he saw Xiaoming standing at the door and Qian Defu, the old housekeeper of the Qi Palace. The 3 emperors came from afar, and some missed to welcome, some missed to welcome. Xiaoming greeted him with a grin. This time Wang Wei came with 5,000 soldiers and horses on a trip, which made it clear that he wanted to show him his muscles. If Baba ran to the city gate to greet him, wouldn't it be too embarrassing? How would the people in his fief look at him? He didn't want the glorious image he had built to be hit with a bus. Moreover, I have grasped the handle of Y Wang this time. He has a guilty conscience for measuring Y Wang. He will not care about these sections. Welcome to read the latest, fastest and hottest serial works. Add mobile phone users. Please go to read. Chapter 78. Blackmail. Y Wang. Ha ha ha, nephew of the 7 emperors. I haven't seen each other for 5 years. The nephew has become more handsome and handsome. Wang Wei got down from the sedan chair and gave Xiaoming a hug, and patted Xiaoming's back with his right hand. Cough cough. Xiaoming almost vomited blood when he was photographed by the King of Y. This big fat man weighing 300 jins could accelerate by gravity. He escaped from the body of King Y and said with a smile, "Uncle, 3 emperors in 5 years, it's a lot. Plump again. Hey, Jinling City is full of good food and wine. I don't have any other hobbies, just like eating, but if my nephew arrives in Jinling City, he will definitely not be able to stop his mouth." Y Wang patted Xiaoming on the shoulder. The two seemed to go to the main hall intimately. Outside the hall, King Y ordered his guards to stay, and he and Xiaoming entered the main hall alone. At this time, Wang Wei's expression suddenly became gloomy, and the two of them sat down, and the smell of gunpowder suddenly filled. "My nephew, Zutsu is my person." The smuggling of war horses was instructed by the emperor. "You should let him go." The politeness of the two outsiders is just for outsiders, but the exchange of interests is often very direct. Wang Wei also has no feelings to communicate with Xiaoming, so it is straightforward. "What? Why didn't the 3 emperors say earlier that Tsa had been killed by me this week?" Xiaoming pretended to be surprised. "Kill?" Y Wang's bloated body almost jumped up from the chair, but his conversation turned, his eyes rolled, and then he sat down slowly. "Kill it, kill it." After all, the person who doesn't know is not guilty. But did the nephew find a letter from Zuzu? Xiaoming thought that the real problem had finally come, and he casually said, "This is a secret letter." The King of Y hesitated for a while, and continued to ask, "So, does the nephew know the contents of this secret letter?" "Exactly." Xiaoming stood up suddenly, pacing back and forth in the room, smiling. "What is the 3rd uncle going to exchange for this secret letter?" The matter involved in the secret letter is very important to King Y, and it is not only a matter of seeing, otherwise he would not come in person. And he also brought 5,000 soldiers and horses, which clearly shows that he is intimidating Xiaoming. Although Xiaoming was very upset, he also knew that if he stabbed this matter out, Wang Wei would become irritated. There was a border conflict at that time and it would not do him any good. And the content of the secret letter is not about the safety of the Great Yu country, but about the kings of Wu and Yan. Exchange. Upon hearing the words, Wang Wei suddenly became relaxed. The wise nephew is indeed a wise man. This incident was originally a private matter between King Yan and I. Besides, you and I are both royal families and should have worked together. That said, it would be wrong for the three emperors to bribe the extension department to intercept King Yan's caravan on the grassland. The documents in the hands of the King Yan's caravan have his father's seal. The relationship with the Huayanchuo department is so friendly. 3 years ago, the barbarian cavalry only wreaked havoc in the fief of the king, and never went south. This matter should be investigated carefully, and it seems that it is enough for the Manchu civil and military affairs. Wei Wang's expression changed drastically. Xiaoming's grinning face made him hateful. He didn't expect Xiaoming to be so shrewd, and he could see the real key point, that was the relationship between the letter and the Huayanchuo tribe. In order to buy horses on the grassland, he naturally had to communicate with the Huayanchuo tribe, and bribery was indispensable, one and the other. Because the gold and silver treasures he gave were so huge, the Huayanchuo tribe had close contacts with him. In the letter, he was even commensurate with the banner owner of the Huayanchuo tribe as a brother, and this kind of politeness completely exceeded the limits set by Xiao Wenxuan for him. If this matter reaches the court, officials from the Yan Wang family will inevitably attack him, and Xiao Wenxuan will also be punished in his anger. Although he is a wealthy man in the world, he is strong, and he is not afraid of any king, or even Xiao Wenxuan's 500,000 imperial army. But now the Great Yu country is in decline. Xiao Wenxuan's prestige is still there. If the whole world gathers together to attack, he will not have this confidence. My nephew, let's talk about what to change. How much silver do you need and how many beauties? A cold sweat broke out on Wei Wang's forehead. When Xiaoming saw this, he knew that he was right. He really caught the key of King Wei. I am not interested in either of these. I want 100,000 slaves and 2 million stone grains. 100,000 slaves? Wei Wang looked surprised. In his memory, Xiaoming was only interested in silver and beauty. This request surprised him. But after thinking about it, he understood Xiaoming's thoughts. Now that Xiaoming sells soaps and perfumes, he needs slaves the most. As long as he has slaves, he can build more workshops and earn more money, and with money, there will be no less beautiful women. How is it? 3 emperors. I don't want to participate in the conflict between you and King Yan. You and the Huayanchuo tribe are just getting closer, but these are enough for someone to accuse the emperor of being collaborating with each other in the court. What happened 3 years ago, it's also enough to make people think about it. Hundreds of thousands of slaves seemed to be a lot, but he believed that for Wang Wei, the problem was simple. Because of the wealth of Weidi, almost all the wealthy people raise private slaves, and the relationship between King Wei and the Huayanchuo tribe can also buy a large number of slaves from the Huayanchuo tribe, the number of which is really not many. It's that simple? Wei Wang hesitated. It's that simple, Xiaoming said with a smile. He maintained the matter at the most suitable level of trading, and easily reached the goal without making Wei Wang angry. Ha ha ha, well, this time I didn't come in vain. If my nephew asks for anything in the future, even if you ask me, we are also neighbors. Wang Wei laughed openly, and then reached out to Xiaoming. Xiaoming took out the secret letter at this time, but he suddenly tore the letter paper in half. He said, Uncle Sanhong, it's not that I don't believe you. It's the current situation that is really compelling. The first half of this letter says about King Yan. The second half is about the barbarians. You and I will each keep half, and when the 100,000 slaves arrive, I will pay you back naturally. Wei Wang looked unhappy. My nephew, don't deceive people too much. You don't believe me. I believed in the 3 emperors 3 years ago. Wei Wang suddenly looked embarrassed. 3 years ago, he promised Xiaoming to send troops, but the army did not move, just watching the border. HMPH, Xiaoming, what do you mean? What if I don't agree? Wang Wei is also a shrewd man. He suddenly threatened, trying to intimidate Xiaoming. Although my King's army is weak, I dare to fight. It's just that how the three emperors ended up at that time. Anyway, the land is barren, and fighting is just a mess. Xiaoming's tone was tough. Wang's bulging stomach swelled up and down for a while, and finally sat down. You our ruthless book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all novel. For mobile users, please go to read Chapter 79. Unknown His Royal Highness, this time I offended King Y, so I am not afraid of a great chaos in the world. Will King Y send troops to attack your highness? King Zunanqing Gate. A group of officials in King Zhu watched Wai Wang's sedan chair disappear at the end of the official road, and then Qian Defu asked. A good question. This time you must not offend King Y. Will he not attack this king in the future? Everyone says King Y is as timid as a mouse. From this point of view, the three emperors are not only not timid, but also he is also extremely shrewd. I am afraid that many people have been deceived by him, including his father. Xiaoming said. His Royal Highness means that King Y has been secretly accumulating strength and waiting for the opportunity. Qian Defu said. I'm afraid it is true. The horses purchased by King Y in these years have far exceeded his father's promise to him, and he secretly intercepted the Chamber of Commerce that bought horses on the grassland by other kings of different surnames. His ambition was not small, and he was so attracted. Huan Chuo tribe is not as simple as buying a horse. I am worried. Xiaoming frowned. Worry about what? I'm just guessing this. Nothing. Let's take one step at a time. The most important thing now is our own affairs. The four great families must be castrated, Xiaoming said firmly. Now he wants to completely control the military and administration of the fief, and use slaves to earn enough war capital. It is precisely because of this that he wants 100,000 slaves from King Y. The purpose of these slaves is to provide artificial power. The number of these 100,000 slaves is not many, but the labor they bring is comparable to thousands of hydraulic forging hammers. Now that machinery is far from popular, these slaves are crucial to his industrial development. Important. As for why he doesn't want 300,000, 500,000, 1 million, it's very simple, but he can't afford it if he wants it. Even so, he still asked for 2 million shi of food, which was enough for 100,000 slaves to eat for half a year. As for why he didn't impeach King Y, it's very simple. King Y, who was eager to jump over the wall, would be the first to vent his anger, and even if King Y was convicted, King Y was imprisoned, and he wouldn't be able to take advantage of Y's land. Will only make his brothers cheaper. Instead of this, it is better to make some pure benefits. At the Chuojiang wharf at this time, Wang Wei got on the boat surrounded by his guards and looked back at Kingzhou City. Wang Wei sneered and said, Xiaoming, I can give it to you. This king can still get it back. Wait. I will give you back 10 times. At this time, a young man in white walked up to King Y and yelled respectfully, Uncle San Huang. When King Y saw the youth, the hostility on his face suddenly disappeared, showing a doting look. He said, Your body is weak. Why are you out? Why don't you go back and rest soon? The young man smiled freely and said, Uncle San Huang, I will get moldy if I don't go out and walk around again. Since I'm in Kingzhou, why do I have to go to the city to see it? Are you going to Kingzhou City? Wang Wei asked in surprise. The young man nodded. I also went to the workshop area outside Kingzhou City. However, the security there is very tight and it is difficult for outsiders to enter. Cao Yu said at this time, His Royal Highness, how difficult is this? 5,000 jieshi is enough to level Kingzhou City. I will lead people to clear the way for your highness. General Cao must not be reckless. The young man looked serious. Wang Qi is weak, but he is the prince after all. It depends on the owner to fight the dog, not to mention that he is a prince. Wang Wei heard the words, looked at the young man sadly, and said, in my eyes, Xiao Wenxian was never the emperor of the Great Yu Kingdom. And those princes were not the princes of the Great Yu Kingdom. That throne originally belonged to your father. And you are the prince of Great Yu Kingdom. Uncle, 3 emperors, winners and losers. This is the battle for imperial power. Why do you have to be the one? Now the real enemy of the Great Yu Kingdom is the barbarians. They are the most powerful enemies of the Han population for thousands of years. If my father's still alive, he wouldn't want to see brothers killing each other. The white-clothed youth persuaded. Your thoughts are still too naive. Since you interacted with the Huai and Chuo tribe for so long, from all aspects, the barbarians are now a dynasty whose national strength is not weaker than that of the Great Yu. But now you look at the Great Yu. There are many vassal lords, each fighting each other, and they are scattered in the sand. The clans and clans control the government, and the local wealthy clans segregate the township. If the Great Yu country cannot work together, how to resist the barbarian cavalry? Wai Wang said loudly. After a pause, Wai Wang continued, I think about it, the only thing that can eliminate the clans and clans is not politics, but war, a thorough cleansing. The white-clothed youth remained silent for a long time, and finally sighed. Uncle San Huang, your words are exactly the same as those of your father back then. It's just that you and I can talk about it. Don't talk to outsiders, otherwise it will be a group attack. Father, it is a lesson from the past. Wang Wai looked at the rolling river. His eyes were far away. He didn't know what he was thinking. As if not wanting to mention such a heavy topic again, the white-clothed youth suddenly smiled and said, Uncle, 3 emperors, this King Chi is really interesting. In Kingzhou City, I saw a lot of interesting things, the Chamber of Commerce, the Patent Department, the Army in Tunshan. This Chi Wang is really different. You reading www.yuukanzu.com is different. He just blackmailed me 100,000 slaves and 2 million chi of food. Although I am wealthy, there are many of these things. The interest in the white-clothed youth is even higher. Unexpectedly, the 3 emperors also suffered a loss in his hands. But with these transactions, it is not that you don't have to worry about revealing the secret letter. After all, the transaction is completed, and he is also an accomplice. Well, that's the way I promised him. I even frightened him. But this kid has changed a lot. He even said that although the Kingzhou soldiers are weak, they dare to fight. Ha ha, they are bloody. I start to like them. This kid is now. Wang Wai laughed. The white-clothed youth smiled and said, this King Chi is different from other princes in my opinion. Maybe he can bring us other things that are different. Wang Wai smiled. His face gradually cooled. But no matter what, he is our blocking stone. Now he is still useful to us, but if one day the soldiers meet, we can't be merciful. The white-clothed youth nodded. He looked at Kingzhou City. The huge fleet began to move slowly, but he always felt that this King Chi would be their future rival in the future. On the shore, a cavalry galloped to the south. He passed the order of King Wai to mobilize slaves to Weidi. 100,000 slaves gathered from the various cities of Weidi to Jinling, and began to head towards Kingzhou in batches by boat. On the 10th day of King Wai's departure, the first batch of slaves and grain arrived in Kingzhou. This total of 10,000 people and 500,000 stones of grain. Looking at the huge battleship from the Wai King's fief, Xiaoming felt in his heart that the Wai King's navy was really extraordinary. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all in You reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 80. Small leap forward. We have long heard that Wai is rich, but now it seems that we have seriously underestimated the king of Wai. Pang Yukan stood beside Xiaoming, his eyes flashing with the shadow of a sailing warship, revealing a faint worry. More than King Wai, no vassal prince will be as frustrated as this king, but we don't have to belittle ourselves. As long as we keep our feet on the ground, surpassing them is only a matter of time. Xiaoming said confidently. 100,000 slaves, 3 million shi of food. This is another catalyst for him, enough to make his plan move forward quickly. Pang Yukan opened his mouth. He wanted to say that the most lacking thing now is time, but the words stopped when he reached his lips. The future is unpredictable. Who can say anything? If God bless King Chi, then it will be smooth sailing. This time both Chen Chi and Chen Wenlong came, as well as Zhang Liang. At this time, Zhang Liang said, "These warships are all the warships built by the Ding's shipyard in Jinling City. When my father was reborn, we went there to see. However, it is indeed larger than our shipyard, and there are many craftsmen who are proficient in shipbuilding. Don't be aspiring to others and destroy yourself. The drawing of the warship this king gives you is not weak." Xiaoming said, "His Royal Highness is right." Zhang Liang is still marveling at Xiaoming's warship drawings. This time, His Royal Highness has allocated 10,000 slaves to the shipyard. Our manpower is really enough. I promise that we can launch 5 times this year. A gallant ship. Xiaoming nodded. That's good. When the shipyard was restored, Xiaoming did not provide too much labor to the shipyard, but gave a large number of slaves to the workshop area. In his opinion, only the production capacity of the workshop area can be improved. The shipyard provides sufficient spare parts. Now that 100,000 slaves have entered King Zhu, and the labor in his hands is sufficient, he immediately allocated it to the shipbuilding workshop. During this time, Zhang Liang's development of the Galen ship was basically completed, and the technical backbone was established. The following is the construction phase. 10,000 people build 5 Galen ships a year, and there is basically no problem with the cooperation of the workshop area. After receiving the first batch of supplies and slaves, Xiaoming and Zhang Liang went to the shipyard. For so long, Zhang Liang and others have been restoring the facilities in the shipyard, and now they have been restored 7 or 88. When he arrived at the shipyard in the lower reaches of the Chuojiang River, Xiaoming saw some craftsmen making the keel of the Galen ship. This is the main supporting structure of the Galen ship, similar to the beams of houses. Seeing the craftsmen busy running on the river bank, Xiaoming suddenly remembered something. He said, "Is there something that the king has forgotten? Our shipyard still lacks something? His Royal Highness, please express it." Zhang Liang asked puzzledly. Xiaoming slowly said, "Dry dock." Dry dock. Zhang Liang was startled. Xiaoming did not expect Zhang Liang to understand, so he explained that this dry dock is actually a building structure similar to a production workshop. It's just that this structure is used to produce sailing warships. It is closed on 3 sides and adjacent to the water. The ships are built in dry docks and can also be used for future maintenance. By placing various construction equipment on both sides of the dry dock, the construction can be facilitated. Even in modern times, the dry dock is still an indispensable facility for shipbuilding. Xiaoming naturally does not expect to be able to build a modern dry dock, but it is simple. He is also doing this to regulate the shipbuilding industry in the country, which can greatly speed up the production of Galen ships. Zhang Liang's family built ships for generations. When this concept was said, he immediately understood and said excitedly, "Your Highness, if this dry dock is built, it can be standardized and mass-produced Galen ships." "That's right. Each tonnage sailing warship needs different dry docks, so let's come to me when you are free, and I will teach you some shipbuilding knowledge," Xiaoming said. Zhang Liang nodded, looking excited. Xiaoming showed him unprecedented shipbuilding technology, which for him was a new page in shipbuilding history. Daewoo's shipyard is actually a rudimentary shed with some woodworking equipment. Xiaoming is really not interested in such a shipyard. After a brief look, he left, and asked Zhang Liang to go to the Bowenxiu Tang to study. Now that he has sufficient manpower in his hand, his various plans can be implemented. Otherwise, like a Galen ship, he will have to delay. When he arrived at the palace, Xiaoming did not sit idle, but wrote down the knowledge in his mind and turned it into textbook after textbook. These textbooks include mathematics, chemistry, physics, and various technical materials. He wants to use these technical materials to build Bowenxiu Tang into the first modern comprehensive university in the country of Dau, and provide a steady stream of talents for King Zhu. And these materials Xiaoming are all written in vernacular characters. Students of Bowenxiu Tang not only need to understand Dau characters, but also vernacular characters. In fact, as long as they understand the vernacular characters, traditional characters are naturally not a problem. Therefore, Xiaoming mainly still prefers vernacular. In the next few days, The slaves that King Y promised to Xiaoming arrived one after another. Xiaoming divided these slaves out of 70,000 to the workshop area, and the remaining 20,000 to the mine. Hundreds of thousands of slaves arrived, coupled with Liang Dahai's continuous sale of slaves. The workshop area, which received a lot of labor, began to expand under the sign of Xiaoming. First, the steel workshop expanded its production scale. Xiaoming increased the number of workers in the steel workshop to 30,000, which is already the number of workers in a large steel plant in modern times. But here, the production capacity formed by these 30,000 people is only equivalent to a small steel mill, but for Xiaoming, this is enough for the time being. Most of the remaining 40,000 people went to the lathe workshop, and the rest went to the brewery, perfume workshop, cement workshop and other workshops. The distribution of 100,000 people ended, and the industrial park was immediately expanded under the leadership of Chen Wenlong. A large industrial park will slowly stand up in the north of King Zhu. His Royal Highness, these slaves were mixed with dragons and fish, and they were also sent by the King of Y. I am afraid that there will be restless people among them. The grand occasion of 100,000 people building the workshop area is very rare. There was a lot of movement this time, and Pan Yu-kun, a person who has never been interested in the workshop area, also came over. I know this naturally. Xiaoming looked at the slave who was pushing the sand and cementing the factory building and said, "The secret guards on the left and right have arranged for someone to monitor these slaves. Anyone who is restless will be killed to ensure that he cannot leave the workshop area." Pang Yukun nodded. Xiaoming's methods are getting more and more fierce, but this is the quality that a hero should have. He must be generous to his own people, and cruel to his enemies. By the way, Your Highness, I have already thought of the location of the Bowenxiutang. The only place in Kingzhou City that is suitable for building the Bowenxiutang is Liuanfang in the west of the city. There are only a few households in that place. Just give some money to resettlement. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at mobile phone users. Please go to Read Chapter 81 Printing well. Taking advantage of the construction of the workshop area, the Bowenxia Hall will be built at this time, so that the common people of the fief will have a place to go to school. Xiaoming said, as people continued to join the Bowenxiutang for classes. The space for the Bowenxiutang is becoming more and more insufficient. So Ming Xiao decided to build a formal school, and it was also the first comprehensive school close to a modern school. The area of this school will be very large, and it will integrate various professional disciplines. The textbooks he writes day and night are prepared for the Boentang. Since King Zhu's education is basically a poor one, and he cannot conjure countless clones like a ninja, he can only adopt the method of teaching the lower grade students to the upper grades, and he only needs to teach the oldest students, and pass it on one by one. In a closed island civilization, people are always at ease in their current lives and have little interest in change, but this is indeed extremely dangerous. In modern times, the entire civilization did not wake up to seek change until the artillery of the great powers blasted open the closed door of civilization, but it was too late at that time. So now, Xiaoming must spread different thoughts in his fief. Only in this way can he break the long-term cultural imprisonment, wake up the sleeping people of Dau and make corresponding changes. He wants to let an era of contention of 100 schools of thought descend on the land of China again, and end the era where the words of one family will cover the world. Of course, he will not play the banner of opposing Confucian culture, because it will surely invite attacks from people all over the sky, which is not good for him to recruit talents and pay tribute. He only needs to put aside Confucianism and encourage other academics. He believes that the people can distinguish what is right, what is wrong, what needs to be retained, and what needs to be discarded. At this time, 100,000 slaves were only partly put into production. Before there were new workshops, they could only be construction workers. That's why Xiaoming asked Pang Yukun to take advantage of this to establish the Bowenxiutang. Pang Yukun nodded, and then talked about another thing to Xiaoming. His Royal Highness, The tragedy of 72 gates destroyed in Dengzhou has been investigated. Congratulations to your Royal Highness for winning another state. The Wang family also suffered heavy losses. A smile filled the corners of Xiaoming's mouth. King Zhu, Kang Zhu, and Deng Zhu. We have half of the military and administration. Let them continue fighting. We only need to fight steadily, and the power from top to bottom is in our own hands. Pang Chengxi, your task is not light. Pang Yukan said with a smile. The subordinates are not afraid of hard work. I am afraid that His Highness will not support him. Now that His Highness supports the subordinates will naturally do their best and die. Xiaoming is very fortunate that his predecessor was a bastard, but there are still some talents around him, otherwise he really can't come by himself. Also, I see that His Royal Highness looks tired, and His Highness should make sure that his body is right. I heard Asta say that His Highness has written a lot of things and has to copy many copies. Just ask a few scholars to do these things. Pang Yukan persuaded. He has not changed the habit of the supervisor, and he advises from time to time. Xiaoming laughed. He was tired of writing textbooks all night, but he didn't plan to copy many copies himself. He said, Pang Chengxi, I'm not stupid. This king has a clever plan. Speaking of this, Pang Yukan became interested. The most important thing for scholars is books. Nowadays, books and dayu are basically copied and spread. It is precisely because of this that the price of books is very expensive, and many poor students simply look down on it. Book, he said, His Royal Highness seems to be giving me another surprise. Xiaoming beckoned to Pang Yukan and said, come on, this king will take you. Speaking of, Xiaoming took Pang Yukan to the equipment department. The equipment department is no longer a production department in Xiaoming's positioning, but a research and development department. Xiaoming's new craftsmanship will be born here, because there are the best technical talents in Kingzhou. In the department of equipment, Chen Qi is leading a craftsman to produce metal cubes one by one. Standard Chinese characters are engraved on these metal cubes. This is the typeface in movable type printing. Now Xiaoming is preparing to establish a new workshop. This is the printing workshop, and the printing workshop uses type printing. This is a printing technology similar to movable type printing, but it is more advanced than movable type printing. These typefaces are not made of mud, but made of metal. In this way, the service life of the font can be extended, instead of having to use it once and throw away a batch. This method is derived from the modern 15th century lead type printing, and it is also the easiest printing to achieve under Xiaoming. If there are no accidents, this printing technique can allow a printing machine to print 300 sheets of paper a day, which is more than enough for Xiaoming. After all, as long as there are enough workers and enough fonts, he can mass produce. When he saw movable type, Pang Yukan's mouth was open enough to swallow an egg. Dau country currently uses engraving. This backward printing method is slow and very rigid, and it is impossible to work around. But now what he sees is a different scene. The fonts on Chen Qi's hand are of different sizes, and they can be typeset according to requirements, which is very flexible. This is simply a great event for the future. If Pang Yukan despises the products that Xiaoming used to make money, now he admires Xiaoming from the heart, from the perspective of a scholar. Xiaoming is not surprised by Pang Yukan's reaction. This type of type printing uses a metal mold such as lead, and Xiaoming sets the font size according to modern standards, such as small 4 and small 5. All have. Because of this, the fonts made by Chen Qi are of different sizes. Pang Chengxi, Kingzhou will not be short of books in the future. Of course, there is one more thing. Paper. Xiaoming said. Printing also requires qualified paper. When Xiaoming established the printing industry this time, he certainly did not neglect the construction of a paper mill. Since ancient times, paper-making techniques are basically the same, with the difference being equipment and labor. Xiaoming, the power machinery, can only use water and cattle power, so the equipment department is still producing the cattle power refiner. He explained, to improve the efficiency of beating, because the paper-making steps are basically degumming, betting, paper-making, and drying. shortening one of them. You can increase productivity. The degumming is the use of cooking and soaking to make the material fibrillated in lye, and beating is to make these fibers into a paste, and the paper making is to pick up the pulp with a screen. This is the wet paper, and the rest is dry. For Xiaoming, there is still not much paper used, so the paper produced by a purely human and animal-powered paper mill is enough for King Zhu to use. After all, this is still an era of illiterate people on the streets. What kind of compulsory education? He can't even think about it now. No money, no teacher. Now he can only concentrate on cultivating a group of talents, so let's do it slowly later. Generally speaking, the most important thing for him this time is to bring type printing technology. This technology has been used in modern times. It was not eliminated until the emergence of laser printing. It is definitely a printing technology for the country. Change book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all for mobile users. Please go to read Chapter 82 Newspaper paper. That's right, with this kind of printing, you still need paper. The official believes that Your Highness has an idea. Compared with lathes and hydraulic forging hammers, printing and paper making are relatively simpler. Xiaoming said, what you see is for the paper making workshop and the printing workshop. While talking, Xiaoming took Pang Yukun to see the refiner and the pressure screen used for paper making. With these equipment, the work efficiency of the paper mill will be greatly improved. Then, Xiaoming took Pang Yukun to a page that had been typeset. Pang Yukun looked in front of the station board, and said in surprise, His Royal Highness, this is the farming order and the conscription order. As for the other things that happened in King's recently, is this Highness going to print it in a book? No, this is a newspaper, Xiaoming said with a smile. Next, he will carry out a very important work. Public opinion propaganda. This public opinion propaganda naturally spreads his own great image and conveys various government orders to the people. At the same time, it also allows the people to understand some current events, so that the people can feel what he is doing for them, and thus strengthen the people's support for him. In Xiaoming's view, public opinion in any era is a position to be seized. Otherwise public opinion will be controlled by others if one does not grasp public opinion. It is precisely because of this that the enemy will have the opportunity to use rhetoric about cholera to be peaceful and prosperous. Once the newspaper is promoted in his fief, he can promptly dispel the rumors of the people, and he can also dominate public opinion. His Royal Highness, please make it clear. Now Pang Yukun, like the others in King's Zhu, is very humble in front of Xiaoming, because he discovered that this King Qi knew everything. Xiaoming then talked about the role of newspapers with Pang Yukun. Pang Yukun was shocked when he saw the printing press at this time. He said, with this country's important weapon, why don't you worry that people in the world don't know Your Highness? Xiaoming said with a smile, this newspaper will not be used to brag about the king's achievements. Look at the bottom of this page. They are the smuggling case in Kangzhou and the killing of 72 people in Dengzhou. If this matter is spread among the people will definitely hate the local wealthy family, and it is wonderful to extol the achievements of Your Highness. In the long run, as long as Your Highness works hard, you will not worry that the people will not support Your Highness. Pang Yukun became more and more excited. He didn't understand what Xiaoming did mechanically before, but when it came to government affairs, Pang Yukun suddenly understood. Xiaoming nodded. This was his purpose, but he said, it's just a pity that the fief's people have too few literate people. This newspaper can only be circulated among the government. What's wrong with this? Your Majesty, there are some poor scholars in these 6 states. They often make a living selling calligraphy and painting and copying books for others. Why can't Your Highness give them newspapers and send them to the states and counties to read them to the people? Listen, just give them some money at that time. Well, a good idea, Xiaoming said. Still Pang Yukun knows the people's sentiments of this fief best, and he ignored his fief and there were many scholars. Both of them got excited about the idea of the newspaper. Taking advantage of this incident, Xiaoming said, by the way, Pang Chengshi, there is something I want to keep telling you about the army. Speaking of the army, Pang Yukan's expression became serious, because the army is always a sensitive topic. His Royal Highness, this army is under the jurisdiction of Lieutenant Liu. Is there anything your highness is worried about? Pang Yukan said cautiously. Xiaoming said, now there are 30,000 people in the iron and steel workshop. The next step is to provide equipment for the army. Once equipped, the King's Zhu army is a tiger with sharp teeth. This tiger must be mastered. It's in the hands of the king, so this king wants to strengthen the power of long history in the army. The long history is a civilian in the military organization of the Dudafu, but only the Dudafu is equipped with a long history. But for Xiaoming, this is far from enough. Because of the blocking of information, there is a very high probability of military mutiny in this era. Therefore, it is dangerous to simply hand over an army to a warrior who is simple-minded and extremely prone to conflict. He is now going to copy the political commissar system in the modern army, and his political commissar is a long history. He wants to let the long history go down to the grassroots level of the army, and each level is equipped with a long history to be responsible for ideological propaganda work. In this way, the army can be turned into a body and a head. The chief general is responsible for leading military operations, and Chang Shi must obey orders and not interfere. Chang Shi is responsible for the ideological discipline of the army, ensuring that Xiaoming's absolute leadership over the army can depose the position of the main general when the main general has the intention of rebelling at a critical moment. Department of Equipment, Xiaoming said to Pang Yukan. Pang Yukan nodded frequently. Whether it is a newspaper or a long history, it now shows that Xiaoming wants to exercise absolute control over the fief. In Pang Yukan's view, Xiaoming is also taking precautions and taking precautions. Your Highness, it's just that, we need a lot of scholars. Pang Yukan said. Isn't studying for Jiangshan society? Now the king gives them the opportunity, without the imperial examination, as long as they are trained to compete for jobs. Isn't it good? Although I don't understand the meaning of training and competition, Pang Yukan knows that Xiaoming is looking for talents. He said, in this case, the governor's mansion issued a notice to summon scholars in the fief, whether they have fame or not. How about? Well, just do that, Xiaoming said. The two negotiated that. Pang Yukan hurriedly left and Chang Shi went deep into the army. This was tantamount to raising Chang Shi's status, which was why Pang Yukan did not object. After all, this matter is also beneficial to him, and he fully agrees with this approach. The army is a sharp sword, hurting others and hurting yourself, and must be strictly controlled. Pang Yukan was responsible for recruiting Chengshi and newsboys, while Xiaoming was responsible for the production of printing and paper mills. He is looking forward to the effect of the birth of the first newspaper in the country in his fief. The next day, a notice was posted in the east and west cities of Kingzhou City, which immediately caused an uproar among the Kingzhou scholars. We knows this long history, but what is this newsboy, dear friends? Who knows? A group of scholars gathered in front of the notice. A scholar in front shook his head and read out all the contents of the notice. The people onlookers shook their heads and left. This matter had nothing to do with them. Newsboy, is it a scout for reporting military affairs? A scholar straightened his waist, quite contented. Scholars who have fame and fame are respected, and scholars who do not have fame and fame are in the mouth of the people. Many of the scholars who were onlookers were still wearing patched clothes. They were from poor families but failed the rankings several times, and this kind of scholar lives very hard, and is laughed at by hundreds of people. Now that this bulletin is posted, they immediately regained the glory of the scholars' welcome readers to read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at please to read. Chapter 83. Lian Po is old, can he still eat? Ha ha ha, how can a newsboy be a person who reports military affairs? Can you stand the chaos with your hands? In the crowd, one person suddenly laughed. All the scholars looked at him. But he was an old farmer with a childlike face. At this moment, he was carrying a medicine basket, laughing happily, as if he had heard a great joke. Hearing this, the scholar suddenly said angrily, "You old man, how can you laugh at us?" The old man waved his hand. Offense, I only have different opinions. This notice says to recruit people who can read and write. Does not require the presence of merit and fame. It just means that this matter requires literacy. From this point of view, it must be something similar to a notice at the gate of this city. When everyone heard the words, they nodded frequently, and the scholar also said, "It is reasonable." In Dayu, once the notice is posted, there will be an officer who'll read the content on the notice to the people. If it's such a thing, is it too big and underachiever? I'm all people who have studied poetry for more than 10 years. Another scholar said, "Yes, this is too much to use. This newsboy is nothing but this long history can be considered." Everyone talked a lot, and Old Hand shook his head suddenly and sighed. These scholars all had good eyes and low hands. It is precisely because of this that the high is not good. The low is not good, and in the end many scholars have achieved nothing, and they have been poor for their entire lives. That's how he is. He didn't realize this truth until now 55, but it was too late to regret. "You don't go, I'll go." The old man walked to the notice and wrote his name in front of the officer in charge of the notice. Chengshi, he thinks he is too old to have a chance, but this newsboy is just too errant to make money. It is better than going to the mountains to collect medicine. "Hi, you are an old man, are you literate?" someone called. Some of them looked at the old man carefully, and suddenly laughed. "Who?" I said. It turned out to be the old scholar Fan Zheng. It is said that he took the imperial examination every year and he still has no fame. It's a Jiazi's age, it's really useless. Bah! There was a face to laugh at us just now. The scholar took the opportunity to fight back. Fan Zheng's ruddy face turned redder because of his anger, but after all he sighed and silently carried the medicine basket and walked home. When he returned to his home in Ankangfen, Fan Zheng threw the medicine basket to the ground. "Ha, you are waiting. Even if I get 80 years old, I will get a fame." At this time, an old woman walked out and saw the medicinal materials scattered on the ground, and cursed. "Take your mother's embarrassment. Why is this medicinal material thrown on the ground, and I hope to exchange money for rice? Old stuff." "This old woman is Fan Zheng's married wife," he said angrily. "I won't go to gather medicine tomorrow. I'm going to be a newsboy." The old woman was even more anxious, and she cursed a few more words, saying, "Should you not go to collect medicine and drink northwest wind? What kind of thing is a newsboy? You have white teeth and you don't want you to pick up manure." Huh. From a woman's point of view, I don't know what a newsboy is, but the notice says that as long as you can read and write, you can pay $1 or $2 a month. Fan Zheng said. "A couple of silver." The old woman's eyes lit up. Fan Zheng was impoverished when he was young and had no fame. He could only find a well-known violent family in Shili Baixiang to be his wife. He was very weak in character and was often scolded at home. "Yes, 1 or 2. Fan Zheng said. 1 or 2 silver a month is enough for their family to live and wear. The old woman rolled her eyes. "Then you go. It won't be wasteful that you have read poems and books for so many years, but if you don't become a teacher, you can honestly gather medicine." Fan Zheng is still a little guilty, but now he feels more and more that his physical strength cannot support him to go up the mountain to gather medicine. While the family is embarrassed, his son is also studying to prepare for this year's imperial examination, but the entanglement in Chang'an is a problem. Thinking of this, he just wants to spare no money, so he should go and see it. Thinking like this, he ate dinner in a hurry, and went to the Dudu's mansion before dawn the next day. He was the first to arrive. Although there were many scholars who despised newsboys yesterday, as he thought, many scholars came today. He is a person here, and he knows that these young scholars are very face-saving, and even if they have different thoughts in front of everyone, they have to agree, but if you think about it, you can still figure it out. After waiting for an hour, a sound of horseshoes suddenly awakened the drowsy Fan Zheng. He looked up and saw a handsome young man wearing a brocade robe and a jade belt coming from his horse. The young son was followed by 2 sturdy and fierce guards, who looked like veterans with many battles. His Royal Highness King Qi. Yes, it is His Royal Highness King Qi. Some scholars recognized Xiaoming and talked with each other. Fan Zheng was startled, and his heart was extremely nervous. This newsboy incident, Wang Qi, came personally. It seemed that it was an extremely important position. He suddenly felt that he had no hope. Seeing King Qi approaching, the scholars waiting at the gate of the Dudu mansion bowed excitedly and shouted in unison, "See His Royal Highness Qi." Xiaoming got down from the horse and said to the people waiting in front of the Dudu mansion, "Everyone is free if you can come today. It is your trust in this king. Please come with this king." Xiaoming was very happy to see so many people coming to apply. This shows that King Zhu still has some talents in reserve. At least it can be used urgently. Everyone followed Xiaoming into the Dudu's mansion. At this time Pang Yukan also arrived, and he and Xiaoming sat down together. At this time, Xiaoming said, "First of all, I will tell you what a newsboy is." After sitting down, Xiaoming was straight to the point. He never liked to talk nonsense and said bluntly, "Speaking of newsboys, you have to mention the newspaper." In the face of more than 200 people who came to apply for the job, Xiaoming explained that in modern times, newspaper boys are children who deliver newspapers, and Xiaoming here extends to people who deliver and read newspapers. As he said, Xiaoming took out a newspaper, which was the first newspaper printed by the Department of Equipment overnight. "This is the newspaper, you can read it around." Xiaoming stopped the person closest to the newspaper, because this was a gray-haired old man. The old man obviously noticed Xiaoming's surprised look, and immediately lowered his head. Instead, he concentrated on reading the newspaper, shaking his head and reading it. Pang Yukan also noticed the old man at this time, but when Fan Zheng read the text, he nodded in appreciation, and said to Xiaoming, "It's true, but at this age." Fan Zheng pricked his ears when he heard the discussion about him. Xiaoming smiled, and said, "Jiang Taigong met the king when in 80 times, and Lian Po is old, can he still have a meal? This king thinks it's okay." Fan Zheng looked excited when he heard the words, and read it aloud. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at for mobile users. Please go to read. Chapter 84. Plate. The newspaper circulated among the people. Xiaoming said, "This thing in your hands is the newspaper." The so-called newsboy is to send the newspaper to the states and counties, and is responsible for reading the newspaper to the people who know it. This matter is simple, but it is also very important. After reading the newspaper, you will also be responsible for collecting the sufferings of the people and passing them to King Zhu. A group of scholars nodded frequently, and then Fan Zheng said, "His Royal Highness, isn't this newsboy a bit similar to the supervisor?" "It is indeed somewhat similar to the preacher, but the public sentiment you reflect will be published in the newspaper, and the people's officials will reflect the current solution back to the newspaper, so that the voice of the people can be from top to bottom. Everyone knows." Xiaoming glanced at Fan Zheng appreciatively. The scholars are a little unbelievable. King Qi attaches so much importance to the sufferings of the fiefs, which really makes them feel emotional. Some scholars said, "His Royal Highness is diligent and loving the people. I should have helped His Highness." "Yes, I would like to be this newsboy." "Yes, there is nothing to be ashamed of. Reading is for the sake of the Li people." The scholars in the governor's mansion were all impassioned, and Pang Yukan and Xiaoming nodded secretly when they saw it. In fact, the common people and these scholars also had a reputation in their hearts. If it were before, they would naturally consider it carefully, but now they also see the various actions of King Qi. But these scholars are only a part, and there is a branch of scholars who are silent, seemingly not interested in newsboy matters. Some people also showed impatient expressions, as if waiting for other things. These people's demeanor Xiaoming saw in his eyes and sneered in his heart. He knew that the purpose of these people was for the long history position in the military, but the more so, the less he would give them the long history position. Because these people are indifferent and ruthless to the people, they will naturally not be sympathetic to the soldiers who came from the army. Even if they are in the army, they are still officials. He does not need such a person. People who have won the hearts of the people have always won the world. Xiaoming's reforms are all aimed at gathering people's hearts and bringing these people under his command. Isn't it a big deal that broke him? Moreover, These impatient scholars are full of personality, and the clothes on their bodies are not bad. At first glance, they are of good origin. It is estimated that they are either big or small. Groaned for a while, and he said, "The scholars who are willing to apply for the newsboy, please stay, and the others can leave." "Leave? Your lord, this notice clearly states that there is a long history application," a scholar said, dissatisfied. Pang Yukan snorted coldly. "Whatever your highness says. When will it be your turn to make a noise here? Go out." The scholar turned pale, flicked his sleeves, and left angrily. Other scholars followed and walked out. After waiting for a while, looking at the remaining 100 people in the hall, Xiaoming said, "Congratulations, you can choose Chengxi and newsboy at will now. But if you want to go through the test of Pang Chengxi, as for Chengxi, newsboy, you can register now. Come and report every day, and from then on, you will pay $1 or $2 a month." The scholars showed incredible expressions, followed by ecstasy, many people secretly glad that they did not leave. "Next, I will examine you one by one. Those who pass the exam will be assigned to the Bowen Academy as a student for a period of time. After passing the exam, they can enter the army," Pang Yukan said. The scholars immediately lined up one by one, waiting for the test. At this time, Fan Zheng came out silently and said to Xiaoming, "His Royal Highness, Cao Minutes is getting older, so he won't go to apply for long history." But the words of His Highness just now really moved the old man. The old man has an ambition for thousands of miles, so why should he be ignorant of himself? Xiaoming said. Fan Zheng said, "His Royal Highness, Lao Yu has participated in the imperial examination since he was 15 years old, and now he has done nothing." His Royal Highness compares Jiang Gong with Lao Yu really well. Lao Yu knows his abilities, so let's be a newsboy. In that case, this king won't force you. As the saying goes, twisted melons are not sweet. Xiaoming said, "Firstly, Fan Zheng is really old, and secondly, he has no intention and is not qualified for long history. But in his opinion, Fan Zheng is old and an old scholar, so he is very suitable for the newspaper that is about to be established." He paused and said, "If Lao Jiang is willing, can you write down what the people have seen? If it is good, you can publish it in this newspaper." "You can," Fan Zheng said. Xiaoming clicked on him. He didn't dare to confirm Fan Zheng's ability, so he wanted to test it. In fact, he doesn't care about the people selected by the imperial examination. After all, there are always many crooked talents in any era. The long history and the newsboy had settled down, and Xiaoming accelerated the construction of newspaper offices, paper mills, and printing houses. As soon as the house was built in the workshop area, he arranged for craftsmen to settle in and start production. He also chose the position of the newspaper, and it is in the Bowen Academy for the time being. Just as he heated his in the Dudu's mansion, there was a loud noise outside the door, and then Luf laughed and walked in. As he walked, he said, "His Royal Highness, I heard that the iron and steel works produced a lot of armor. Do you want the Admiral to go and see?" HMPH, Chen Wenlong told you, there is no one on his lips. You reading www.uukanzu.com. Xiaoming said. Luf chuckled and said, "His Royal Highness, this can't be blamed on Chen Bingkao. It was the end who caught him and scared him a few words before he said it." "I guess so, nothing. Anyway, you are here too, let's go. Let's take a look together." Xiaoming also looked forward to it. Since the expansion of the steel mill and sufficient manpower, the production of this plate armor has begun, and it is a mass production line. 100 sets of plate armor per day is guaranteed to be no problem, although it is an assembly line production. After all, the backward production conditions here are still limited. When they arrived at the iron and steel workshop, the two saw the plate armors combined one by one, which exudes a shiny silver white. From the helmet, breastplate, arm guards, and leg guards form a complete human form. This is the advantage of the plate armor. It is not only flexible, but also tightly protected, with almost no flaws. In addition to the high-quality steel produced by the steel mill, and the repeated hammering of the forging hammer, the steel quality of the plate armor is also good. "Your Highness, this must be mine," Luf said, pointing to one of the tall plate armors. The plate armor that was successfully forged stood up like terracotta warriors and horses. Xiaoming looked in the direction of Luf's fingers. It was a large plate armor that exceeded ordinary plate armor in terms of size and thickness. "Yes, this is Lieutenant Lu's." Chen Wenlong smiled. The cold metal luster came from the plate armor. Luf stared at his armor like a lover. He strode over and said, "Your Highness, can I try it?" Xiaoming nodded, and asked the craftsman to put on the plate armor for Luf. After all, Luf was also exposed to the plate armor for the first time. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all in You Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to Read. Chapter 85 Plate Armor Effect. There are many parts in a set of plate armor. With the help of the craftsman, Luf successfully put on the plate armor. Putting on the helmet, Luf now looks like a steel monster, walking around excitedly wearing plate armor. "Yes, very flexible," Luf said excitedly. "I just don't know if this plate armor can withstand the sword." "This is not easy, Zhao Hu. Go and give him a knife," Xiaoming said. The cold sweat on Zhao Hu's forehead suddenly stayed. "His Royal Highness, this." "What are you afraid of? Let you come. Mother-in-law, are you the soldier I brought out?" Luf cursed. Zhao Hu's face turned black when he heard the words. He pulled out the steel knife on his waist and pointed it at Luf's abdomen. The knife was cutting on Luf's abdomen. Only a sound of metal rubbing was heard. There was a shallow mark cut by a knife. Although Luf stepped back a few steps, he didn't suffer any injuries or even shouted pain. "Your Highness, I have nothing to do. Come and give me a few more dollars," Luf said excitedly. Zhao Hu was also surprised. At this time, he was relieved and bold, and he slashed at Luf with a knife. Luf backed away again and again, but it was still the same as the first one. After cutting for a long time, he only felt a slight pain. Zhao Hu became interested, and he kept hitting him one by one, until Luf kicked him to the ground before he stopped. "Smelly boy, I saw that my precious armor was ruined by you." "It was all knife marks," Luf said in pain, and then said to Xiaoming with his face, "His Royal Highness, give me another set." "You see this set for this kid?" Chopped. Xiaoming curled his lips. "This set of plate armor will cost at least 30 taels of silver." "You dare to say it? 30 taels?" Luf said in surprise. "This is my salary for 1 year." Xiaoming naturally scared Luf and wanted him to cherish it. However, this plate armor must be forged using the previous forging method. It is really impossible to forge it without 32 taels. But now because of the hydraulic forging hammer, slaves are free. Plate armor is actually about the same price as a farm cow. This is still small, but your armor is a general armor, and the thickness and carvings are different," Xiaoming said. Luf suddenly regretted his intestines, and looked at Zhao Hu viciously. "You pay." Zhao Hu aggrieved. "You let me cut this. Besides, I have no money." Seeing Luf's painful look, Xiaoming stopped teasing him, but said, "Fine, for your merits in Kangzhou, this plate armor will give you 3 sets." "Thank you, your lord." Luf was overjoyed. Rubbing his whole body armor like a baby, Luf said again, "His Royal Highness, this armor is really too powerful. It's invulnerable." "Now you give me 10,000 soldiers equipped with plate armor. Should we still be afraid of the barbarians?" "You can't talk nonsense about this." Xiaoming looked serious. In order to avoid Luf's arrogance, he said, "The plate armor is strong, but it will also reduce a little flexibility." Luf moved a little, and said, "It's a bit, but it has little effect. Mainly whether the bow and arrow can shoot through this plate armor. Ordinary cast iron arrows can't do it." Xiaoming bluntly said that the forging technology used in his plate armor is basically equivalent to the modern 17th and 18th century. Without the corresponding special arrow, the damage to the plate armor will not be great. In fact, even the early muskets couldn't penetrate the plate armor. Later, the power of the firearms continued to increase and the plate armor was eliminated. Xiaoming now equips his army with plate armor only to deal with the situation in Dayu, and for the technology he has mastered. The production of plate armor is much faster than the production of scale armor, and the cost is much lower. That's why he chose plate armor. Really? Luffy's grin grew bigger, and he couldn't wait to put on the plate armor and go to war immediately. This is only speculation at the moment, and how to test it can only be tested by war. Xiaoming said, this is his truth. Any equipment can only be distinguished from the good and the bad if it has experienced war. Luffy is now fascinated by Jinxian, and I don't know if he has heard Xiaoming's words, and said, His Royal Highness, I have taken these 300 sets of plate armor back to the barracks. Wait, what are you anxious about? There is still something here. Xiaoming waved his hand, and the craftsman took a long-handled long-bladed weapon. His Royal Highness, is this the Modao you said? Luffy said. The last time Xiaoming said that he would take him to see Modao, he always remembered this. Yes, this is the Modao, specially used to deal with the heavy cavalry of the barbarian. Xiaoming said. Nowadays, most of the grassland manchas are light cavalry, but there are also many heavy cavalry. These are the elite of the barbarians. Generally, the barbarian combat basically uses the tactics of light cavalry on two wings and a level of heavy cavalry in the middle. This method of defeating the army of Dayu is basically unsolvable. Luffy picked up the Modao and pinched it, and said in surprise, Your Majesty, this Modao is not light, it's 60 kilograms. So, if this kind of monknife is slashed, it is enough to kill people and horses. Xiaoming said. Monknives are all made of stainless steel. The handle is very long and resembles a spearhead, but it is long and wide and very sharp. Luffy rubbed the Mo sword in his hand and matched the plate armor. If this Mo sword was against the cavalry in battle, it would be a nightmare for the cavalry. In addition to Modao, Steel Workshop also built many spears, swords and other weapons for the army for long-range weapons. He chose crossbows. Although the cost of crossbow manufacturing is high and the launch speed is low, for Xiaoming, a qualified archer needs at least 3 years of training, which is too long. In the war, soldiers are consumables. This is to compare who can quickly become an army. This is also the reason why guns became the mainstream of the war. One group died, and another group after 3 months. This is the same with crossbows. Compared with bows and arrows, soldiers naturally do not need much strict training with crossbows. This is also suitable for the current fief situation. And he can improve the biggest drawback of ancient crossbows. Generally speaking, the reason why crossbows are inferior to bows and arrows is largely due to the cheating filling speed. This advantage is that even the initial firearms are completely exploded by bows and arrows. Crossbow was basically called a foot crossbow in ancient times, which means that the hands and feet can be used together to wind the crossbow, but Xiaoming applied the pulley principle to the crossbow. This means that soldiers need less effort to operate the crossbow flexibly. At present, this kind of pulley crossbow is being developed and produced, and the steel mill has not yet produced it, but modern mature technology proves that it is feasible, and production is only a matter of time. Took Luffy to look at the equipment in the army, and Luffy immediately sent someone to transport the weapons and equipment in the steel workshop back to the barracks. The current new army basically wears the clothes that they brought, which is no different from ordinary people. Taking these equipment back can finally give the soldiers hope. Chen Wenlong and Xiaoming looked helplessly at the bustling figure of Luffy. This is just the beginning. As the steel mill matures, the production of plate armor will become faster and faster, and his soldiers will never be embarrassed again. No weapons and armor book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at for mobile users. Please go to read. Chapter 86 Propaganda Offensive. Zhu Wuliu is 15 years old this year and lives in Zhujia Village, Tping County, King Zhu. As far as he can remember, his father was a tenant of the royal family of the King Zhu Tycoon, and 70% of the annual harvest of Chengdu was given to the Wang family. He has 2 older brothers, one is Zhu Ye and the other is Zhu Sansi. They are both feeding the Wang family cattle, and when he was 9 years old he was not allowed to go like his brothers, just for a black bun every day. Zhu Liu doesn't like black steamed buns because they are steamed with wheat bran mixed with moldy wheat, which is difficult to swallow. But he has to eat. The remaining 30% of the food in the family is not enough for their family of 7. because there is a younger sister. A few households are hungry every day on Zuliu. Only during the New Year's holidays will parents be willing to sell their wheat in exchange for a few kilograms of steamed noodles and steamed buns. In his memory, these are his happiest moments. However, this year is different from previous years. The father who originally rented the land from the Wang family suddenly called all 3 brothers home, and all 7 members of the family went to reclaim wasteland on both sides of the river ditch outside the village. According to his parents, His Royal Highness Qi issued an order for farming farmland. Whoever farms farmland and farmland will be inherited from generation to generation. Later, Li Xing from the village came to his house again and asked them to join the production team. He remembered that his parents were very happy, because the blind date near the cultivated land of his family was organized into a production team, and cattle came from the county and the farming tools were assigned to each production team. After the beginning of spring, people in the village will be able to cultivate the fields together, and the government will not levy any taxes for the next 3 years. According to the farming method, the number of acres he can cultivate is 30 acres, but he can't be busy alone. But my parents said that when this year's harvest is sold, he will prepare a bride price for him to find a wife, so that he can farm together. Thinking of Zhu Liu blushing, what does a woman feel like? He was watching the rotating torsion car overturned in the field. At this time, his second brother Zhu Sanzi ran over and said to him, May 6th, King Zhu City has come to the Highness newsboy, and Li is asking everyone in the village to go to the east of the village threshing floor. What is a newsboy? Zhu Liu asked in confusion. Whatever you care about is a newsboy, just go back. Zhu Sanzi took Zhu Liu and went to the threshing field. At this time, almost everyone in the village arrived. In the middle of the threshing floor, an old man is holding a notice-like thing, and Zhu is in the village of Zuz, and Zuzu, who is of high moral character, is standing behind him, carefully accompanying him. This person is Fan Zheng, who went to the countryside for the first time. He took the newspaper and asked Zuzu, are all the people in the village here? This Zhu Liu is here too. It's all here, Zuzu said. Fan Zheng nodded. Whether it is a village in a prefecture, a county or a village, the people gather together, and the village is surrounded by an earthen wall. This is to prevent wolves, tigers and leopards. This is why the people are all together, and it is easy to convene. He said at this moment, first of all, let me talk about what a newsboy is. Then Fan Zheng popularized the concept of newspapers. This was one of the tasks given by the King of Qi to popularize newspapers and make them official and authoritative information. After some explanations, the common people knew about it. Then Fan Zheng began to read, and the content was naturally the content of the newspaper. This is the first edition of the Dau country newspaper, and it says important things that happened when King Zhu came in. The first one is to clarify the number of acres allocated to each person in the farming order to prevent the rich from occupying more of the delicious food. The second article is the information on conscription, encouraging young and middle-aged to join the army. And it is clear that joining the army can get extra acres and receive a certain amount of salary per month. At the end of the year, the government will also subsidize food and meat for those who join the army. The third article is to restore horse governance and encourage animal husbandry. Article 4 encourages commercial trade, handicrafts, and corrects the low status of merchants and craftsmen. Nomads can enter the city to work, obtain local household registration for 3 years, and enjoy all the conveniences of the land. Because of the limited space of newspapers, the policies are just the same for the time being, and the rest are several major fief cases. One is the Kangzi incident and the other is the Dengzi incident. This Wang family and Qin family are really not things. After reading the newspaper, one of the people cursed. It's not, especially this king's family, who actually killed 72 members of the family for personal gain. It really deserves 1,000 swords. Someone said, this local wealthy family is always a scourge. We are exhausted, and we have to hand over 70% of the annual harvest to them. And how much land they occupy us. When I read about the new policy, the people all cheered, but when it comes to the local wealthy tribe, the people gritted their teeth with hatred. Fan Zheng was carefully observing the reactions of the people. After returning in the evening, he still needed to report the specific situation to the Prince of Qi. Zhu Liu was also listening, especially that Lieutenant Liu swung a knife to kill the two victims of Kang Zhu, and the King Zhu army took down the Deng Zhu governor, which made him all enthusiastic. He faintly felt that the King of Qi was facing the people. His Royal Highness Qi cares about the people, and he is a rare virtuous king. Many policies are all for the people's sake. Everyone should be grateful for Qi Wang's good governance. Fan Zheng said. He not only reads the newspaper as simply, but also establishes the image of King Qi, the government, in the hearts of the people, so that the people can trust him and the government. Fan Zheng said that the people began to whisper, and many people nodded secretly. The people's eyes were sharp and they could tell good from bad. It's just that they still lack orderly guidance, and now Xiaoming, under the name of the newspaper, is propaganda in order to raise his arms in the future, and the people can stand by his side. But this is not easy, because the local wealthy people are deeply rooted, and Fan Zheng still sees the fear in their eyes when talking about the wealthy people from the people. After venting their resentment, they still succumb to the shadow of the rich family. Fan Zheng secretly wrote down the people's reactions and handed the newspaper to Zhu. He had the next village to go, so he took a short rest and left. Newspaper is a very new thing for the people. Fan Zheng left and the people dispersed, but they were still talking about the news in the newspaper excitedly on the way. Li Zingzi looked at the leaving villagers. His expression gradually gloomy. He glanced at the newspaper and said, "This matter must be known to the outsiders. This newspaper has ruined the Wang family." While Zhu Ziwen was thinking about it, Xiaoming was thinking about his opponent at this stage. Based on the situation in recent counties, he found that he had overlooked an important point on the question of who is the real opponent, that is, vassalizing the local rich family. Although they do not belong to the rich family, they rely on the rich family to get the brocade clothes. Jade Food welcomes readers to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at mobile phone users. Please go to read. Chapter 87. New situation in the evening. Fan Zheng sent his daily experience to the palace, and Xiaoming read it to confirm the current situation. The village leader, that is, the most respected people in the village, these people are often elected to become Lizing. The fact now is that many Li are colluding with the wealthy to oppress the people. They are the minions of the wealthy people. Fan Zheng also mentioned these people at the time. Reaction. It is estimated that they have already told their master about the impact of the newspaper on the people in the village. This is a very serious matter for Xiaoming. Although these are the lowest official positions, they are at the grassroots level. It has to do with whether he can win over the people. After all, Lizing is still very prestigious in the village, and because of the support of the rich family, he is also quite powerful in the village. His Royal Highness is worried about government affairs again. Luluo brought a bowl of lotus porridge and walked in. Now the two of them are accustomed to getting along with Xiaoming, and their respect for Xiaoming is similar to that of master and servant when they were with Zhenfei. Xiaoming nodded. Yes, this newspaper has been passed down, but if a village is controlled by the vassal family, the people are like living under the strict supervision of the family, which is really annoying. Luluo and Zixuan naturally knew what Xiaoming was doing. With Xiaoming's wings full, his next step was to remove the influence of the local tycoons in the fief and thoroughly control the rights of the fief. This is a mouse that breaks a pot of soup, right? What if you can get this mouse out? Luluo wondered. It's not easy. The tradition that is being elected by the villagers has lasted for thousands of years. If it is broken at this time, it will definitely cause an uproar, and the king does not have the right people to go down to the village to be the righteous. Xiaoming said. Luluo said, His Royal Highness, you have never lived in the village. You may not understand. The village is the same as Kingzhou City. There are contradictions among people. When Lizing is selected, there are also different candidates. Your Highness knows how to make the Qin family and the Wang family fight. Why can't they also fight each other? Xiaoming's eyes rolled, and he suddenly felt like seeing the sun. He praised, well, yes, I have been with Asta for a long time, but I have learned to think about problems. Luluo blushed and said, His Royal Highness, don't praise the slave maid. The slave maid just talked about what the village was like before. No, I want a reward. Tell me what you want. Xiaoming smiled. Luluo hesitated, seeing that Xiaoming was on her head, and didn't want to be disappointed, so she said shyly, I want to eat local pot chicken. Ha ha ha. Xiaoming Dale, no problem. This time not only let you eat local pot chicken, but also let you taste braised pork, broiled pork in brown sauce. Just listen to the name and you will know it is delicious. Luluo's saliva was about to drain. Xiaoming said, when I decide what is right here, I will let Pao Ding cook it for you. Thank you. Luluo went out with joy. Xiaoming walked away excitedly. Luluo's words reminded him that he only needs to turn the lysing into two, one pair and the other, to reduce the right of the lysing, and then let the secret guard use means to provoke it. Li Zheng, who is in his interest, will be right. Of course, the reason why he has a headache now is because the power of the rich family is still very large. When he castrates the rich family, these things are playing with him and it depends on how he cleans up. While thinking, Xiaoming picked up the lotus seed porridge and drank it. At this time, Li San appeared at the door and said, Your Royal Highness, every village is entering the city. They went to the local luxury house so fast. Xiaoming was a little surprised, and he was really busy asking for credit. Write down all these lysing information and give it to me. Xiaoming's heart was burning with anger, but Lysing, who was in his own fief, confided to the rich family, which was simply despising him. Li San said, His Royal Highness, I have already brought the correct information. While talking, Li San handed a piece of paper to Xiaoming. Xiaoming looked at it and found that Qingzhou City had a total of 12 counties and hundreds of villages. On the note, 30 Lysing's names, village names and related backgrounds were densely recorded. Li San received Xiaoming's professional intelligence system training, and now his professional level is initially reflected. His Royal Highness, these are eating the food given by the government, but they are colluding with the rich family. It is really eating outside. In my opinion, it is better to kill chickens and monkeys. Li San said. Xiaoming glared at him. Don't think that you have a few good hands in your hand and you can do anything wrong. And you are not far behind to build a secret guard that satisfies me. Li San shrugged his head suddenly. When killing people at this time, didn't you tell the rich and powerful people headed by the Wang family and the Qin family, that the king is guilty? Xiaoming sneered. How will your highness prepare to break the game? Do you need the cooperation of a close guard? Li San said. Xiaoming groaned for a while and said, So you just came here? There is something for you to do. So Xiaoming asked him to collect evidence of the collusion between Lysing and the rich family, and encourage the people to settle Lysing's affairs and account for him. On the one hand, he decided to slow down because this newspaper published the affairs of the Wang and Qin families. It was a test, and to explore how deep the water of this rich family is. Now it seems that it is not shallow. Now these things are preventing him from establishing direct contact with the people. Reading www.yuukanzu.com is the first person he wants to remove. Only by getting the support of the people can he have a steady stream of soldiers and a steady stream of food. After making this plan, Xiaoming began to prepare. As for Lysing to claim credit, he was not afraid, because the Wang family and the Qin family each played 50 boards. They were just discussing the matter and not involving other wealthy families. Even if they are dissatisfied, these two families are dissatisfied, and the other rich family will only watch jokes. Moreover, these two families were dissatisfied with themselves. They were also dissatisfied with publicizing this matter in the newspapers, and would never have thought that Xiaoming's purpose was to sow long-term grievances against them. Tomorrow he only needs to publish another article and praise them in a painless place. Just as Xiaoming thought, Qin Quanyan and Wang Chengqiu learned that they were both extremely annoyed at this time. As the saying goes, the ugliness of the family was not public, and Xiaoming made them ugly in front of everyone. Only after the anger has passed, they have nothing to do, because this newspaper is justified. But the next day, their anger suddenly disappeared. and the newspaper praised the Qin family and the Wang family for their contribution to the restoration of the fief, making them painful and happy. And now Xiaoming's slamming made them completely confused, not knowing the true purpose of the Qi King. Under such circumstances, Xiaoming quickly launched the replacement of village officials. Many people think that high-ranking officials are harmful. In fact, it is not true that the rot at the grassroots level is really terrible. If the branches are rotten, they can grow when they are cut off. The roots rot, the tree died. Realizing this, Xiaoming launched this propaganda and probing. Now that he has a clear goal, the following things can be done step by step. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all in You reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read Chapter 88. Fan Zheng's Pai Du Du Fu. Xiaoming showed Pang Yukan the news he had received last night, and Li Zheng's incident made him frown. There are many villages in these 6 states, and there are also many lisings. Although not every lising is related to the tyrants, according to the situation last night, at least 30%. Your Highness, this is one way to support one Li, but if 2 Li are colluding, wouldn't it be worse? Pang Yukan worried. Xiaoming was also thinking about this issue, so he came to discuss with Pang Yukan in the morning. He said, "So I want to establish an institution similar to a government office in every village. This institution is called a commune. The production team will be under the jurisdiction of the commune. It is under the jurisdiction of the county magistrate, thus completely eliminating the village hope from controlling the village and evading their control over the village. If so, there is no need to support lising." Pang Yukan was very confused. It is different. It is still necessary to support the other lising. During the establishment of the commune, the influence of lising will not disappear, so we need to let these lising focus on the opponent and ignore the establishment of the commune. Xiaoming said, "Your Royal Highness, you are called Mingxiu Plank Road Secret Chen Kang." Pang Yukan laughed. "Yes, the commune is where we truly unite the people. At that time, the production team leader of each village will enter the commune, and then the president of the commune will be formed from these production team leaders. The criteria for selecting them is no longer the village hope, but to see whose production team produces the highest grain. The commune, this is another new institution." Pang Yukan shook his head. He was no stranger to Xiaoming's strange ideas. Is just the only point he made clear. Everything Xiaoming was doing was for the feudal society, and this was the reason for his unconditional support. "In this case, Your Royal Highness will tell me more detailed things so that I can implement them in detail," Pang Yukan said. Xiaoming nodded, and told Pang Yukan all the structure and functions of the modern commune, and carefully analyzed the specific functions. Generally speaking, the commune that Xiaoming established was for a powerful organization. Once the commune system matures, he can organize production activities forcefully, propagate ideas through the commune, and completely get rid of the control of the village leaders and the wealthy people on the bottom people. Xiaoming said and wrote, forming a clear text for the establishment of the commune. Pang Yukan will follow the text to guide the establishment of village communes. The next day, the newspaper about lising and commune was printed out, and Fan Zheng and other people who passed the newspaper passed the 2 policies to the villages. Zhujiakun. After Fan Zheng finished reading today's newspaper and left, Zuzi's face was extremely ugly. He looked at an old man who was similar to his age. In the middle of the threshing floor with a gloomy look, looking back at the old man, there is a trace of pride in his eyes. Suddenly a person in the crowd shouted, "Since Your Royal Highness requires 2 lisings in a village, of course I choose Lao Hu as the new one." "Yes, who always fits well." The man called Hu Lao stood up, and he smiled and said, "His Royal Highness loves the people like a son, and he is worried that the village will be in the same place. Was too busy to deal with the affairs of the village in time, so he decided to choose 2. In that case, the old man would do his part." Zuzi's face was suddenly very ugly. This person has always been at odds with him, but now this is in trouble. He has to think about how to prevent the villagers from choosing him. The 2 old men glared at each other, but the people below were discussing the commune. Zhu Liu said to a middle-aged man next to him, "Father, You are also the captain. Can you join the commune? That's not easy, said the woman beside Zhu Liu, who was his mother. The family said and laughed happily. They were poor all their lives. When did they think that one day they could be the captain and join this commune? As newspapers entered the villages, news of the preparation of communes spread to the 6 states. As industry was gradually established, agricultural production with communes as the core was gradually taking shape. Fan Zheng went out with a newspaper every morning and returned from the village he was in charge of in the evening. The policies in the newspaper and his actual changes in the village made him feel that the once developed 6 states were like seedlings in spring. It exudes vitality and gives people a thriving feeling. But the more he felt that there was still a huge old-fashioned snobbery hindering this from happening. Some villages had just reclaimed the land and were barbarically occupied by the tyrants. He also compiled this situation and sent it to the palace. Wait, this old husband, His Royal Highness Qi has requested it. As in the past, Fan Zheng handed the pamphlet to the family of the Qi palace to prepare to go back. At this time, Jia Ding at the door suddenly stopped him. Me? Fan Zheng said in shock. Yes, your Royal Highness specially ordered me to take you to see him when Lao Jiang comes. Jia Ding said with a smile. Fan Zheng was a little nervous, but Jia Ding's kind smile made him pretend to be bold enough to enter the palace of Qi. Originally, he thought that all the houses in the palace were domineering, but from the understanding of the past 10 days, the servants of the entire Qi palace are very peaceful. As the saying goes, the upper beam is not right and the lower beam is crooked. The upper beam is right now, and the lower beam is naturally right too. It used to be said that King Qi was vicious, but now he no longer believes it. Followed Jiading into the apse. On a stone bridge, he saw Xiaoming who was fishing. The Comin has seen His Royal Highness Qi Wang. Fan Zheng walked a few steps quickly and said with a bow, free gift. Xiaoming handed the fishing rod to Liu who was waiting on the side. He said, I came to you this time for the newspaper office. Although there are many newsboys going to the villages this time, you are the only one, the most serious and responsible. The information given to this king is also the most truthful. This is really rare. In the pamphlet you handed in, you mentioned many times the harm of the rich to the people, which is really bold. The Coman took the money from His Highness and naturally wanted to do things for His Highness sincerely. Besides, although I have failed many attempts, I am a scholar after all, and I still have the character of a scholar. Fan Zheng said. Well, what a strong character. The king most respects is the mighty and indefatigable scholar. Presumably you also know about the newspaper. Would you like to be the president of this newspaper? Xiaoming asked with a smile. Every newsboy knows about the newspaper. The director of the newspaper is called the president, who is responsible for the printing, distribution, and management of the newspaper boys in the future. Fan Zheng was stunned. He was stunned by the pie falling from the sky, and he didn't know what to say for a while. Last time you refused to apply for Chengxi, you can't refuse this time. This king really lacks people who can use it, and the president's salary is 12 taels of silver per month. Your son will no longer miss Beijing to rush for the exam, of course, if he can stay in this king's fief. This king is also welcome. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at .mtl for mobile users. Please go to read. Chapter 89 Glass. His Royal Highness Comin is willing. Fan Zheng looked excited. He had been doing nothing in his life. He never thought that he would get such an opportunity in his later years. He would no longer seize it at this time and wait when. Well, the newspaper in the Bowen Academy can be built at the end of the month. Although it is a bit rudimentary, you can move in at that time. Now you can select the people in the newspaper. I have a newspaper organization here. You can take it back. Take a look. Xiaoming said. Let Luluo go to the bedroom and take out a manuscript. This is the composition of the newspaper that Xiaoming wrote based on the modern newspaper and the actual situation of the country. Once the newspaper is established, the newspaper boy will no longer exist, but will be renamed as a reporter. However, his reporter is not only collecting news, and his duty of going to the countryside to read the newspaper cannot be changed. The newspaper is divided into printing department, editorial department, logistics department and other departments, which is basically the prototype of a modern newspaper. During this period of time, I got along with all kinds of people in Dayu. Xiaoming thought that the ancients were not stupid, but lacked insight, but once they had understood these things, they would soon be able to use them flexibly. In any era, they cannot be underestimated. Create the mind. It is precisely because of this that, with Xiaoming's encouragement, the thinking of the Department of Equipment, the Museum of Literature, and the workshop is gradually letting go, instead of continuing to be imprisoned by the decadent culture. All kinds of novel things give them more willingness to try. Learn scientific and technological knowledge, let them understand that technology is productivity. He deeply felt that whether the people of an era can create a brand new civilized era depends entirely on the guidance of the entire folk atmosphere, and the source of guidance is these rulers. The first emperor of Qin burned books to conceal Confucianism, literally imprisoned, and dismissed 100 schools of dominating Confucianism. One thing the rulers of the feudal dynasty did from beginning to end to stabilize the country was to fool the people. The sole purpose of scholars is to be an official to maintain the rule. For thousands of years, the elites of the feudal dynasty pursued only an extremely human minister. The appearance of newspapers was exactly when he changed this kind of literary and artistic atmosphere like a stagnant pool. The Renaissance might not have appeared in his fief. Now that the president of the newspaper has been determined, the following is to prepare the newspaper step by step. With his guidance, the newspaper will not make any mistakes. Fan Zheng returned home as if he was dreaming, and watched that he straightened his waist to his fierce wife on weekdays. Now he is the head of the newspaper. Told the family about this. The family was naturally happy. Fan Zheng's wife's son also deliberately killed the chicken in the family. To reward Fan Zheng, suffocated for decades, today he finally exhales. King Zhu's changes are like a spring rain, silent, diving into the night with the wind. Fan Zheng is just one of the people who feel this change. More people just live in Lashan and don't know the true face of Lashan, but to outsiders, this change in King Zhu is particularly dazzling. For example, the businessmen who entered King Zhu from other places, everything in King Zhu is quite unbelievable to them, but their focus is still in the workshop area hidden behind the tall fence. Although I tried my best to spy on the secrets, I got very little now. I just learned that many strange machines appeared in the workshop area. And now there is something called a newspaper in King Zhu. Naturally, these businessmen first thought about whether this newspaper could make money, because they have formed a habit now. As long as the king of Qi made things, they would always think so. After observing for a few days, they regrettably found that it seems impossible, because the cost of newspapers is not proportional to the selling price, and few people buy newspapers. Hey, it seems that King Qi hasn't had any new ideas to make money for a while. In the restaurant, a businessman sighed. The businessman sitting opposite said, "It's just soap and perfume." Drunk King Zhu has made King Qi full of money. Coupled with the products that Li Kai Yuan now promotes, the sales of these 3 items have greatly increased. It is said that King Qi is now the monthly income is 1 million. Do I need anything else? That's correct, but the merchants who stayed in King Zhu still feel a bit regretful. After all, these products were first picked up by some merchants, and the latecomers couldn't drink the soup. The merchant said, and then picked up the new newspaper today and read it. When he saw the bottom article on the page, his expression suddenly tightened, because it says that King Qi is leading a group of craftsmen to produce a very magical thing in the equipment department recently. The article doesn't say much about the research, it just says to let the businessman wait. The news spread instantly among the businessmen along with the newspaper, and the businessmen also paid attention to the newspaper for the first time. I didn't expect that there was such precious information. For a time, the businessmen in King Zhu City asked everywhere about what King Qi was doing. The only clue they got was that King Qi took a lot of sand from the river beach. Sand? The businessmen are confused. What is this for? For modern people, they basically understand that sand can be used to produce glass. This is exactly what Xiaoming wants to develop in the next step. In fact, Xiaoming wants to produce glass not purely to make money, but to use glass to make things such as telescopes and chemical instruments, because the chemical laboratory really needs these things to purify the purer alkali, and the most important one is that Xiaoming has gathered the materials for glass production. This is the same as the effect of collecting the dragon balls, and the dragon should be summoned. Sand, limestone, soda ash, these are the conditions for the production of soda lime glass. The silica in the sand, soda ash lowers the melting point, and limestone provides calcium. A pure and transparent glass can be born. These are the materials needed for chemical instruments, beakers, measuring cylinders, test tubes, etc. With these equipment, the chemical laboratory will be no problem. The materials are gathered, and the following is the fuse. The formation of molten glass requires 1300 degrees. This temperature is basically the same as coking, so it is to increase the temperature. Xiaoming had to design a special equipment to raise the temperature, the regenerator. The regenerator is a brick building, usually two separated by a furnace. The two regenerators will be filled with multi-cell bricks, and the heat of the two regenerators will be blown from the regenerator to the middle furnace. Heat exchanged to increase the temperature in the furnace. There were no bricks in the past. Xiaoming naturally did not use a regenerator. Now that there are bricks, he also has the manpower. Naturally, he needs to change the shotgun. Now both blast furnace iron making and coking are building regenerators. In this way, the quality of coke has improved, and the quality of iron has also improved. Fortunately for glass, you can enjoy the furnace regenerator from the beginning. Xiaoming, a glass producer, taught a change of knowledge about glass production. After the regenerator of the furnace is built, the materials can be mixed and thrown in. When the molten glass comes out, it is annealing and blowing glassware. This can only be done manually. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at mobile phone users. Please go to read. Chapter 90. How is glass made, Your Highness? This is a pipe for blowing glass. The material was heating up, and Chen Qi gave him a ceramic tube. After the molten glass is formed, if you want the glass to form any shape, you will need to blow it at this time. In fact, this is the focus of glass production, because the temperature of the glass solution is too high and Xiaoming does not have a heat-resistant alloy tube, so he can only use clay to make a ceramic tube. After all, he now produces a seamless steel tube. It's impossible. On both sides of the regenerator, the craftsmen took turns pulling the blower to blow the heat of the coal in the regenerator into the furnace. After waiting an hour, Xiaoming asked the craftsman to open the lid of the furnace. Suddenly a burst of heat gushed out of the stove, and the craftsman dodged a long way in fright. After he settled down, he slowly walked to the furnace with the red liquid churning inside. He said at this moment, "Your Majesty, the things inside have melted." Xiaoming stepped forward at this time, and it turned out that there was a liquid similar to magma, which was liquid glass. "Give me the blowpipe," Xiaoming said to Chen Qi. Knowledge Xiaoming can be taught to everyone, but the actual operation must be practiced, and no one can become a glass master at once. The blowpipe in Chen Qi's hand is about 1.5 meters long, which is the length of the blowpipe by modern industry standards. Took the torch, Xiaoming picked out a mass of molten glass from the furnace, and quickly rolled one end of the molten glass on the rolling plate to make the molten glass evenly distributed. At the same time, Xiaoming blew into it, and quickly blocked the tube with his hand, and a bubble appeared in the glass. Next, he repeatedly softened the glass in the furnace, wrapped the glass liquid, and finally sent the glass liquid into the mold. While blowing and rolling, the glass liquid quickly filled the mold. After cooling down, a poor round-bottomed glass bottle appeared. Xiaoming sighed. He was on paper and his craftsmanship was not good. When he raised his head in shame, he saw that all the people in the room were focused on the glass bottle, which was incredible. Chen Qi murmured, "God, why is this bottle so beautiful?" The other craftsmen were also amazed, and their expressions when they looked at Xiaoming were different. There was no way this King Qi could not. "You see, this is glass blowing." "Of course, glass blowing is extensive and profound. Now you have to slowly practice the methods I teach you and produce all kinds of glassware." "Come on," Xiaoming said brazenly. There are a total of 50 craftsmen in the compound of the equipment department. These craftsmen are all selected from slaves. Xiaoming taught each of them a blown vessel. Hearing Xiaoming's words, Chen Qi was the first to pick up the blowpipe and walk towards the furnace. The other craftsmen followed closely, because in their opinion, this glass was much stronger than soap, perfume, and alcohol. Xiaoming did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he instructed the craftsman's blowing technique in the equipment department. For a whole day, the molten glass in the furnace was gone, and in exchange for a lot of failed glass products. Of course, this failure is relatively modern. In fact, these glass products can be used, and they can still be sold for money, so he is going to sell them to merchants. The first failure is normal. Xiaoming doesn't expect the craftsman to master glass blowing at one time. It's enough to become proficient. The most important thing is that the glass industry has already started. With glass, he can do many things. Make a lot of money. After a busy day, Xiaoming took his handmade products and returned to the palace. Asta and Luluo were buying from outside, and seeing the bottle in Xiaoming's hand, Luluo suddenly screamed, "Your Highness, what is this? It's so beautiful." Asta also came over, with little stars in his eyes, and girls have no resistance to beautiful things. This is called glass. Xiaoming smiled. His failed works are quite popular. Glass, such a beautiful thing, must be worth 1,000 pls of silver. Asta has always been very sensitive to flower silver matters since he manages the cost of eating and drinking in the palace. 10,000 pls are about the same. I have never seen this kind of thing. Is this made of jade? Luluo doubted. Luluo and Asta's reactions made Xiaoming very satisfied. The colonists in the 17th century bought a large amount of land from Indians with a few glass balls, which shows the value of glass in the hearts of people who had never seen it at that time. No, this glass was not bought by the king, nor made of jade, but produced by the Department of Equipment. Xiaoming solved the mystery, and then looked at Luluo and Zixuan with satisfaction. Produced by the Department of Apparatus? Luluo's eyes are tumbling. Your Highness, can this glass be given to me? I won't eat local chicken. Hey, it's okay, come over tonight. This king will check your body. Is it taller again? Xiaoming grinned. Luluo and Zixuan's complexions were flushed immediately, and they entered the palace with a glance at Xiaoming. Xiaoming followed behind, with a hippie smile, and the boring life must have some fun. After eating dinner in the evening, and playing with Lulu Asta for a while, Xiaoming returned to the bedroom and began to wonder how to maximize the benefits of glass. First of all, perfume. Zhuqingzhu's bottles can be changed. Naturally, with the upgrade of packaging a batch of high-end perfumes, fine wines will be born. However, the contents of the bottle will not change basically, and only the packaging money is added. He believes that there will be top dignitaries willing to buy. Although the glass industry has just begun, the experience that Xiaoming brings is enough to prevent the industry from exploring in the dark, but to move forward quickly on the bright road. And as Xiaoming expected, in just 10 days, the craftsmen who have been practicing can basically make qualified glassware. Although is not perfect, it basically meets his requirements. During this period, many businessmen were in Qingzhou City to find out what he was doing. The Wang family, Qin family, Sun family, and Wei family were especially attentive. For this reason, the four companies specifically asked Wang Shiiji and Qin Mu, who were in charge of business outside, to call back. His Royal Highness, don't hide and tangle, it will make us anxious to death. Wang Shiiji has been wandering around Xiaoming for the past 2 days. Qin Mu also stood on one side. Although they were not right with Wang Shiiji, they were unified in this matter. What anxiously? Tomorrow, this king will show you this mysterious object in Dongxi, and you will naturally be able to see it at that time, Xiaoming said. Don't your highness let us take a look first? Wang Shiiji didn't give up. Today's Wang Shiiji no longer dares to call Xiaoming a brother, because the current King Qi is no longer the one who could send only a few silver tickets before. Is a feudal lord who has the power of life and death in the 6 states. This kind of change is slowly happening in subtle ways. If the Wang family used to be contemptuous of the king, Now it is a little jealous book. Friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at mobile phone users. Please to read. Chapter 91 Hidden Danger. Brother Wang. Since His Royal Highness refused, naturally it makes sense. Did Brother Wang come to upset His Highness this time? Qin Mu said lazily. Compared with the Wang family, the Qin family is closer to Xiaoming, but the Kangzi incident has greatly hurt the Qin family's vitality, and the Qin family also has some opinions on Xiaoming. It's just this kind of opinion that they can only hold down in their hearts, because this incident tells them that the current King Qi no longer needs to look at their faces to act. Why Brother Qin said this, I came here naturally to make your highness happy. After that, Wang Shaiji clapped his hands, and a servant of the Wang family came in with a box. At this time, Wang Shaiji said, His Royal Highness, this is a gift from my father to my highness. I hope His Highness will accept it. The servant opened the box after Wang Shaiji finished speaking, and inside it was filled with sheets of paper. Xiaoming glanced carefully, slightly surprised. He said, This is the title deed. Yes, Your Highness, it is the land deed. My father learned that His Highness still needs a large amount of cultivated land, so he donated thousands of hectares of fertile fields outside the Qingzhou city of Wang's family to His Highness. Wang Shaiji said. Xiaoming's eyes narrowed. His farmland in Qingzhou is no more than 100 hectares. This time, the Wang family gave him 1,000 hectares of fertile land. Although these 1,000 hectares are just drizzle to the Wang family, this is the first time that he has given the land to him. But if you think about it for a moment, Xiaoming will understand that this Wang Chengqiu is indeed shrewd. Because for Xiaoming, money is no longer tempting him. Now he can only do what Xiaoming likes, and Xiaoming's move to farm the fields is precisely because of lack of land, and he guessed that he understood that doing business in Qingzhou is more profitable than farming. Ha ha ha! Xiaoming laughed and said, The king is really careful. This king is currently short of arable land. It is really timely. Wang Shaiji laughed. It seems that the father and son were right again this time. Qin Mu looked ugly. He sneered and said to Xiaoming, His Royal Highness, I am not like Brother Wang. I have a lot of land in Luzhu, but I know that your highness is short of shipbuilding craftsmen, so I ship from all over the country. The shop bought 1,000 skilled carpenters, and I hope your highness will accept them. Good. Xiaoming patted the table, looking excited. Although there are many slaves in the shipyard, there are basically no people who are proficient in carpentry skills, and it takes a long time to train a group of carpenters. Now 1,000 skilled carpenters have simply solved his urgent need. But the Wang family gave the land and the Qin family gave the craftsmen. These two families have worked so hard, presumably they know what the products they want to take out. He frowned, and it seemed that despite his efforts to keep secrets, the Department of Equipment or the Palace of the Kings still went out to eat. Qin Mu showed a triumphant look. This time he was tied with Wang Shaiji. Thought for a while. Xiaoming said, Since the two are so sincere, this king can't be disappointed. This thing is called glass. His Royal Highness can let the Koman take a look. Wang Shaiji and Qin Mu said at the same time. Xiaoming observed the expressions of the two, and saw that the two of them were not surprised at the unfamiliar term glass, but went straight over it, which further confirmed his guess. Of course can. Xiaoming beckoned to the servant who was waiting outside. The servant left, turned around and brought out a recently produced glass bottle. Wang Shaiji and Qin Mu's eyes stared at the glass bottle in the servant's hand for an instant, and their breathing gradually became heavy. This bottle, which is more beautiful than jade, amazed the two of them. They were able to think about the huge profits that this kind of glass would make in their hands. His Royal Highness, this thing is really a work of superb workmanship. Your Highness is really going to sell it? Wang Shaiji said excitedly. Qin Mu continued, His Royal Highness, how should this value be measured for such a beautiful thing? Since it was taken out, it was naturally to sell. Isn't the two of you here for this item this time? Xiaoming said lightly. Xiaoming told the matter. Wang Shaiji and Qin Mu didn't hide it. Wang Shaiji said, His Royal Highness, This fertile water can't flow into outsiders' fields first. What Brother Wang said is extremely true, especially this wonderful thing. Qin Mu said. You say, I say, just want to earn the first pot of gold. Now that Xiaoming also has his own caravan, he naturally wants to make the first pot of gold, so he is not planning to auction the distribution rights of this glass immediately this time. Instead, after half a year, I made the first batch of silver and then auctioned the distribution rights to maximize profits. He said, I understand what you mean, but this glass king is going to be handed over to the King's Zhu caravan? But since you two are so sincere, this king can allow you to get the goods from the King's Zhu caravan. How about Your Highness Xi? The two are overjoyed. After a few more thanks, the two left one by one, and Xiaoming's expression sank. He sent someone to call Li San and Wang Xuan over. His Royal Highness Li San and Wang Xuan arrived at the main hall at the same time. Seeing Xiaoming's expression gloomy, the two of them were worried. Now both Li San and Wang Xuan are working in the governor's mansion, using their tolerance status to conceal their true identity. I asked you to closely monitor the equipment department and workshop area. Why is this glass thing still leaking? Xiaoming said angrily today that this glass thing can leak. Tomorrow this equipment department cannot leak anything. The things that this king has worked so hard to produce are all made for others. Li San and Wang Xuan looked at each other, and Li San said, His Royal Highness, the next official can ensure that there are no faults in the workshop area. Wang Xuan dared to use his life to guarantee that the equipment department did not make any mistakes. We are monitoring the people whom Chen Qi and Chen Wenlong contacted. They did not interact with the rich. Xiaoming said angrily, Guarantee? How do you guarantee? The fact now is that the glass issue has leaked out in advance. His Royal Highness, the place of omission may be the palace? Li San suddenly remembered something and said. Wang Mansion? Xiaoming asked, frowning. Yes, Your Highness, we are afraid of offending Your Highness because we didn't put eyeliner in the palace. Li San said. Xiaoming's mood gradually calmed down, and the safest place was often the place most easily overlooked. Because of the guards of the palace, neither Li San nor Wang Xuan had thought that this place would go wrong. Now this is just a guess, you can go back. Xiaoming said, he was careless about this. It's just that the secret guard has a heavy duty. This king gives you more than 100,000 taels of silver every month. This silver has been spent. If the king wants to see the effect, the time has come to prove your ability and find out the leakers. Xiaoming said sharply. Wang Xuan and Li San answered yes at the same time and left the main hall. Looking at the curtains that Wang Shaiji had moved in the main hall, Xiaoming suddenly felt shuddering. There are so many wealthy eyeliners buried by his side. This incident has sounded the alarm for him. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at novel.com for mobile phone users. Please go to read. Chapter 92 Exhibition. The emergence of glass in this era is definitely a profiteering industry, and this kind of profiteering makes Xiaoming unable to calm down. Because of this, he gave the right to operate the glass to his King's Zhu Chamber of Commerce, but Xiaoming eats his own food alone. Businessmen from other places will naturally not be happy. They may find trouble when they operate the chassis, so Xiaoming only proposed a plan to auction off the right to sell glass in 6 months. In this way, he can not only earn the first pot of gold, but also appease these businessmen. A few days later, the glass exhibition Xiaoming said was officially held in Dongxi. All the glass produced by the workers these days was taken out. Xiaoming also deployed soldiers from the King's Zhu army to maintain order on the scene. The merchants of King's Zhu's various new vocabularies have been quite surprised. After figuring out the meaning of this exhibition, they flocked to this day. This is glass? The merchants were whispering below, just like Wang Shaiji and Qin Mu's reaction. The merchants were deeply shocked by this strange thing the moment they saw the glass. Crystal clear, cold to the touch, smooth as skin. This is really a fetish. At the exhibition, Glass is allowed to be picked up and watched. Some merchants exclaimed after appreciating it. Brother Han, how does this glass compare to porcelain? A businessman asked his companion. Porcelain is exquisite, but this glass is crystal clear and rare, and its value cannot be estimated, but if it is taken out, it will definitely be loved by the rich and powerful, said a businessman surnamed Han. I think so too. In my opinion, this glass is more profitable than that soap and fine wine, but the auction of this distribution right may be more expensive. That's the case, but it's also quick to make money back. If we are in business, we must dare to take risks. Brother Han taught that. The exhibition venue is a circular venue. The outer periphery is pulled up by ropes, and the glass inside is placed on some wooden stools. Businessmen walk around the wooden stools and admire the different shapes of glass. As time goes by, more and more merchants come here, and the merchants are increasingly looking forward to how King Qi will auction the distribution rights of this glass. But Li Kaiyuan's arrival made them a little disappointed, because he brought Xiaoming dye glass sales method. Half a year? A businessman asked. Li Kaiyuan nodded. Yes, it is half a year, and after half a year, only businessmen who have joined the Chamber of Commerce are eligible to participate in the auction. There are still many new businessmen from other places. They still don't understand the Chamber of Commerce. When Li Kaiyuan said this, they suddenly felt that the Chamber of Commerce had become very important. After waiting for the exhibition, I paid a fee to join the Chamber of Commerce. At first, there was no charge for joining the Chamber of Commerce, but as the number of merchants increased, Xiaoming added this. Unfortunately, it takes half a year to wait, which will cost us how much silver? Ding Wangquan was also standing down at this time. Although he was the celebrity in front of King Wei, Li Kaiyuan is now the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce, and Li Kaiyuan has the final say under Xiaoming. Now that Li Kaiyuan comes out to speak, it seems that this is what King Qi meant. As for the arrangement of King Qi, savvy businessmen knew it at a glance. From this one can also see the huge profits of this glass. Even King Qi is not calm. Some of the big merchants around the other vassals stopped talking, and at this time they publicly opposed it. It was not to give King Qi face. Instead, it is better to visit King Qi privately. The open and transparent exhibition lasted all day, and the name of glass spread quickly among the merchants, and the people of Qingzhou City also talked about it. This King of Qi came up with another magical thing. After the exhibition, the merchants dispersed one after another. They went back to find a way, and some merchants prepared generous gifts and went straight to the palace of Xiaoming. Wang Wei, King Yan, King Chu, King Zhao, King Huainan, King Liang, King Runan, Princess Pinyin, 3 princes, Prince. In the main hall of the palace, Xiaoming passed the greetings one by one, and the bitter smile on his face grew thicker. Asta stood by Xiaoming's side, and it was she who sent these greetings. She said, "Your Majesty, you are really a celebrity of the Great Yu Kingdom now. Now whether you are a prince, a princess or a prince, you will come and ask to you. Ha! It's just a greeting note. It's not a request. It's just a routine. It's not a problem for the king to write 300 copies a day." Xiaoming put a stack of greeting cards in Lu Luo's hands and said, "Take it. Go and be the fire of the briquette stove." Lu Luo glanced at nature, thinking that Xiaoming was guilty again. Seeing Zixuan nodded, she went out holding the greeting card. "His Royal Highness, this is always a good thing. At least they are always cautious of you now, not dare to neglect easily." Asta said. "Asta means that I want Xiaoming to meet these merchants. Zenf sent him here. She also has the idea of letting her be Xiaoming Xian's internal helper. If Xiaoming has committed a mess, she can also persuade him." At this time, when Xiaoming renewed the relationship with other vassals, princes, and princesses, she thought it was not a bad thing for Xiaoming. After pondering for a while, Xiaoming said, "It must be to see, but their master was so pretentious than me in the past." Now you reading www.yuukanzu.com has to still use the color, saying that the king is bathing and changing clothes. Let them go again. Wait a while, Xiaoming said. Asta nodded, bowed and exited the main hall. At this time, Xiaoming sat down, tapping his fingers on the table lightly, thinking about how to deal with these merchants. When he announced that he would sell glass half a year later, he thought that there must be some big merchants who would be uncontrollable. He knew who these people were. The purpose of their coming is nothing more than to get some privileges, which is normal in an era full of privileges and privileges like Dayu. Everyone is an exchange of interests, and either cooperates or wears shoes with each other. So, if you can't avoid giving them some privileges, Xiaoming will get what he wants. Now what he needs is nothing more than silver and craftsmen. These are the most basic elements of the industrial foundation, and only these two things can let him relax. Thinking of this, he thought for a while, and then asked Hasta to invite the merchants in. The first person who appeared outside the main hall was Ding Wangquan, followed by a businessman surnamed Han of King Yan, and a businessman of Lu family of King Liang. One by one, a total of 25 merchants. Some of these merchants came from the fiefs of different surnames, some came from the fiefs of imperial vassals, and some vassal merchants of princes and princesses, which can be said to be a group of people with the highest authority in the country. Everyone, please sit down, Xiaoming said with a smile. You are still here to visit this king so late. This king also understands the meaning of this. But the glass matter is related to the interests of King Zhu. Naturally this king cannot easily promise you. Chapter 93 Membership. A kind of businessman looked at Xiaoming, and there was a brief silence after Xiaoming's voice fell. In the end, Ding Wangquan spoke first. He said, His Royal Highness said that he couldn't easily agree. This means that I still have a chance when I wait, and I hope that His Highness can make it clear. I hope Your Highness will make it clear, the other merchants said simultaneously. Xiaoming swept his eyes completely. This old boy is really good at his words. No wonder there are so many family business, but he is not so easy to fool. You guys have seen this glass. How valuable is it? I think you already have your own measurement in your heart. If you sell it, it will definitely cause an uproar in the Great Yu country, and at the same time it will accumulate a lot of wealth. Xiaoming said. The businessmen looked at each other and nodded. Xiaoming continued, the production cost of this glass is extremely high. If you give it to you at this time, this king will also lose a lot. The saying that glass costs are high is false, but people who don't know it are easy to believe because glass is so unusual to them. Ding Wangquan saw Xiaoming embarrassed, and said at this moment, His Royal Highness, if His Highness allows me to sell, we will certainly not let His Highness suffer. We can buy the right to sell. Yes, Your Highness, as long as Your Highness speaks, we still have money, the merchants said one after another. Xiaoming nodded at this time. Even so, I am afraid that this king cannot provide so much glass at once. It is a shame to say that there is a lack of available craftsmen in this king's fief. This is also the reason for the slow glass production. It turns out that Your Highness, there are many slave craftsmen in my Zhu family. If Your Highness needs it, I will send it to Your Highness, said the merchant who was entrusted with the land. Another businessman said, I can report this to King Huainan, and let His Highness Huainan draw out some slave craftsmen. Merchants, you said and I said good to Xiaoming. All they talked about were slave craftsmen. It was very simple. Xiaoming was not relieved when a free craftsman sent it over. Xiaoming deliberately frowned and thought for a while. He said, since you are so sincere, I can promise to open up glass sales to you 5 months in advance, but this will inevitably arouse the dissatisfaction of other merchants. It is better to upgrade to a Chamber of Commerce member of it. Members? All the businessmen suddenly showed strange looks. Xiaoming smiled and said, this is the next policy that the Chamber of Commerce will implement. This king divides the businessmen in the Chamber of Commerce into ordinary members, intermediate members, senior members, bronze members, silver members, gold members, deacons, and elders according to their contributions to the chamber. 8 levels of vice presidents. What is this contribution? A businessman asked. Xiaoming said, this Chamber of Commerce was created by the king for the prosperity of the king's fief and to build a free commercial city. This contribution is naturally a contribution to the construction of a commercial city. As for the contributions, there are many categories, among which the trade in the Chamber of Commerce. The total amount of silver can be regarded as a basic contribution, and the provision of craftsmen, food, ore, etc. to the Chamber of Commerce can also be combined into a contribution. Once the contribution value reaches a certain number, you can be promoted to a higher level member and enjoy the convenience of the Chamber of Commerce. The merchants heard this and suddenly fell into thinking. Xiaoming continued to explain, Vice Chairman, Elder, and Deacon level members will be able to get all Kingzhou products immediately in the future, and the purchase price will also get the greatest discount, and they also have part of the management rights and specific policies of the Chamber of Commerce. This king will be handed over to Li Kaiyuan. This membership system is a modern and extremely wealthy system. The purpose is to maximize profits while absorbing a group of high-quality consumers. This is what Xiaoming is applying now. With his current strength, he cannot take care of every merchant because this cost is too high. He needs to take care of a group of high-quality merchants, who then go to cooperate with other small merchants. And the introduction of the membership system will make these big businessmen desperately climb up in exchange for greater profit margins, but the required contribution value between this class is also huge. Waiting for them to climb up means that Xiaoming is also making a lot of money, and once they entered the pit, these merchants were tied to the chariot of the Chamber of Commerce by him. Not only was he a businessman from Kingzhou, but he was using the merchants of the entire Great Yu Kingdom to do things for himself. Obtained immediately, a businessman is tempted. Xiaoming continued to throw out his chips. It is more than just getting the goods first-hand. In the future, some technical skills will be sold according to different membership levels. This temptation was thrown, and the businessman sitting below could no longer calm down. The sale of technology will also mean that merchants with high status in the Chamber of Commerce will get the technology first, and merchants with low status can only be envied. Xiaoming looked at these merchants calmly, waiting for them to reach edge. After a while, Ding Wangquan suddenly stood up and said, His Royal Highness, I am willing to give 2 million taels of silver, 100,000 shi for food, and 5,000 craftsmen slaves to the Chamber of Commerce. It's worthy of being a member of Ding, who is really bold. According to Ding's contribution this time, Ding can be directly promoted to a senior member. In this way, the glass can be obtained in 2 months. Xiaoming provoked a big deal. Thumbs, this Ding Wangquan is directly spending money to buy membership level, rather than step by step to upgrade the level by trading in the Chamber of Commerce. He didn't notice that Ding Wangquan was still anxious. You can get it in 2 months. Other merchants immediately fry the pot. They are not yet members at this time, and it will take 6 months to get the glass. Ding Wangquan was overjoyed, glanced at other businessmen with some triumph. I also give out 2 million taels of silver. A businessman stood up and shouted, I make 10,000 craftsmen. I produce 100,000 catties of iron ore. The merchants stood up one by one, and for the membership level, they also worked hard, donating their best quality resources into the Chamber of Commerce. Xiaoming's face is calm, but his heart is full of laughter. Modern membership data is really good. For the special status and more rights of the Chamber of Commerce, businessmen who have been severely seized of the user's psychology have been locked up. Everyone, come here one by one. Don't worry. Luluo will go take a pen and write down the donated items one by one, and hand them to Li Kaiyuan. Xiaoming said. Luluo picked up the pen and began to record by Xiaoming's side. She was still confused and didn't know what method Xiaoming had used, so that these businessmen would donate money and materials like chicken blood. Noisy. After a while, Luluo wrote down all the things donated by the businessmen sitting there. Xiaoming counted it, and was surprised. All of these people have reached the level of senior members, which means that he will open glass to them in 2 months. But for him, the things he got this time were enough to make up for his loss. 9 million taels of silver, 5 million stone grains, a few irons, 30,000 slave craftsmen, 100,000 coolies slaves, silk cloth, 5,000 horses, 1,000 horses, and many other messy things. He makes a lot of money. Chapter 94 Kingzhou Army in the dim night. The businessmen who came to visit Xiaoming left one after another. Xiaoming asked Lu Luo to hand over the bills that Lu Luo wrote down to Li Kaiyuan. These businessmen are only verbal promises, and there is a question mark whether they can be realized. But he doesn't care that they will breach the contract, because the introduction of the membership system makes these businessmen no longer have any reason to use the banner of the king and the prince to ask favors. And he used this system to not only regulate the merchant's status and code of conduct in the Chamber of Commerce, but also to obtain a lot of benefits for his fief. The news of membership system spread quickly among businessmen. In order to obtain the distribution rights of glass in advance, many merchants don't hesitate to save money and donate to the Chamber of Commerce to obtain the qualifications for early access to the goods. And those businessmen who do not have sufficient funds can only look at the Chamber of Commerce and sigh, hoping to accumulate slowly and one day become one of the members of the Chamber of Commerce. In a short period of time, a large number of donations from the merchants who came to the Chamber of Commerce brought some materials to King Zhu. "Your Majesty, this trick is really powerful." Just a member made these merchants spit out a lot of money. "I didn't expect that this time the Kou family in Jiangnan could not sit still and directly donated a bronze member." Chuojiang Wharf. Li Kaiyuan looked at the cargo ships entering the wharf continuously, and said to Xiaoming excitedly. Xiaoming didn't expect that the glass this time would actually catch the big fish of the Kou family. For so long, the Kou family has been keeping a distance from Xiaoming, and he would not be calm this time. The Kou family used to look down on those petty profits. Now that the glass comes out, and the membership system promises to sell technology, the Kou family is naturally tempted. Xiaoming said, "There are a lot of things that a bronze member needs to donate." This time, the Kou family has done a lot of money, which made King Zhu's treasury a lot fatter. But the Kou family's business is all over the world. If they let him get the glass in advance, they will definitely make a lot of profits in the short term. Li Kaiyuan said, "We don't care about this. No matter what, they always pay for the money they take from us. The more they sell, the more we make." Xiaoming was in a good mood during this time. The membership system once again provided him with a lot of capital and labor. King Zhu's construction can continue to trot forward, otherwise it can only move forward. This time Xiaoming came out, one to see the donated materials, and the other to see the training of the King Zhu army. After chatting with Li Kaiyuan on the dock for a while, and instructing him to organize a merchant ship to sell glassware as soon as possible, he rode to King Zhu Ding. In this short period of time, the production of the steel workshop has not stopped. On the contrary, because of the skill of the craftsmen, the production speed has been greatly improved. Now the King Zhu army's plate armor has been delivered, and there are 3,000 sets of weapons. In 1 or 2 months, the King Zhu army estimates you can achieve a set of plate armor for each soldier. In addition to the plate armor, the workshop also delivered 1,000 mo swords, 500 sets of crossbow arrows, and some shields and knives. At the King Zhu camp, Xiaoming outside the door heard Lif and the soldiers shouting inside. He went in and saw that Lif was taking the soldiers to practice the battlefield. In ancient warfare, the war ability was basically reflected in the battlefield, and the individual's role in this kind of hand-to-hand combat was very small. Therefore, there is a huge difference in combat effectiveness between the soldiers who have been trained to form a battle formation and those who are stragglers. A densely disciplined and rigorous battle formation of 5,000 people is enough to easily defeat several times the enemy. In many cases, victory with less and more is the result of this. The square formation that Lif asked the soldiers to practice at this time is the most basic formation. There are also circular formations, cone formations, geese formations, etc. on the battlefield. The general will understand that it will change at any time according to the changes in the battlefield battle formation. And this time is to show whether the general is a good general. However, this time Luf was rehearsing the square formation at any time. Xiaoming glanced at it, only to find that this square formation was not for ordinary confrontation. Seeing Xiaoming coming, Lu yelled stop and then walked towards Xiaoming. His brows are furrowed. Is there any problem with this battle? Lu asked, bowing. Xiaoming is the vassal of the 6 states. The status is the chief governor, the commander of the 6 states military. The identity of the prince also allows him to manage all the government affairs of the fief. And Lu is only King's lieutenant, can be said to be Xiaoming's direct staff. So in military training, Xiaoming has the right to command former army crossbowman, Chinese army spearman, rear army swordman. This kind of battle formation is used to deal with cavalry. Xiaoming said. His Royal Highness also understands battle formations? Lu asked strangely. Xiaoming curled his lips and said, this king is proficient in any battle formation. Please don't look down on me, Lieutenant Lu. Lu showed a surprised look. So, Your Royal Highness will also train soldiers? This time Xiaoming didn't dare to brag. He knew that fighting battles and training soldiers were 2 different things. He sloppily said, I'll talk to you when I have time. This time I'm here to check the soldiers' equipment. Speaking of this, Lu suddenly became excited. His Royal Highness, you see, these soldiers are wearing plate armor, but this aura is enough to make the enemy fearful. In the military camp's schoolyard, 5,000 soldiers are neatly arranged into 10 square formations. The visual effect is similar to the set of school exercises between classes. But the difference is that the plate armor on the soldiers and the luminous weapons in their hands make them look murderous. Seeing these soldiers armed to their teeth, a sense of heroism suddenly rose in his heart. In the future, he will no longer need to fear the King Zhu tycoons, nor will he need to give in for the sake of fearing them. The mighty King Zhu army is enough to crush any tycoons who dare to threaten him. Well, it's indeed mighty, but it's not enough. Training must keep up. You can't waste such excellent equipment, Xiaoming said. These plate armors are made from the best quality steel in the iron and steel workshop through the forging of hammers. He is confident that the level of these plate armors will not be lower than the quality of the modern 17th century plate armor. Even because of the mature technology, the quality of this batch of plate armor will be higher. His Royal Highness, leave this training to me. If your Royal Highness is not satisfied after 3 months, Lu will raise his head to see you. But your Highness, this second batch of new troops is about to enter the camp. Look at this equipment. Lu rubbed his hands. He smiled. Xiaoming was helpless. This Lu now has 3 words in his line. When he sees him, he needs to be equipped. He said, there will be no less equipment. Every soldier will have it, and 1,000 will come in a few days. A war horse. You leave some soldiers to build cavalry. 1,000 war horses? Lu closed his mouth from ear to ear, and said flatly, His Royal Highness, where did you get so many war horses? Now I am the most short horse. I suffered a lot when I fought against barbarians. The cavalry is on. The barbarian cavalry runs fast and shoots bows and arrows accurately. We can't chase or catch up, and we can't fight. We have suffered heavy casualties. Welcome friends to read, the latest and fastest. The hottest serial works are all at mobile phone users. Please go to read. Chapter 95 Chemistry Lab. Because of this king wants you to build a cavalry. At least for now, the best way to deal with the cavalry is the cavalry. In history, the cavalry was not eliminated until the emergence of the mechanized corps. Therefore, in Xiaoming's view, the army still needs to focus on building the cavalry unit for a long time. Lu nodded. No matter how good the infantry battle formation is, it can only passively defend, while the cavalry is an offensive force, a must for agility, assault, and pursuit. He said, if this is the case, this 1,000 there are still a few war horses. I understand that next this king is going to smuggle horses from the grassland and try to build a qualified cavalry. Xiaoming frowned. Even in the age of firearms, the cavalry is irreplaceable. Smuggling? Lu was taken aback, and then he said, doesn't your highness know that the barbarians now prohibit the grassland tribe from selling war horses to the Great Yu Kingdom? Of course I know, otherwise it's not called smuggling. The trade, Xiaoming said. Lu touched the back of his head, then looked solemnly, and said to Xiaoming, His Royal Highness, the barbarians suddenly tightened the trading of war horses. This is not good news. In the past, This meant that the barbarians had to use troops against Great Yu. This is also what I am worried about, so this time I plan to buy a batch of war horses even at a high price, Xiaoming said. Moreover, the city wall of Kangzhou City should be overhauled. When the slaves donated by these merchants come, I will prepare. Let them rebuild Kangzhou City and build Kangzhou City into an insurmountable fortress for the barbarians. Lu Fu was excited. Your Highness is going to use cement this time? Xiaoming nodded. Yes, it's time to strengthen the fragile walls of Kangzhou City. After talking about this, Xiaoming and Lu Fu talked about the new army of other states. These new army are currently led by the backbone of the Kingzhou army, and no rich people are involved. And every army has a long history in place, responsible for the ideological work of the army. Speaking of the long history in the army, Lu Fu looked bitter. His Royal Highness, these long history troops must insist on their allegiance to your Highness. Shut up and ask the army to stick to the leadership of His Highness, and also propose 8 honors and 8 shame. Yes, it's quite possible. What? Is there a problem with the army's loyalty to this king? Xiaoming glanced at Lu Fu obliquely, thinking that if your kid has a double heart, you still have to kill you. Lu Fu suddenly sweated on his forehead. He was just straight-hearted and displeased with the appearance of these literati mothers-in-laws. But he didn't expect to say something wrong. When he reacted, he immediately bowed and said, Your Majesty, don't blame it, the end will be a big mouth, son. I'm used to talking nonsense. It's pretty much the same. I don't care about it. The king who wants to equip me will try my best to satisfy you. But you have to be sober about the principle. Xiaoming's words immediately became a set of training history. Those long-time candidates, Xiaoming, naturally wouldn't let them take the post easily, but let them take the post after the training, and they must pass the exam before taking the post. The content of this test is the guiding ideology of these troops. His purpose is to control the army. In this chaotic world, in this era, the army is easy to be tied by the generals and can only be strengthened by this method. Otherwise, there will be a rebellion in this state, and a mutiny in that state will be enough for him to drink a pot. Don't dare, even if you have 10 courage in the end, Lu Fu said. Xiaoming nodded. I know you must be annoying long history, but you just don't see it. Military long history will not interfere with you. Yes, Your Highness. Lu Fu wiped his cold sweat, and saw that Xiaoming was about to leave, and personally sent Xiaoming outside the barracks. Looking at Xiaoming's departure, Lu Fu breathed a sigh of relief. In his opinion, the current King Qi was getting more and more evil, but he had to admit that his trick was powerful. Many soldiers didn't know who King Qi was before. Now this long history remains in the army, and King Qi is in his ears almost every day. In his opinion, this is not a bad thing, so that the military of the 6 states can be stable, and there will be no situation in which the army of the rich family of Kangzhou City controls the city. Here, Xiaoming left the barracks and went to Bowen Academy, where the newspaper company Fanzheng is now in charge, collecting information every day, and publishing a new round of newspapers the next day. Now that the paper-making workshop and imitation printing have moved into the workshop area, Fanzheng only needs to send someone to contact directly. Xiaoming taught Fanzheng how to do it. He doesn't need to do this small matter personally. He only needs to review the manuscript every day. After all, with the increase of various affairs, his daily government affairs also increased. Industry must be managed, commerce must be managed, and agriculture must also be managed. It is necessary to be serious about doing industry and farming. Thinking all the way, Xiaoming arrived at Bowen College. He didn't come here to find Fanzheng, but to do daily teaching. In his free time on weekdays, he spends almost all of his time in the Bowen Academy. The training of long history, the shipbuilding affairs of Jiang Liang and others, the technical problems of Chen Qi's equipment department, and the chemical knowledge of Lu Tong. This time he came for a chemical experiment. After the glass was produced, he asked the workshop to make a batch of chemical instruments for him. Now these instruments are in the laboratory. You reading www.uukanzu.com. Today, the basic chemistry knowledge of Lu Tong and others is basically no problem. The periodic table of the elements is very familiar, and the chemical formulas and the like are also sloppy. In theory, there is. But the specific practice can be realized by relying on these chemical instruments. When we arrived at the laboratory, more than 200 people including Lu Tong were waiting in the laboratory. When Xiaoming came over, he respectfully called Your Highness. This chemistry laboratory is almost based on a modern layout. Below is a table of 5 people on which there are experimental instruments. Xiaoming stood on it, and he also had his own set of instruments. This time Xiaoming will teach them the method of producing sulfuric acid. The 3 acids and 2 bases have been the basic chemical industry Xiaoming wants to achieve. The 3 acids are wrapped with nitric acid, sulfuric acid, and hydrochloric acid. The 2 bases are sodium hydroxide and sodium carbonate. Combining the existing conditions of this era, he thinks the easiest thing to achieve is to make sulfuric acid, because there was a saying of green alum oil in ancient times, and this green alum oil is sulfuric acid, and it needs green alum, water, and high temperature to prepare it. In the information of the technological spar, there are some green alumites distributed on his fief, that is, modern ferrous sulfate, which is green in color. These green alumites are often the accompanying ore of iron ore. Qian Fu discovered these green alums while mining iron ore, so Xiaoming felt that these green alums should not be wasted and it was better to use them to prepare sulfuric acid. After all, sulfuric acid is widely used in the industry. One of them is pickling and rust removal, which can extend the life of machinery. Sulfuric acid is a solvent for metal purification. With sulfuric acid, he can purify some rare metals and lay the foundation for the alloy. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all in You Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 96 Lu Tong's feelings. The green ore in front of you is called green alum. I have taught you all of this before. We didn't have experimental equipment and couldn't operate it. Now that we have these chemical instruments, I will show you how to use green alum to prepare sulfuric acid. After this experiment, you have to invest in the production of sulfuric acid. Xiaoming said. Now these people have mastered basic chemistry knowledge. In Xiaoming's view, they have at least junior high school level chemistry knowledge. Putting this knowledge into production is not a problem. The purpose of knowledge is to apply. After all, this knowledge must be used in production. Yes, Your Highness. Lu Tong and others are confident, and now 3 or 4 months have passed. During this period, they didn't have to worry about food, clothing, housing and transportation. They were all focused on learning. Xiaoming's chemistry teaching opened up a new world for them. They never thought that there was such a magical knowledge. Every time Xiaoming teaches, these atomic structures, molecular structures, and the appearance of various rare metals seem to appear in their minds, making them understand quickly. Nodded in satisfaction, Xiaoming put the green vitriol into the test tube, poured water into the other end, and then heated it up with an alcohol lamp. Now that alcohol can be purified and glass bottles can be produced, the alcohol lamp is naturally no problem. This is also one of the conditions for chemical experiments. Lu Tong and the others stared at Xiaoming's operation for a moment, for fear of missing anything. Now they are eager to put the knowledge they have learned into use, but because of the lack of various chemical materials, it is difficult for clever women to cook without rice. With the addition of alcohol, the color of green alum slowly changed from green to reddish-brown, which proved that the green alum was successfully decomposed. After a class, under the supervision of Xiaoming, Lu Tong and others followed suit and successfully prepared sulfuric acid. But even if everyone added up, they could only prepare a little bit. His Royal Highness, let us do the rest by ourselves. After learning for so long, we can't let His Highness personally teach it every time. We can also explore it by ourselves. Your Highness only needs to provide us with materials. After the teaching experiment was over, Lu Tong came and said to Xiaoming. Xiaoming felt relieved that these students finally had this consciousness. Thinking about the modern motherland, it has also built its own strong industrial system from scratch, and relying on it is his own exploration. Now he is responsible for providing knowledge, and he also has to believe that these students can also perform miracles. He said, I am ambitious. In this case, I have taught the knowledge of 3 acids and 2 bases. If you find a way to do production, you need silver, and you can tell me if you have manpower. Lu Tong nodded excitedly. From being a slave to today's lavish life, this was a gift from King Qi. They are the people who know what they want to do, and they also want to make their own contribution to their hometown, so that the people of the fief will no longer suffer humiliation. Xiaoming felt relieved. He saw an emotion called sentiment in Lu Tong's eyes. It is this kind of feeling that allows a person to give up his own interests and devote his life to the benefit of the public. When the modern motherland is poor and white, it is precisely because of these people that the country will become stronger step by step. This is a noble character. He has seen this character from Pang Yukun, from Lif, from Chen Wenlong and his son, and also from Fan Zheng. It is precisely because of this character that they will bravely support their own reforms and make the fiefdom become richer and stronger. He needs talents with this kind of character. These talents are the cornerstone of the fief. Patted Lu Tong on the shoulder, Xiaoming gave him an encouraging look, and told him to ask if he didn't understand before leaving Bowen Academy. The things he teaches now are enough for Lu Tong to trust for a long time, and Xiaoming gave him a plan. This plan is the steps of chemical production, from simple to difficult, step by step to realize the chemical industry. Once the chemical industry picks up, it can promote each other with the iron and steel industry, and then he can find a way to get the alloy out. This first thing is naturally tungsten steel. Once he has tungsten steel, he can manufacture qualified tools, and hard tools can formally process various metal parts. It was a small leap in industry at that time. Although the idea is good, it is still difficult to implement. The first is to find wolframite and sealite, which is not as easy to find as coal mines and iron ore. In fact, the mines at this time are very difficult to find and mine unless they are open-pit mines. The few mines that Qian de Fu found were all shallow mines, and some deep mines could not be found yet. After all, it was one thing for him to master the map, and this precise search would take a while. He does not have satellite positioning. Thinking of this, he sighed. Now he can only rely on luck. If he is lucky, he may be able to find the tungsten mine soon. If he is not lucky, he can only wait. Once he had tungsten ore, he could use sulfuric acid to extract tungsten to make alloys. The industrial foundation can only be done step by step. According to the diagram, agricultural production is as important as industry. This Xiaoming dare not care about it. He went straight back to the palace, and when he arrived at the door, he saw the look of Asta. In a hurry, he bumped into his arms. Xiaoming was hit and staggered. He instinctively hugged the Asta and didn't fall down, while one hand was grasping on the Asta butt. Ah! Asta screamed first, and then saw that Xiaoming stopped the sound, but when she felt that hand was squeezed a few times, her face was flushed immediately. His Royal Highness, in broad daylight, you, Asta said strangely. Xiaoming smiled and let go, recalling the meaning of the Asta words. If it doesn't work in broad daylight, it's fine if the night is dark and the wind is high. Asta looked around nervously, and he was relieved to see that no one saw it. After all, the difference between men and women is greater than the sky. If you see this, you will be ashamed. But she didn't blame Xiaoming. During this period of time, she and Luluo gradually became acquainted with Xiaoming. I knew that sooner or later, I was also Xiaoming's woman, and coupled with Xiaoming's likable character. He didn't care about Xiaoming's actions. This is how you hit this king's arms. How can you blame this king? Xiaoming said lazily. Asta sighed helplessly, and suddenly her expression became nervous again. She said, His Royal Highness, I almost forgot. I am in a hurry to find you. The Empress wrote to say that Princess Pinyin will be in King's in the near future. Take care, Princess Pinyin. Xiaoming almost felt dizzy. Why did she come here? Not for perfumes and soaps, but now that glass is added. In the letter, the Empress said that the glass sent to Qing'an by Her Royal Highness has caused a sensation in the entire palace. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The hottest serial works are all at mobile phone users. Please go to read. Chapter 97. Princess Pinyon. Fine, nothing, she is coming, so she can entertain her carefully when the time comes. Xiaoming sighed deeply. The Pinyon princess is not Xiaoming's half-sister or older sister, but Xiao Wenxuan's aunt and Xiao Wenxuan's sister. To this young sister, Xiao Wenxuan can be said to be extremely doting, almost to the point of indulging, and this princess of Pinyon is also used to being doted, and she is lawless in Qing'an, especially after the death of her husband. The princess of Pinyon is well known. There is only one person from the first rank to the trafficker. But there is only one. This person must be handsome. And it is said that she also raised a male pet in the mansion. In such an era, Princess Pinyon can be said to be a pioneer among women. It is precisely because of her that women in Qing'an are more open than women elsewhere, which shows the influence of the Princess of Pinyon. However, Princess Bin Duong said that her private life is chaotic, but she is extremely shrewd. It is said that there are many family members. In modern times, it is equivalent to a rich woman. Moreover, using her own name, Princess Bin Duong is in this patriarchal era like a fish in water, which makes her a lot of business. Convenience. Long-term arrangement cannot be the richest man, but can also be ranked second. For Xiaoming, this shrewd aunt, who resembles a modern socialite, is a difficult character, and she is a good hand at steering the rudder. And she couldn't refuse this aunt's visit, because he needed help from Qing'an. Now the princes are at war, and he is far away in Kingzhou. If something goes wrong in Qing'an, it will be a problem how to pick up Zenfei. It is this aunt who is exquisite in all directions and has many ministers under her skirt. It can be said that it is also a force that cannot be ignored in Qing'an. At that time, I may need his help. In this case, the slave servant arranged preparations for the mansion. The lady said that by the time this letter was sent, the princess had already left. According to this date, it is estimated that it will be coming soon. Asta said. Xiaoming waved his hand to let Asta prepare, and no longer had the mood to continue molesting the little maid. Whether it is Wang Wei or Wang Yan, he can easily dismiss him. If this one comes, he really has a headache. 2 days later, an extremely luxurious carriage drove slowly on the official road from Kingzhou City. There were thousands of guards on both sides of the carriage, all wearing golden armor and golden feather helmets, with a serious look. Qiuxuanan. The carriage curtains are made of purple silk and are covered with golden vines. The exquisite jade hangs from the roof on all sides, and each jade is worth 1,000 gold. The people on the official road saw the horse brigade gathered in such a formation flashed to the sides, and some businessmen greedily swept across the jade and golden silk road. But seeing the fierce golden armor, they suddenly lowered their heads. The gate of the city is getting closer. A knight headed by came to the carriage and said, "Your Royal Highness, Kingzhou City is here." "Well, then, see if someone greets the palace at the gate of the city." Speaking of which, King Qi and I have not seen each other for 5 years. I don't know if this kid will give me the face of my aunt. A lazy voice came from the carriage, and then a spring lotus-like arm opened the curtains, revealing an extremely delicate and seductive face. The knight saw this face, and there was a hint of enthusiasm in his eyes. He said, "I see many people standing outside the city gate. It is probably King Qi." Princess Pinyon poke out her head and glanced, and at a glance she saw Xiaoming wearing a purple robe at the door, and Luluo and Asta who accompanied Xiaoming. "That's right, it's Xiaoming." Princess Pinyon sat back in the carriage. "This nephew is still worthy of the aunt, so hurry over." The knight nodded, yelled, and the horseman who drove the cart raised his whip. The cart was several times faster and reached the gate of the city in the blink of an eye. At this time, Xiaoming smiled bitterly and looked at the pair of men and horses. Only this aunt could use something like the golden armor, which is insignificant. Seeing the curtains opened, a graceful woman leaned out. Xiaoming immediately said, "My nephew has seen my aunt." "Hey, Minga, I haven't seen you in 5 years, you're looking handsome." "Come, let auntie have a look." Before getting out of the car, Princess Pinyon laughed, and then a gust of fragrance came in front of Xiaoming. This scent is exactly the smell of peony perfume. "Auntie still looks unchanged," beautiful as before. The heavy perfume smell made Xiaoming a little uncomfortable, and he couldn't help but shrug his nose. Princess Pinying smiled and said, "This mouth is also a lot sweeter." Xiaoming smiled and said, "Thank you for the compliment, and also invite aunt to enter the city and go to the palace again." Princess Pinying nodded. At this time, many people were waiting to enter the city. A group of people gathered around them to watch. She turned and got into the carriage again. Xiaoming led the way, and the carriage followed the people from the palace to the inside. When passing by the city gate, Princess Pinying raised the curtain and looked at the soldiers guarding the city gate. These soldiers wear silver armor, which is different from the armor in Da Yuzhong. All the places on these soldiers are wrapped in armor, which looks like a steel monster. It is intimidating, and these soldiers have long hands. The spear also exudes silver light. The tip of the spear is very sharp, and it is a very sophisticated weapon at first glance. Strange, what kind of armor is this? Princess Pinying was lost in thought. Whenever I mentioned Kingzhou in Chang'an, both the prince and the ministers showed disdain, as if Kingzhou was a land of barbarians. Even though Kingzhou products have caused a sensation in Chang'an time and time again in the past 6 months, this sense has not changed. After all, doing business is shameless for scholars. Therefore, Xiaoming, a dignified vassal prince who did business personally, was even more despised by the nobles of Chang'an. Although many princes also did business, after all, they were done by merchants who were vassals. They were just providing convenience. After passing the city gate, she continued to look at Kingzhou city and found that there were many merchants in the city, most of which were pulling goods, including soap, perfume, and drunk Kingzhou wine. Occasionally, a few scholars can be seen on both sides of the road. They are arguing about something in front of a piece of paper filled with words, as if there is something important on the paper. What made her even more strange was that there seemed to be a lot of slaves in Kingzhou city. After a while, a group of people with slave marks could be seen passing by. But these slaves did not look sad like slaves in other places, but were talking and laughing and transporting things like coal. The scenes came into view, and Princess Pinying suddenly felt that she had come to the right place. During this time, Kingzhou seemed to have undergone many changes not elsewhere. This time she came for exquisite glass, but looking like this, she seems to have more things to do in Kingzhou. Book friends are welcome to visit and read the latest, fastest and hottest serial works all in mobile phone users. Please go to read. Chapter 98 Wit and Courage. Chi Palace. Princess Pinying got down from the carriage and frowned when she first saw the scenery inside the palace. In Chang'an, she was used to seeing all kinds of luxurious houses. Compared with those houses, Prince Chi Mansion was a bit shabby. Not to mention that there is no unicorn beast symbolizing auspiciousness in front of the palace, and the plaque of the palace is not written with gold powder, and the rusted knocker on the palace gate is incompatible with the identity of a prince. Seeing that Princess Pinying looked strange, Xiaoming asked, "Aunt, what's the matter?" "Minga, this has suffered you for 5 years in Kingzhou, and so did the emperor. How can you be a dignified son? How can you be so biased? I will speak for you this time when I return to Chang'an." Princess Pinying felt sorry for Xiaoming. Look like if he didn't understand this aunt, Xiaoming would really be touched, but the aunt's reputation is outside, and he can't believe it when he plays the scene. "Thank you, auntie, but this is not necessary. Father has already sent the 1 million taels of silver to his nephew," Xiaoming said. Princess Pinying rolled her eyes. If it weren't for the glass and other products from Kingzhou, she would have forgotten this nephew behind her forehead. In Chang'an, the other princes often walked with her and gave some generous gifts from time to time. But if Xiaoming was not in Chang'an, she wouldn't be able to say that this family's power would not work. She naturally didn't care. "Really? I heard that the emperor's impression of you has changed a little today." "It seems that this is true. This nephew is not clear. My father always doesn't like his nephew, but this time the silver was sent. Maybe it's true." Xiaoming evaded. Princess Pinying smiled and said, "This is to congratulate you. Maybe the emperor is happy. Maybe he will allow you to return to Chang'an province." "To give you a kiss?" but the concubine Zen misses you very much. My nephew also misses his mother and concubine," Xiaoming said with a chuckle. At this time, the two of them arrived in the garden behind the main hall. Princess Pinying sat down in the pavilion and stretched out her hand to signal Xiaoming to sit down. "I came here this time to see concubine Zen and see that you are living well here. I will go back and talk to her, but it will make him feel at ease." Princess Pinying played the emotional card again. Xiaoming had a little admiration in his heart. The Pinying princess was indeed a shrewd person, and in a few words she taught people to get close. It's just that he is not the former Xiaoming, and this blood relationship is not enough to make him lose his composure. If it were the former Xiaoming, he might have been crying. Princess Pinying was always observing Xiaoming's expression when she was speaking. Seeing that Xiaoming's expression was always the same, she couldn't help being a little surprised. This King Qi was a bit interesting. "That's true. I hope my aunt will tell my mother and concubine that I am doing everything well and don't worry about it," Xiaoming said. "By the way, is there any other arrangements for my aunt's visit this time? If not, my nephew can take my aunt with me." Look at the beauty of King Zhu. Princess Pinying walked all the way, seeing that the surrounding area was nothing but a remote country. There was no scenery to see. Seeing that Prince Qi's mansion was also so down and out, and she had no plans to live here for a long time, she said, "I'm just here for a few days, and I will go to your Uncle Y's Jinling city to sit in some days." It was a prosperous place. My nephew always wanted to go, but he couldn't get away because of his busy government affairs. Xiaoming found himself a reason not to accompany this aunt. "Well, if you can be diligent in government affairs, the emperor will be happy if you know it." Pinying tried to see that Xiaoming seemed to have a sense of inadequacy. For this nephew, this beauty was not necessary. She hesitated for a moment, and had to explain her intentions. "Minga, this time the aunt came here for glass. The glassware you sent into the palace this time disturbed the harem. Your father also loves it. Let me come to King Zhu this time. Ask about the method of glass making, and you can let the craftsman tinker it out for the ladies." It really came. Xiaoming exclaimed in his heart, "This aunt's appetite is really unusual." Originally, he thought that Princess Pinying would only ask for some glassware, so it was enough to give her some. Unexpectedly, she would open up her mouth and directly ask for glass production methods. Princess Pinying looked at Xiaoming again when she said this, and saw that Xiaoming was still calm as water, but what she didn't know was that 10,000 grass mud horses had already run through Xiaoming's heart. "Auntie, I'm afraid this is wrong." Xiaoming believes that what Princess Pinying said is true. This Princess Pinying blows her ears in front of Xiao Wenxuan. Xiao Wenxuan will definitely agree to her to ask for the glass production method, even the production method of all King Zhu goods. Because this is the Great Yu country, the greed of the powerful is unconcealed, and in their hearts, this seems to be a matter of course. Princess Pinying's expression changed, her eyes drifted, and she said in agreement, "Auntie also disagrees. This is what your father said. Don't you understand your father's temperament? If he is interested, he must get it." Xiaoming frowned. This Princess Pinying could be said to be threatening him. Xiao Wenxuan is savage and domineering, cold-blooded and ruthless. This is a thing that everyone knows in the entire Great Yu country, otherwise, how could he be a dignified prince in the first place? Princess Pinying is still waiting for his answer. This is the worst situation he expected. If you don't give it, Xiao Wenxuan will definitely get furious. If you do, this is the beginning. From now on, you can ask Xiao Wenxuan for something under the banner of Xiao Wenxuan, so he must not let go this time, and also try not to sin against Princess Pinying and Xiao Wenxuan. I understand the nature of the father and the emperor. I am just an aunt. If people do not believe in it, I can't stand it. I really can't tell the glass manufacturing method because I have already concluded an agreement with the merchants of the Chamber of Commerce. In addition to the future supply, the law of glass will also be open to them when they reach the membership level. If I break my promise at this time, it will not lose my face. No matter how I say it, I am also a prince. My face does not matter. I lost my royal face, Father, you won't be happy either. Oh? Is there anything else? Princess Pinyin asked in confusion. Xiaoming nodded affirmatively, and then told Princess Pinyin about the Chamber of Commerce. Princess Pinyin looked uglier the more she listened. She wanted to take advantage of the glass, but she didn't expect that the glass would involve so many people's interests. There are many princes among them. If this is the case, this matter would not be so easy to do. The royal princes are simple, but it is difficult to do in the princes of different surnames. Being in Qing'an, she knew that these vassals were thinking that the throne battle was about to start, just like supporting Xiao Wenxuan back then to launch another emperor in their interests. Exactly. The most important thing is that the nephew has already received their silver coins, and they have used them all. If the aunt is willing to return it to them for the nephew would be happy to give the aunt the glass manufacturing method. Xiaoming looked regretful. How much silver? Princess Pinyin seemed to feel hope. Not many. Probably more than 15 million tals. Xiaoming said lightly. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 99. Dinner. 15 million tals. Princess Pinyin stood up almost in surprise. Xiaoming nodded silently. Her expression stiffened, and Princess Pinyin smiled and said, I can't see it. The king of Qi is now too rich. Compared with my aunt, I am still far behind. It is said that my aunt has a lot of assets in Qing'an. Xiaoming flattered. The aunt looks at this. Finally, since you have made agreements with many businessmen, your aunt can't make it difficult for others. But can you prepare some women to bring to the emperor and the harem? She originally wanted to take down this glass manufacturing method, but Xiaoming said that she didn't want to risk offending so many people. After all, Xiaoming has collected money from others. If all this matter is pushed to her by that time, she would have difficulty dealing with those people in Qing'an. Xiaoming is far from the emperor, but she has to deal with these people every day. Princess Pinyin was so greedy, which made Xiaoming unexpected. He knew that she must secretly provoke Xiao Wenxuan to agree to this matter, because the letter from the concubines said clearly, Xiao Wenxuan was very happy and praised him, and did not mention asking Xiaoming for this glass technology. But for him, Princess Pinyin's greed is exactly what he can use. He is not afraid of a person's flaws, but he is afraid that a person is invulnerable. It's not a problem, Xiaoming said, but my nephew has a better way. Princess Pinyin was a little unhappy because she couldn't get glass technology. At this time, she was also a little lacking in interest. She lazily said, what can be done? How about giving my aunt the status of a senior member? This is worth 1 million silver, Xiaoming said with a smile. Princess Pinyin heard the words, and her expression of joy suddenly appeared. It is still your aunt who loves the most. This is the case. She was afraid that Xiaoming would regret it. That's natural. Xiaoming laughed, thinking that this member is just an empty glove white wolf. He won't suffer a lot from this number of places. Instead, after joining the member, Duke Pinyin mainly purchases goods from him. On the contrary, he can earn her money. Each holding his own thoughts, Xiaoming asked Zixuan to arrange the banquet. The Ping and princess arrived, and according to etiquette, the local officials and the rich family should also be invited to come to meet him. It's just that Xiaoming's palace has neither singers nor dancers, so he had to send someone to the Wangs and Qins to borrow. That night, the voice of the silk and bamboo of the Qi palace was masterpiece. The Wang family, the Qin family, the Sun family, and the Wei family all arrived at the Qi palace. At the same time, Pang Yukun and other Qingzhou officials were present. Princess Pinyin is here. Naturally, this banquet will not be as chaotic as the banquet of the Wang family, but rather regular. At this time, Princess Xiaoming and Pinyin took the first place, Pang Yukun at the bottom, followed by Luf, Chen Wenlong and others, and finally the Wang family, Qin family and others. Qi Wang, what is this dish? At the banquet, Princess Pinyin didn't bother to appreciate singing and dancing. These botched singing and dancing were really unbearable for her. If they were in her own house, These singing girls and dancers would have been condemned. The only thing that interests her is these foods that she has never seen before. Although she has tasted countless kinds of delicacies in Chang'an, these delicious dishes still make her tempted. This dish is called abalone. Xiaoming said. Abalone? What is this? Why is it so strange? Princess Pinying said in surprise. Xiaoming smiled and said, Auntie, this abalone looks ugly, but it is delicious. Auntie might as well try it. In modern times, the abalone in the sea was eaten only after the Song Dynasty, and it was only eaten by people on the seashore, not inland people. Since industrial construction is on the right track, Xiaoming has also devoted part of his energy to improving his life. He inquired. No one had tried to eat something like abalone, so when he sent Zhang Liang to Dengzhou to look for a coastal shipyard construction site, he asked Zhang Liang to find abalone. Unexpectedly, Zhang Liang would send him a can of abalone with kuima the next day, and said that such things can be seen everywhere in the sea. Immediately, Xiaoming was almost grateful to the heavens, thanks to the heavens, and to a place with such abundant natural resources. This seafood is no worries to eat. Seeing Princess Pinying still dare not, Xiaoming picked up an abalone and ate it. Suddenly a tempting scent spreads. Princess Pinying smelled the scent of seafood, swallowed, hesitated and took a bite. Well, it's delicious. Princess Pinying's hesitant expression turned into surprise. Xiaoming took the opportunity to say, this abalone is not only delicious, but also a Chinese medicine, which is very tonic. With that said, Princess Pinying ate more. Then, the dishes were served one after another, such as local pot chicken, roast duck, etc. Some of them are dishes from the country of Dau, and some are modern dishes. Princess Pinying is a little dazzled, but she has an appetite. Xiaoming basically never hosted a banquet, because many of the dishes were not eaten by others, and at this time they were eager to eat. For a time, singing and dancing became a foil. But the one below is different from the others. At this time, he is looking straight at Princess Pinying. You reading www.yuukanzu.com looks obsessed. This person is not someone else, but Wang Shiji, who is lustful. In Chang'an, the Princess of Pinying was famous, and he was also one of them. Like other scholars, he was also looking forward to being photographed by the princess and becoming a minister under the skirt of the princess mansion. What a bad chance, he never had the opportunity to approach Princess Pinying when he was in Chang'an. This opportunity is a rare opportunity in a lifetime, and it is naturally itchy in his heart. And this Pinying princess is Xiao Wenxuan's younger sister. She is now only 20 or 80. It is at the age of Chunhua, and she exudes a mature flavor all over her body, which is exactly what Wang Shiji loves. In addition, the Princess Pinying was already outstanding, and Wang Shiji was actually stunned. It was just this scene, but he was seen by the golden soldier standing behind Pinying Princess. This person was named Ouyang Mu. He was once the head of the 400,000 Forbidden Army in Chang'an City and a strong general. Was later given by Xiao Wenxuan to the Princess Pinying as an escort. It was just a folklore. The Princess Ouyang Mu and Pinying was also unclear. Bold, who are you? How dare to be so presumptuous? Come, take this person to me. A group of people were eating. Ouyang Mu suddenly shouted, and then two golden armor men walked around the banquet and one of them grabbed Wang Shiji with one arm. At this time, Wang Shiji realized that he had made a big mistake, and his face was pale. It would be disrespectful to stare at the princess like this. Wang Chengchu hadn't realized what had happened yet, and raised his head at this time. He was also surprised. Princess Pinying was talking to Xiaoming just now. Seeing such a big movement, she said displeased, Ouyang Mu, what is going on? You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all in You reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read Chapter 100 Strategy. His Royal Highness, this person has been peeping on Her Royal Highness during the dinner. It is really disrespectful. Something happened accidentally, and then Wang Chengchu came to realize it and got up to apologize. His Royal Highness, the dog is really an unintentional mistake. Only because the princess looks unparalleled in the world. He was fascinated for a while, Princess Pinyin immediately laughed when she heard the words, "You can talk." "Those who are sitting here are all from King Zhu local rich family, so are you?" "Komen Wang Chengchu, this is Inuzi Wang Shaiji," Wang Chengchu said respectfully. "The reputation of the Princess of Pinyin is like a thunderous ear. Few people in the country dare to provoke the princess." Princess Pinyin looked strange and nodded lightly. "It turns out that you are the head of the King Zhu family's royal family. That's all. This time the palace is going to King Zhu to play. Seeing blood is too unlucky. Ouyang Mu, let the people go. Please." The prince is seated. While speaking, Princess Pinyin glanced at Wang Shaiji. "Yes, Your Royal Highness." Ouyang Mu did not dare to disobey the words of Princess Pinyin. Qin Kuan-Yun and his son sitting opposite Wang Chengchu showed disappointed expressions. If the princess is angry, the Wang family probably has bitter fruit. Xiaoming was watching the show the whole time, but he was also a little disappointed. He also wanted to take the opportunity to further weaken the power of the Wang family. However, Princess Pinyin seemed a little unnatural when she learned of the King Zhu Wang family, and now she is more magnanimous towards the Wang family, which makes him a little wary. The political skills of the Pinyin princess are not lost to any man. Skip this episode, and the dinner continues. The dinner was over after an hour, and Xiaoming said at this moment, "Auntie, the rest place in the mansion is ready. Please go and rest." "This is not necessary. I found a villa outside the city, so I won't bother you," Princess Pinyin said suddenly. "The villa outside the city? I don't know which villa it is, and my nephew can also visit it. It's a coincidence that my aunt also passed by and took a fancy." After discussing with the wealthy businessman, she prepared to live for a few days, on a lake island outside the city. Princess Pinyin said as she walked out. Xiaoming nodded. "In that case, my nephew will give my aunt a ride." "No, it's getting late, you'd better go back." Princess Pinyin got on the carriage. Xiaoming kept a smile on his face, but he became suspicious in his heart. This Princess Pinyin did not follow the routine. Watching the carriage slowly leave, Pang Yu-kun, who has been following Xiaoming, said, "Your Royal Highness, Princess Pinyin must have something for her coming to King Zhu, right?" "Yes, it's not only about asking for something, but also having a really big appetite. She wants all the glass technology." Xiaoming sneered. Princess Pinyin was happy at the dinner, but she also forced to laugh. "It seems that her wish has not been fulfilled," Pang Yu-kun said, "and the princess does not live in the palace, but chooses another location. We can't monitor her every move." "My aunt is a thoughtful person. The changes in King Zhu can't escape her eyes. What I worry about is that she will collude with the Wang family and smash a nail in the king's fief." "His Royal Highness can also see it?" Pang Yu-kun asked. Although the Wang family is a local rich family, but after all, her status is low, and she has always been extremely arrogant, and she would punish those disrespectful people in Chang'an. But this time Wang Shaiji was spared. This king's face would not make her so. The lower officials thought the same way. "Your Majesty, the situation in Great Yu is now chaotic. At this time, the barbarians are banning the sale of war horses. I am afraid that the barbarians are preparing to fish in troubled waters." When the emperor ascended the throne, the barbarians invaded in large numbers, set up an alliance with the barbarians under the city, set an annual tribute to the barbarians, and cede the land from the north of Kangzhou to Yaozu so that the barbarians retreat. After a pause, Pang Yu-kun continued, "This time the barbarians will probably have to repeat their old tricks again." With this repetition, the barbarians have become more powerful and the Great Yu country has become weaker. Moreover, the barbarians have always been ambitious towards the 16 states of Yanyun. The state and other places have been lost, and the remaining places will definitely not be let go. In this way, the Great Wall will be lost, and the barbarian cavalry will be like no one. The king knows this. But what does it have to do with Princess Pinyin? Xiaoming said. Pang Yu-kun said, "This is naturally related. To the north of His Royal Highness's fief is the Huayan Chuo tribe of the barbarian tribe. If you drive away the Huayan Chuo tribe and accept Yaozu and other places, you can block the barbarian invasion of the Central Plains." Shu, Gaining the cities and populations of Yaozu and other cities can further strengthen one's own strength. But if you want to drive away the Huayan Chuo tribe, His Royal Highness can no longer allow hidden dangers in the fief. Do you mean it's time to get rid of the King's Zoo tycoons? Xiaoming asked. Pang Yukun bowed and said, yes, now that His Royal Highness is first showing her eloquence, she has already been targeted by Princess Binyang. It can be seen that other princes will not take His Highness lightly, and the best way for them to restrain His Highness is to support the local rich family, because the rich family money, food, and trilogy are enough to threaten your Highness. But the power of the wealthy clan is still very strong. If you do it at this time, it will definitely hurt the enemy 1,000 self-defeating 800. Xiaoming frowned. And at least 3 months will be given to me. Let the training of the new army keep up with the time. Pang Yukun suddenly smiled and said, why did your Royal Highness forget the Qin family again? If the Qin family learns that His Royal Highness is going to get rid of the Wang family, how will the Qin family react? Xiaoming frowned. The king understands what you mean, but there must be a reason to move the king's family. I'm afraid it's wrong to learn from the unknown. His Royal Highness, the opportunity is here. Pang Yukun said softly. Wang Xuan. You mean? Xiaoming's expression changed. Pang Yukun nodded. Wang Xuan is a member of the royal family. If the princess is assassinated at this time, doesn't His Royal Highness have a reason to clean up the royal family, and the golden armor around the princess can also help her? Why not? Xiaoming nodded slowly. This Pang Yukun was still a little bit bad. Once Wang Xuan assassinates the princess, she can't help but believe it or not. After all, Wang Xuan is Wang Chengchu's nephew. It shouldn't be too late. Tonight, the princess is bound to summon Wang's father and son. Let Wang Xuan do it now. The princess will definitely believe that the Wangs is for the humiliation of Wang Shiiji by Ouyang Mu at the banquet. How can you allow others to sleep beside the couch? The King's wealthy family has always made Xiaoming uncomfortable. This is an opportunity. Even if the Wang family cannot be removed, the Wang family's vitality will be greatly injured by that time. Thinking of this, he immediately asked Wang Xuan to call in and tell him Pang Yukun's plan. His Royal Highness, leave this to me. Wang Xuan said excitedly. Wang Chengchu, let you know how to solve it this time, see how you can resolve it.